Hey y'all, sorry I'm running late today. It's going to be one of those days, but we're here. So we've got a lot to get through today. You can tell I'm already dreading it, but we're going to do this. So let's go ahead and get going. I got friends already and they're trying to knock stuff over. So I got this whiteboard out because at the end of today, we're going to look at this, the little one. The big one, we haven't added many to, but the little one, we are going to take people off of. All right. So what's on the plan for today? So just so everybody knows where we're headed, what we're doing, we're going to kind of go all over the place. So I'm going to review the JLR stream, the first one that was done. Let me pull that up right quick. Hold on. We're going to go back to the actual facts of this case. Also, yeah, I think you're probably going to end up getting removed right off the bat. I don't know who you are, but we don't talk like that. So anyways, there's that. We're going to go back to the facts because one thing that drives me nuts, and I've been watching and I've been trying to watch other people and what, I don't know how to say this all appropriately, to be honest anymore. I'm losing my ability to make sense of some of this. I was speechless last night. I was completely and utter speechless. And not because I didn't expect it, not because I didn't see this coming. I've been saying this all along. I've been telling people for almost 2 years now that once you see this stuff, you can't unsee it. Hold on. Let me grab my doggy. Are you okay? Uh-oh. Cough it up. Sorry. Bella's having some issues. And anyways, once you see it, you cannot. Are you okay? Come here. Deep breath. I think her allergies are acting up and she sounds just terrible. She sounds so congested. Anyways, I'm disappointed in creators, subs, traders. Thank you for restreaming last night. If you hear this, I appreciated the fact that people were willing to do that. I had to leave traders chat though, and it wasn't nothing to do with anybody in there. It wasn't to do with traders. It was just, I have been really trying to keep myself in a semi-decent headspace with all of this. And the chat was saying everything out loud and I knew I couldn't be there. So thankfully Chasing was streaming it too. So I went over to Chasing's and the chat was kind of speechless. So there wasn't much going on. And I sat there because I just needed somewhere to sit and people to sit with and listen to it without feeling overwhelmed. And I was feeling super overwhelmed. Again, nothing to do with traders or her chat or anything, but I really want people to understand before jumping into this, that this is not a good spot for anybody. We are all strangers on the internet to this family. I need people to understand that. Like, I'm so sick of hearing people say that they care, that they love this kid more than the family. I, I didn't start my channel because I loved and cared about these individual people. Victims as a whole are treated like shit, and you're getting a very, very good play out of that. However, it's really interesting to me because a lot of these channels that pop up, I was listening to one last night doing a review on the stream, and I was disappointed. I was highly disappointed because if you don't even invest your time into understanding the facts of why we are where we are today, you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. This isn't content. And if you're not going to invest a little time into researching and understanding the facts of this and giving some respect and dignity to the people that you're talking about, what are we doing? I mean, it's just, I'm struggling. I'm struggling with creators, fellow creators, people that I even like. As a person, I fucking can't stand most of their content right now. And that's truthful because I'm going to use Brittany J as an example. I'll show you guys some stuff today, but this is so common across the board. And I'm realizing the bigger picture of how we got here. It is really disheartening. And you're not helping the situation. You're like intentionally throwing gasoline on an already lit fire. At the end of the day, we can all shut this off. They can't. The family can't. And engaging and continuing these games that they're playing, this isn't a game for most of these people. This is their real lives. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing people say, oh, fucking nonsense. She thinks she's so, I am fucking smart, okay? I'm not going to deny it. Like, I don't take compliments well. I don't go around boasting. That's not who I am. But am I intelligent? Yes. Can I fucking do timelines? Yes. That's how I started off with the Dre and Marvon case. I started a timeline. It didn't mean shit to anybody else. A lot of the details on there didn't matter to anybody else. They mattered to me. Because if I'm going to be talking about somebody's life, I want to understand the details. I think true crime creators as a whole, one thing I'm seeing is they don't invest enough time into understanding what they're even talking about. And it's a problem to me. But you have this offshoot of this world they call Krana. It's disgusting. But these people aren't talking about this story because they care. They're talking about it because it's clicks and views and bringing good numbers. I wouldn't care if there was 10 of you here. And that's nothing against any of you. I would say the exact same thing to 10 people that I am going to today. I don't pick my content based on clicks and views, unlike people think. No, it matters to me. I've been talking about this shit all along. Most of you pick your content because somebody you dislike is talking about it on the other side. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah. Chasing. Yes. And I'm going to show an example of that too. I'm disheartened by a lot of this. I am really struggling with this. Those of you that don't know, this is where I get. This is always where I get in these situations. Are we helping? Are we hurting? I will continue to correct misinformation because I'll be damned if one person opens their eyes and realizes that they're not helping, that they're causing harm to real life families. I will continue to do this. I don't think that there's any amount of correcting this that's going to undo some of the damage that's been done. There's nothing we can do, unfortunately. But while y'all are out here making this into content, some of us are back here documenting shit and actually making reports and doing stuff because we care about the lives that are affected right now. Thursday was my day. I wasn't on here, but I watched a little bit. Y'all out here acting like it's like this big scandalous situation with T-Rev and his girlfriends. Meanwhile, missing the big fucking picture blasted all across. You have a man who has a missing child. Right now, currently, we have no evidence that he is involved in the disappearance of his child, nor Katie or Chris. He's a vulnerable father. Whether you like his behavior or not, it's the same thing with Chris. You don't have to like his behavior. You don't have to like these people and their personalities. But it doesn't mean he harmed his son or is responsible for the disappearance. What I struggle with is his behavior has been very problematic, and you can see it. It's all over. It's everywhere. But now we jumped from people protecting Chris and Katie and villainizing Seth. That doesn't feel any better to me. Like, it doesn't feel fucking any better. You have T-Rev out here bringing it out about content. Motherfucker, first and foremost, you and your little goddamn little dumb twits, don't send them into my comment section. I don't fuck with 25-year-olds that wear fucking bows in their hair, okay? That's the last bitch from your chat that came over here, and I was like, nah, fuck this. Like, I ain't got the time of day for dealing with dumb little twits. Sorry, not gonna do it. T-Rev didn't give a fuck about Seth's safety or the bigger picture here that you have a man with a missing child who is not in the best mental health space, period, point blank, end of story. Probably wasn't before this happened. And you're having discussions with this man about him purchasing a weapon. My first inclination is self-harm. I don't wish that for him. I don't like his behavior. I don't have to like the guy. But can you imagine if Sebastian's out there and that happened? Let's say that this happened because people think it's just a fucking game, right? We're just playing a Sims game with somebody else's life. If he took his life, what is Sebastian coming home to? An even bigger situation than it was before. These aren't games, people. And then you've got people fueling the fire of their divorce and the animosity that they have. Divorces are ugly. If you've never been through one, I don't know. There's a reason people get divorced, and people hold on to it. Some people really hold on to it. But you're encouraging him, and you'll see some of this in the videos we're going to watch today too. You're encouraging him to potentially harm somebody when he's already having those thoughts too. So what is this? It's all fun and games because, oh, let's just make it a bigger shit show. Let's watch somebody else harm themselves. You know, it's not enough that we have a missing kid. Let's watch the family implode even more. I can't even talk about it without tearing up. And all the arguments going on about, well, fuck, it's just a gun. He can purchase a gun. He blah, 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 blah. You're missing the bigger picture here. T-Rev only brought it out because it was content to him. He didn't care. There was no concern when it actually happened. He brought it out for content, not because he gave a fuck. JLR, if these inappropriate passes were being made at women behind the scenes and making them uncomfortable, you guys holding on to this shit and protecting this because it's what? Somebody you think you can get content off of? It's all for content. It's all a fucking game to these people. I don't fucking get what the end goal here is for anybody, but the optics of it are fucking terrible. I don't have to like these people individually to still give grace and dignity to them at their worst moment in time. Currently, again, we have no evidence to prove that anybody is behind the disappearance of Sebastian. If we did, there would be a different case going on here. There would actually be a case instead of a missing child. Right now, we don't even have a true crime case, and the fucking drama surrounding this. And it's being egged on by fucking creators on both sides of the alley. People hate Betty so fucking bad that they can't even look past the fact that it's not just Betty that's been doing this. It's been a whole intentional thing that is followed through. And some of y'all are part of it. I don't like Betty. I don't like her at all. But people get so caught up in hearing Betty that they can't even understand the reality of what's going on here either. I hate. Well, I'm vulgar, Liza, so probably not the place for you. I don't pretend to be a fake Christian like a lot of people out here do. So I am vulgar though. So there's that. Anywho, I just can't. I can't with people. I can't with the subs. I can't. I'm sitting there and watching some of y'all act like this is a fucking game, man. It's a game to some of you. Y'all are a part of the problem. And if that shoe fucking fits, lace that bitch up and wear it. If you think I'm talking to you, I might be. The chats. People have lost their goddamn minds. And at the end of the day, there's a 15-year-old missing child still. There's a 15-year-old missing child. People are out here just weaponizing and throwing out his most private details like it's nothing. Yeah, you can blame that on his dad. We don't have to like his behavior. We can talk about his behavior honestly. I don't have to drag him and all this other shit to make a point about how bad his behavior is. I don't have to do all these stupid things. I don't have to go dox people. Clue got doxed the other day. Unfortunately, I knew it was going to come because this is what they do when it happens. This is how they play. They're more interested in the bullshit drama between each creator and digging on people personally and going into their lives. And then I didn't do nothing. Don't look over here. Look over there. Meanwhile, continuing to put in more bullshit and not even do their due diligence. And they all hit that button. They all want to be the first. They all got to be on it. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. If you can't invest a little bit of time and effort into knowing your content and knowing what the fuck you're talking about and giving dignity and respect to these victims and their stories, what the fuck? You're no better than the people you're talking about. I don't expect you to put in the hours and hours and do the lists and shit like that. But for fuck's sake, I'm about sick of people taking credit for shit I do too. That happened over here with amazing creators that are in the chat, Chasing, Gavel, Clue, Cletus, so many of them. Duchess was here. There was a shit ton of us that invested time into compiling all of our timestamps and events that stuck out to us to make that calendar. I don't expect everybody to do that. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're going to profit off of this too, and I will say this fully with my whole fucking chest to every single one of you, if you're going to be profiting off of these families' pain, to everybody, if this fucking shoe fits you, lace that bitch up. A lot of you are profiting off of this story. A lot of you are. Not doing a damn thing to help. I donate 10% at least of my memberships, my YouTube money every month. I'm not saying that to pat myself on the back. That's who I am. That's what I do. I get some of you say that this is your job, but if you're profiting off of this family's pain, the least you could do is donate to billboards, donate to flyers if somebody needs them. I'm so sick of people saying, I hung up a flyer. Oh, Chasing, I think I'm better than everybody again because I did this bullshit and, look at me over here. That's what I got out of that. I did it because it's important to me because I want to know the facts and the details and the time frame. Anybody can tell you that was here around the Marvon stuff. There was only probably a couple of them that I shared it with. But I did a timeline in Marvon's story. That was the very first thing I did. Because for my own it's nothing to do with like trying to be better than anybody else. But some of y'all are just doing the most and you make it easy to laugh at you. Like I don't want to be surrounded by people like this. It's horrible. KNS, I will get that information. Clue is the one that's going to be taking in the money this time and doing them. I think we're going to do it on our Cash App and our PayPal. I need to get with her and make sure which ones. But as soon as that's ready to go, that's where it will be going. And again, I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back. I want change to happen, not just for Sebastian. If you look at that calendar that we did, and that was something I pointed out in the whole scheme of everything, people keep saying this needs to be in national media. This needs to be in national media. Look at that calendar. It's been all over national media. This case has gotten more attention. And there, you know how many kids have been missing since this happened and get zero attention? Zero. It's just the sad reality of what's happening. Again, when you were giving me your list, I was writing down your list of dates and then I was going back and comparing them. And then somebody else sent me a list of an Excel spreadsheet too. Like all of it was amazing, except I keep forgetting. I need to remind that creator there's a bunch of dates off on that Excel spreadsheet and links off too. I need to tell her that, but I keep forgetting. This is what people who want change and victims, like the families, to receive better. I don't personally get involved with families like this. That's just not what I do. But I damn well have connections. If I needed anything, I could get a message or something like that. I keep myself distant for a reason. Because at this point in time, we have no knowledge of what happened. And I keep a buffer zone. And the reason is because I will do anything to help a family. But I don't need to be in their business and another piece of stress to their plate. That's just not what I need to do. Anyways, with that all said, I hope you guys understand where I'm going today. Some of you might be disappointed because I'm not going to drag Betty for filth. And if that's the case, if you're disappointed, you're not here for the reasons that you're here for anyways. You're here for drama, which is fine. Brittany, on the other hand, I'm going to use her as an example today. JLR, we're going to look at one of his reviews. That's what we're going to do. We're going to handle it the best I can. I asked the chat to please, if you don't have anything nice to say, I don't expect you to give undue respect. There's that. I don't expect you to coddle Seth or Chris and Katie. That's not what I'm expecting. But blatant accusations that are not factual, we're not doing that. Accusing Seth of being involved in the disappearance of his child, we're not doing that. You can say in your opinion, and I'm going to point things out that might make your appearance or your opinion feel even worse. But we're just not going to do that. We don't need to do that because right now we're going to follow law enforcement's lead, and there is no proof right now that any of them were involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. And if you can't handle that, get the fuck out of my chat. You're not welcome here, pretty much. And I'm going to give Betty credit where it's due too. I'm not one of these ones that's just going to jump in and be like, oh, I can't stand Betty. I can't stand Betty. But she also isn't one of the worst, or she's one of the worst, but not the worst out here. Not even remotely. There's a whole world of Bettys, and people get so stuck on one or two people that they miss that this is a way bigger picture out here. Somebody's content that I've really, really liked lately is Michelle After Dark. Never seen her before. It was a little questionable at first. I wasn't sure, but she has been doing such a good job of like factually walking some things through. And I've really enjoyed her. I don't chat ever like over there, but some of the things she has said from a different perspective, completely different. And I disagree with certain things, but has also made me go, oh, okay. You know, so anywho, that's a long rant to get all this going. Normally I don't do this, but We're doing it. Okay, and we're going to start off with the worst of the worst because I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. I'm going to make an example of why I do what I do and stand for what I stand for. And once again, people like this just will never get it. We'll never be in the same arena, and I'm okay with that. You should probably do better because I don't know how you're okay being in the arena you're in. But let's go.
Do you think it's because you haven't seen Sebastian in a month?
Oh, wait. By the way, this all falls under fair use based on my opinion of the bullshit that you put out here publicly. You're welcome. I'll back it up a little bit so you can hear the context of what she's saying. This part wasn't what I caught.
Confused.
Yeah, I don't think he was with him personally.
Don't worry.
Well, and then
Don't worry. Her section of today's live stream won't be super long. I'm just going to make a point of know your fucking content. Know what the fuck you're talking about. If you sit here and say that you care so much and you do so much and blah, 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 at least fucking know what you're talking about.
a know-it-all came into Bullhorn Betty's chat. I don't know if any of you guys saw this.
A know-it-all. She's somebody in her chat. Holly S. By the way, bitch, obviously you watch me a lot. There's your shout out. Assume she was talking about me. When do you ever see me go into fucking chats of people that I dislike and derail shit or question shit? Anybody that knows me, which you obviously don't, knows that that's not how I move. I don't do that shit. I'm not disrespectful to people. I don't go in and do that derailing shit. But bitch, I mean, if you want to call us know-it-alls, I mean, at least we care about our content and being factual.
Know-it-all came in, had the audacity to go into Bullhorn Betty's chat and ask questions like she hasn't, been slandering Seth to Kingdom Come. And she claimed that
about.
Yeah.
She's talking about Clue.
You
Did you see what I told her?
Do you feel welcomed here? Yeah, the audacity that she had to go into Bullhorn Betty's was
and then
shocking.
she left after that.
Oh, Clue has a lot of audacity. Let me just be first to say it. That's why I can jam with Clue because Clue don't give a shit what you think, what I think, what anybody thinks. Clue is content being Clue. And I respect that because she's 100% who she is at all times. You know what you're getting from her. And I can respect that. Do I always agree? No, that's normal. Can I still be friends? Yes, absolutely.
Not that I said anything, but she just had enough that everybody was.
Well, she went in there and she said, do you think it's because you haven't seen Sebastian in a month? Where did she get that from? That Seth hadn't seen Sebastian in a month? Where did
Seth didn't see him in a week because Seth had to work the weekend that he was supposed to get him. And so he had to change his weekend. So
but he gets them every other weekend.
Right. So he hadn't seen him in a week. So that's where they
got it.
So why is she going in there saying a month?
On the phone.
Well, because I think that's how it came out.
Oh, it could have been Granny then too. Granny or Clue. They in the chat they were calling Clue chlamydia.
Out.
And
because he was supposed to have him the weekend prior.
No, Holly, worse than her.
Right, but he
so
had to work.
Being he gets them every other week.
She said, Holly asked if she was talking about me, and she says, no, worse than her.
Again, that would put it 3 weeks prior. So I think that's where they came up with the month.
Who said the month part? Who said that? Other than know-it-all chat.
Well, I don't remember if Seth said it was like exactly a month. He just said I wasn't able to have him on my last weekend, which was that weekend that had just passed.
Okay.
But he gets him every other weekend.
Again, this goes back to knowing your content. How many times has we watched her play interviews that they've done, but meanwhile she can't even tell you anything about this, and somebody on her panel thankfully is correcting her a little bit.
So the next weekend he would have gotten him would have been 2 weeks prior. I'm not saying he didn't drop by the house or anything and say hi, but that's what he said.
Ma'am, he lives an hour and a half away. Him just dropping by would be odd, I'm sure.
So that might be where that's coming from.
Well,
And I think I got my point across. Don't worry, she'll put it back up in a little bit. You can't fix stupid. There you go. You can see again. She's so proud of what she puts out here, but she can't even fucking stand on that shit. But she says she cares so much about the kids, so much about the content that she does. Brittany, thank you for proving my point again. Do you understand that half the time I'm doing this just so you take your shit down, you dumb ass? Do you get that that's part of the reason, because I know you're so thin-skinned? You want to have a conversation about how you don't know shit about what you're talking about? I'll drop you the fucking link. You're an embarrassment, Brittany J. An absolute embarrassment. You can't even walk this story through. And how many times have you talked about it? Nightly. Every freaking night. Sometimes twice a day. And yes, I go live when it fits in my schedule. Usually Monday, Wednesday, Friday, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day, sometimes Tuesday, sometimes Thursday. It works for me. But I know what the fuck I'm talking about because it matters to me. You are an absolute embarrassment and should be completely ashamed of your behavior and how you act while covering this family's tragedy. Carrying on, let's go to the next one. All right, buckle up. We're going to JLR. We're going back in time. And then we're going to go to Betty. So here we go.
Father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He has still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden.
I'll gladly drop it for you. Give me 1 second.
Volunteer, and on the right I have Mr. Jones, and we're out in the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras here and it gets a lot of traffic, so I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you.
Yeah.
You've been searching. What have you been searching here? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down to by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through the shop that doesn't open till spring. We've been through every abandoned building we come across. Everything. Just trying to find him. All looking for him.
The link's in the chat. She can come up. I'll give her 5 minutes. But then we got other shit to do. So, okay. Let me adjust this. I see her there. Okay. Let me add her. You're on. Come on.
Okay, so first of all, I want to clarify something because I'm sick and tired of you and all of your people saying that I'm embarrassed of what I do or what I cover, and that's why I delete my videos or private them when you're watching. No, I private them because I'm not going to sit there and let you use my videos to drag me. I'm not going to do it. No, or twist my words. Secondly, you are the biggest hypocrite, you and so many people that align with your beliefs, because you come at me and say that I'm this horrible person. I have no respect for you. You're foul, Brittany J. You're so horrible. You're a transphobe. How dare you? Okay, first of all, I never called you a man. I never did. CJ said that. Secondly,
thank you for admitting that.
Yeah, I've never denied that. Do you even really watch me at all? I never denied that. I've said it several times. But you can't hold me responsible for the actions of others.
Yeah, I can hold you responsible for your own actions, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay, well then, Colin, why do you not keep those standards all around? Let me ask you that. Why are your standards only for those that you don't like?
Who are you?
Because when people that you support have
You
bad
want me to talk
behavior,
about Granny?
you don't call that shit out.
Who? Name the names.
People that you support when they go after the Proudfoots, I'm sorry, Seth, that's fine. They can say Seth is the big word, all of it.
Name them. I don't know who you're talking about. And if you expect me to call her,
you got Granny over there spouting out misinformation out the yin yang. Illuminati sitting there, listen, and I want to make this abundantly clear. I don't believe in cancel culture, but I'm going by your standards, okay? Y'all want to come after me for every little thing I say, but Clue can sit over there and call somebody the F word and nobody bats an eyelash.
which
Nobody. I haven't heard one of you call her out for that.
I didn't hear it. So
you didn't hear it. Yeah, that's convenient. It's always that.
I was probably in and out yesterday. If it was yesterday that it happened. No, name names though. Like
I'm naming names, honey. I'm telling you. Or what about how they sit there and call Seth a P word? And listen, I've never said Katie and Chris committed a crime.
Okay, Brittany J.
Illuminati. I never said Chris and Katie. I've never said they were guilty.
Hold on.
Ever.
Okay. How was it phrased? First and foremost. When she called Seth, what you're saying, she called him. How was it phrased? What was actually said? Do you know what was actually said?
Multiple times she said it. She said, she straight out said, Katie was a kid.
Play the clips.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
I can't come off with it verbatim right off the top of my head, but she fucking said it. Multiple people know she said it.
Okay, but when you have the clips, that's what I want to see. I want to see it because I know how it was phrased the one time I was in there.
Jesus
what? I'm telling you, flat out. Do you know how it was phrased? Do you know what was asked? And why? Do you understand why that question's being asked, Brittany?
Yes, I do. But like I said on my own stream, I have kids. I would not want someone saying that about my child unless it was absolutely proven. We don't have proof that all we know is that he said that he was going to make Katie his.
Time out.
That's it.
Bullshit. That's a blatant lie. Because on Terry Lynn's, he states verbatim that Katie was 12 and he was 10 years older. So then he says that they didn't start dating until 18. But then he goes on another show and says that she had terminations potentially before Sebastian, which would have been underage. Do you understand? These are words he said out of his own mouth.
But he doesn't clarify how old she was.
You want the timestamp of where this is said?
Listen, I'm not saying that it's okay, but I'm saying going around calling somebody the P word. Just
okay. Again, I'm not really like that. Let's be very clear here. I was reviewing stuff you said. You've allowed on your panel to be. You actually on in that what I was getting to, because that whole thing about you just not knowing the facts of how long it's been since Seth. You're so team Seth, pro Seth until just recently, until your friends got shit on. Anyways. You didn't even understand how long it's been since he's seen Sebastian. And you're saying
until my friends got shit on. What are you talking about? Are you talking about T-Rev? That don't have anything to do with me. I'm abundantly clear. What Rev has going on. Any choice that I've made or any reason that I've pulled back at all is for things that I disagree with. It has nothing to do with Rev. To me, that shit's extra. And people need to look over it. If you want to call them out for it, go ahead. But that shouldn't even be a part of Sebastian's.
Did you hear what I said about that whole situation? Probably not. You probably didn't listen to what I actually said.
Okay, let me get are not aligned.
Let me get to the point of what I'm trying to make with you anyways. What I was going to show is an example of how the fucking truth gets distorted.
Hang on, I can't hear you. Hold on. I'm going to have to go out and come back in. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I cannot hear what you're saying.
That's okay. Thank you for keeping it calm in chat too. Please do not bring up or mention anything about her family, her personal life, none of that. Like, we don't have to do all that. I'm going to make my point, and then when she comes back up, I will let her up, and then we will Lee, go sit back down over there. Seriously, go sit back down. Don't come in my chat asking my chat anything. When you sit in a chat of people who name call all the time, I mean, it is what it is. Are you coming back up or not? Okay, the point I was going to make is she goes on to verbatim, and I can't remember which timestamp it's at. It's either at the 18, the 40, the minute, or 107 in there. One of those four. That she says, "Oh, Lee, do you want a hug? Do you want a hug today?" Like, I don't fucking care. Period. What you have to say about me. She goes on to say in her stream that Chris and Katie, they've caught in so many lies. No proof. She needs the link again. I got you. Hold on. Give me a second. She goes on to say that they've caught Chris and Katie in so many lies. Where? Why aren't they clipped? If you're saying that, why don't you have this time laid out of all of the different? Because people just take the shit and run with it. Oh, yep, they caught them in lies. When you go back and actually look at things, there's no lies there. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. When I get a notification on my phone, it knocks my volume out. I apologize.
You're okay. No need to apologize. I get it. Did you hear what I was saying and explaining? So you go on the stream. I don't know which minute mark it is. There's 4 minute marks that I have time stamped. The 18, the 40, the minute, and the 107. One of those time frames in that live stream, you go on to say that you've caught Chris and Katie in so many lies. Now, again, I'm not saying that there is no potential of any lies, but where? Exactly where? You have watched their streams over and over again. And another thing, you were telling your chat last night, once again, on Justin's theory, Spanky's theory. Brittany, do you understand that if they had evidence, this would be a different situation? You get that, right? Like
not if they're building a case.
Huh?
Not if they're building a case. When they're building a case, sometimes it takes time. You think they just get one thing and they go hop on it?
You do true crime, right? That's what you do?
Right. That's how I know. When they build a case, it takes time.
Oh my gosh. What you guys are trying to say about this light situation isn't what's happening. And you're running with misinformation that Justin thinks he's got this gotcha moment over, which is easily debunked if you actually walk through and realize, okay, it's under the cover of darkness. If you're standing in front to just hit one lock, that whole keypad would potentially be blocked. And a Ring camera not always can pick up somebody standing there. They can sometimes pick up motion. They can sometimes only go 30 feet. But his whole implication there is that Katie put him in the car and left. That's what he goes on to say, if you know what he's talking about. He goes on to say it. We reviewed it, what he was saying on Slimy's channel. And then he goes on and he makes this big implication that it's this big gotcha moment. Do you think police haven't done that? And do you not remember that Seth's own PI stated that the police department were in the neighborhood under the cover of darkness and they couldn't see anything? Did you hear that? That was on Web Sleuths.
Yeah, but okay, when this man says that, no, like he is just so against the idea that Sebastian was taken. And when this man says that someone going through the door would be caught on the Ring doorbell camera, by the way, both houses across the street have Ring doorbells. Why is he going to say that the person going in would be seen? But do you not think that would mean Sebastian opening the door? He would be seen walking out as well. There would be a shadow. I see completely what Justin's saying.
Let me explain this to you in a simple way that might make sense a little bit more. So Ring cameras typically pick up motion. So they would have picked up the person walking up from the curb. If somebody was approaching the door, they would have picked up motion that was closer to the Ring camera and followed that. If somebody's coming out the door, I actually did a test run on my neighbor's house last night with our Ring camera. Only time was movement that you could see it. And it's so easy. But again, law enforcement, if law enforcement had evidence of her leaving in the middle of the night, this would be a criminal investigation or something of more substance than what it is right now. Right
agree.
now,
I don't think anybody left in the middle of the night. I don't. I never have.
You can feel that way, but it's so important to be factual because we talk about all the time, and this is where I think you get caught up. You have a lot of past history with a lot of people on here that I don't even know. You have, huh?
I said, yeah, a bunch of bullshit stuff, and people can't let things go, and they hold on to personal vengeances, and then they use anything they can against me. But yeah, go ahead.
I get that, but I'm going to use that as an example for a minute. Let's say, and I'm not saying this, God forbid anything was to ever happen to your children. I don't wish that. I'm not wanting that. I don't even let people talk about your kids in here. I don't like that. That's not how I work. But let's say, God forbid, that ever happened. You would not appreciate people pulling up things. I can tell, Brittany, you don't even like me reviewing your own words. So if somebody was to go back, if you had a kid missing and take all of these instances and potentially paint you in a narrative and say that they've caught you in so many lies and they've done this and they've done that to send a mob of hate against you. Do you know, hold on, I'm going to share this with you.
This is what I'm talking about. You're so gung-ho towards me about the thing. I've never even accused these people of harming Sebastian or anything. I always say we don't know. I point out the things that bother me, like Chris Proudfoot saying that he's.
Let's be honest for a minute, because you might not say it out your own mouth, but you allow people up there to say it, and then you say, amen, hallelujah.
Oh my God. I allow people to have their opinions. They can have their opinions as long as they're not stating it as fact.
And you're condoning that.
Listen, you can't be like this towards me and not hold your own, the people that you support to the same standards, or you can if you want to be, because that makes you a hypocrite.
Do you know who I support? Do you know who I actually am friends with? No, you don't.
I see the people's links you drop and who you promote and who you align with. You put yourself in the same category with them.
No, Brittany, you're totally wrong, and that's where we get.
Okay.
I go wherever I want and do whatever I want.
If you want to put yourself as this pillar of the community where you hold everyone accountable, that should be the same standard all the way around. It shouldn't just go against the people you dislike or the people that you disagree with.
Anybody can tell you if they were doing shit like this, I would call them out too. In fact, I went on.
Really? They've done worse. You've actually worked along with Granny to twist things to make it what she's saying. Like, it's unbelievable.
Whoa! Where's the proof of this?
Yes.
Where's the proof of this?
The stuff with Seth in the essay. When she, I'm about to tell you, when she came out and she said that we all know without a doubt, she said that Sebastian had mimicked SA-like behaviors onto others because Seth had said that. Never happened. Y'all go back and you go find things that Seth said to make it sound like that. That's not ever what he said. It's not.
First and foremost, I think you should go listen to his actual words, because
I did. I listened to your whole live, every bit of your evidence.
And if you can't, I think what happens is when it's anything to do with Granny, you blank out and you just don't hear what's actually happening.
No,
I didn't agree with it.
He's got to find his child to get him the right therapy so that Sebastian doesn't turn into that.
I'm gonna need you to show proof of the fact that
I will show you proof because it's on your live stream. It's your rebuttal. It's there. It's what you use as evidence.
Granny and I work together. That's your proof that Granny and I work together.
No, it's that you jumped to her defense to try to make it said when she was absolutely.
I was defending myself. You brought me into that and said, nonsense. Why aren't you calling this?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, moving on, because I want to be factual, because I genuinely could care less about. Okay. As soon as I say factual, and that's what happened. Anybody can go see that for your own. I wasn't defending Granny, period, point blank, end of story. Granny doesn't need defending from me. I don't know Granny like that. There was no communication. You fucking brought me into that because you said nonsense. Okay, she's back.
Sorry, everything was muted. So everything you were saying after I said what I said, if you can repeat that, I'd appreciate it because I didn't hear it.
Every time you say my name, you demanded that I corrected that, Brittany. You demanded. You were like, why don't you say something? So I did. I actually went to look at it to be like, okay, what was said, because I didn't know. Sure as shit, I went and clipped it. Anybody can go walk it through yourself. I understand that you and Granny have a strong dislike of each other. That's here nor there. That's not my problem. Granny and I have emailed Granny one time, one link of a screen recording. I would send you the same thing. It's just a screen recording off of TikTok of Tony and his bullshit. No, I've never worked with Granny. I don't know Granny like that, but you can't get past that and understand that Seth has been saying things all along that have been seen pictures. You can like him.
Okay.
Hold on for a moment. You can completely understand that he's a vulnerable father. I absolutely think so. But you can't expect people not to repeat his own words. And then you say things like Chris and Katie have lied so often. Where? I need timestamps. I need details. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
And
I
the
can
other
tell
thing
you where Chris is like, maybe I shouldn't have said Katie. I've even had to backtrack on that because he talks for her. Hold on, baby. So I will stand corrected on that part about Katie. Not so much Katie, but Chris. Oh yeah, he has said that they did all three of them. I think he said, I don't know if he said all three of them, but I know he said him and Katie ended up on lie detector test multiple times online in the forums and the groups and stuff. Never did. He admitted that he didn't. And then he said
you're
that
breaking up.
the CPS call was Sebastian. He whooped Sebastian with a belt, and Sebastian went and told the teacher. And then when he went on
Brittany,
he said the belt incident had absolutely nothing to do with the CPS calls.
Brittany, I'm catching every other
and
word.
And then he said that he's had one call in New Mexico, I think he said, and one call in Tennessee. He's actually had two.
Girl,
I mean, there's numerous things, and I promise you that if you just give me a little bit of time, I'll give you more.
I would love that. Actually, I would factually love that. But I would really want, I would love the timestamps. Her audio was terrible. Okay. Anyways, I think we're seeing the issue here. I appreciate you coming up, Brittany. I hope, and I'm thankful that you took Katie out of that, at least. I'm going to carry on with my content because anyways, we're going to talk in circles because the basis here is she thinks I line with Granny, and her and Granny have a lot of personal history, and she can't hear me outside of that, which I get because when I get it, when you have personal issues with somebody, it is what it is. But we're never going to come over that because she thinks I align with Granny and people that she's had problems with. So I'm not going to just continue to beat my head into a wall. It's just not worth it. I appreciate you taking the link and coming up here. I really do hope you go back and listen to things that were said. And I would love to see the clips of all the things that you say Chris has lied about. Truthfully, I would, because we've been reviewing some of that too. And I'm just not seeing the same things you are. It's not that it's not happening. I'm just not seeing those. So I would love to hear what you think there. I don't wish nothing. I don't hope that you're canceled tomorrow. I don't want your channel gone. I want you to do better for the victims because you could be in their shoes tomorrow. I could be in their shoes tomorrow. We both have kids on the spectrum, and you can't even handle me reviewing your own words, let alone if you were in a situation like that and people did the same things to you. And you can't understand that you're a part of doing that to a family going through their worst time. Anywho, moving on. So back into this, we're going to actually go back to the beginning so we can hear all of that. But I do appreciate you coming up and taking the link. Thank you for that. And let's carry forward. Okay, let me switch out what we're going to talk about. I was going to show her the calendar and show her that, like, look at this. All of the red on that calendar has something surrounding Seth. All of the red on that calendar is Seth involvement with people he was out searching with, people that came because he asked them to. Now, before I get into this, I need to remind everybody that JLR actually in his video said yesterday that Seth called him and asked him to specifically come there. He was asked by Seth to show up. JLR was. He was on his way to Carly Russell hearing. Let me see. It says right here. Good people were there in the beginning. This is JLR. Many got pushed away, tossed aside, and treated horribly, including myself. Seth begged me to help him in the beginning. I was on my way to the Carly Russell sentencing when he first called and needed help. I skipped the sentencing to help him, brought exposure to the case, used my platform to help inspire locals to come out and search, promoted his Cash App, which I never did for anyone prior, only for him and his mom to treat us like garbage. His mom sent us nasty emails, which made Magnolia cry. Profit and him being popular, relevant, his motivation. We discovered legitimate tips and leads he didn't even look into. Many volunteers told us he was as sexually aggressive towards during these Sebastian searches. He's not a nice guy in person at all. Totally ungrateful. I still don't think he kidnapped or murdered his son. I do think Katie did it, or he ran away, and Seth is a factor in both. That's JLR's words. So you put that into perspective. Seth called JLR. JLR, one of the most problematic, loud, not somebody that a parent going through their worst moment, in my opinion, that knows history would call, let alone intentionally pick up the phone and call. That shows to me that there was a form of manipulation. Again, this is my opinion, but there was an intentional form of manipulation from jump, which we've seen. You cannot freaking deny it. It is, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Look at March. Look at March. Look at all the red. What happens? JLR gets on scene. JLR's doing the most, per usual. What happens next? The real United Cajun Navy started having problems with JLR. Guess who ran out of town? United Cajun Navy. Guess who was specifically brought in to help search? A legitimate search crew. United Cajun Navy. JLR was in communication with Slithering Snake. I'm not even going to name her because she pops up out of nowhere and she's blocked over here, but she'll still have an alt that she'll pop up after. Drama ensued with United Cajun Navy and JLR, and she was worried about, talking about what JLR said and all that bullshit. And now, as we've seen, as things have progressed, he's aligned with BHB. You can't overlook this stuff and say it is what it is. All right, let's pay attention here. Now, this goes back to, this is JLR's first exclusive interview. This is from March 22nd. So this is important, and listen to the details. And then as soon as we're done, Dolly, yes, Jeff, and Dolly absolutely was brought in. Why are you reaching out to the people that cause the most chaos in these cases with missing children? That says a lot to me. No, Liza, JLR is a piece of, y'all know, I can't stand his propaganda. But JLR has been saying things like this. JLR flip-flops as much as anybody else. But people can't overlook the intentional placement of how things have led here. You don't have to like JLR to understand the intent and what has been going on. It's right in front of everybody's faces. All right. This is all under fair use based on my opinion.
Of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He has still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden, a volunteer, and on the right I have Mr. Jones. And we're out in the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras here, and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here.
So he told somebody that if they have his son to drop him off at the park because there's not many cameras there. And if you notice too, the shoulder injury, JLR was also caught on camera. Well, Seth and JLR, when other streamers were out there, make sure, he was telling JLR, make sure you get this on camera and shit like that too. There's been a lot of intentional placements going on.
Do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you. You've been searching. What have you been searching here? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through the shop that doesn't open till spring. We've been through every.
Brittany, I can get halfway there with you. So I do think that YouTubers took advantage of a vulnerable situation. That's been time and time again that's continued to happen. However, he intentionally brought in these chaotic YouTubers. That says a whole lot to me and can't be overlooked either. So yes, on some of it, but full scale reality is he invited this in intentionally, in my opinion. For what? Not sure yet.
Abandoned building we come across, everything. Just trying to find it. All looking for it.
So this location here is between Memphis and Hendersonville. Sebastian was reported missing at around his step-parents' home in Hendersonville. Why here, though?
Well, that one child, he was autistic. In 13 days, he walked 200 miles. 13 days. We're talking about, we're twice that now. So it could be 400 miles from here.
Nothing can be ruled out.
I got to find him. I mean, I'll do whatever it takes to get him. I get him back.
You actually took off work?
Still off of work. I haven't come back.
Do you plan to be back out here? Do you plan to do more searches?
I'm coming back tomorrow.
And another thing people should probably understand and make sense of too. So again, March 22nd was the date of this video, almost a month after Sebastian had went missing. But if you go back to the beginning, JLR changed his group name at the beginning of March, got his Facebook group going. But before that, Seth and his colleagues started a private Facebook group the day after Sebastian went missing. If you're doing it for awareness, why a private Facebook group instead of a public awareness page? Doesn't make sense to me, but carrying forward. What about February 29th? Who can tell me what happened February 29th? Oh, wait, you don't have to. The GoFundMe was created 3 days after he went missing. Why has Seth been misleading people that he needed the GoFundMe to pay his bills? Meanwhile, he was donated PTO time by his colleagues at work. Anybody have an answer for that? And he also intentionally was misleading about what he was. He's a correctional officer. Yes, in Davidson County, they fall under the sheriffs. But he has no duties like a typical sheriff, what most of you are thinking. He's a correctional officer. And that was an intentional mislead numerous times that we've seen him do. But again, I go back to look at the dates, look at the things that have happened, and understand that there's a lot more going on here than what even looks.
I'm back Saturday until I've been through this whole park.
And you got some volunteers with you. We have Mr. Jones and we have Jaden. Talk to Jaden first. Jaden, what's going on?
Just trying to find him. Just trying to find him.
Member of the DCSO family. Thank you, brother.
Mr. Jones, you guys work together?
Yes, sir.
What brings you out here?
I've been friends with him. We went to the academy together, and I've always told him that if he ever needed anything, he can call me. And when this first started, when it first kicked off, he called me, and ever since it's been going on, I've got his support. I got his back. Whatever he needs, man. Whether it be a meal, whether it be me to go out and hand out flyers with him, I got him.
You've done that with me too.
Yes, sir.
Olive Franklin and
Bellevue.
Yeah.
And I keep on doing it. Anytime you need me, man, I'll be here.
I'm glad that he does have some local support and some coworkers that are obviously willing to come out and help, because I go back to, I can't imagine being in this situation at your worst time and not having support systems locally. That is, families need support systems going through this, positive support systems, unlike YouTubers.
Don't get this on that.
Seth, what have you been going through each day since this happened?
Day really hasn't ended. The day started. It really has started Sunday when I went to work.
Please keep this respectful in the chat. You, again, don't have to like Seth. You can think he's a terrible person, but we're not going to be accusing people of things that we don't have proof of. Both things can be true. He can be calculated, manipulative, all of the things, but he still is not, at this point in time, named by law enforcement that he was responsible for the disappearance of the son.
And when I got off of work, it just hasn't ended. There is no the next day. I catch a nap. And I just keep going. He's somewhere. I gotta find him.
You have an army of people, both in person and online, that are praying that Sebastian is found alive or praying for a resolution. You have a lot of people out there, and I personally see it, supporting you and trying to get answers.
I appreciate everybody. I really do. Keep your heads up, your eyes open. Please pass out flyers. Everybody. One person, 5 people. 5 people. Each do 5 people. I mean, and we can get this from coast to coast.
Keep his name out there. Keep his name out there. Keep his face out there. As long as we continue to look, there's always hope.
If you see something, don't question it.
Just call 911. Call 911. Call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
This is another thing I'm going to mention. Dolly Vision and your fucking dumb girlfriend. Sorry, not sorry. Dolly Vision yesterday is in his truck driving down the road coming to Nashville or something. Oh, good job, sis. Anyways, and makes this blatant statement that they saw a boy in a gas station, and Dolly said it looked just like him, his doppelganger, and goes on and tells this whole story about seeing a kid that looked identical to Sebastian. But do you think that Dolly called, took a picture, anything? You know, he wants to find kids so bad. He's boots on the ground. That's all he cares about, right? Poor Dolly Vision. He gets so much hate, but he's out there doing the Lord's work. Meanwhile, couldn't even pick up a phone. Didn't call it in. Couldn't even tell anybody where at the gas station he was at. Oh, I don't know these little towns like that. I don't know those little towns like that. Nah. It's content for these people. If you can't understand that, I don't know what is wrong with you. This is content for these creators. It's not because they care. Because if you had care and concern, you would have taken a picture, a screen recording, asked the kid his name, done something. You didn't. You made it into content after.
It doesn't matter if you're in California or if you're here in Tennessee, Florida, Ohio, it doesn't matter.
He could be anywhere.
Something, say something.
You want more volunteers to come out and help? Or are they
It'd
willing?
be wonderful. The more people, the faster we can cover this.
Is there a way people can get a hold of you in reference to communication about setting up searches, or if people want to know where to go, where can they go?
Facebook page.
And Brittany J, people in your chat were trying to talk to you about that last night. And instead of waiting and understanding, you went into defending Dolly. All I've heard Dolly say is that his glasses, he looks different because the pictures. Do you understand that the picture on the official flyer was from the day before he went missing? You get that right? Like, where all of this, like, intentional, they gave intentional pictures of him looking younger. That's bullshit. But you went into defending Dolly. Meanwhile, Dolly's out here saying he saw a kid that looks exactly like Sebastian, but didn't even have the fucking concern to call it in. Take a picture, nothing. So again, before you start defending these people, know who you're defending.
And
that's your best route, because I'm not on social media. I don't have any social media, but people on there reach out to me.
Facebook page that would most likely directly get to Seth. And it's 2 exclamation marks, finding Sebastian Rogers, 2 exclamation marks. That's the easiest way to get information to Seth, is through that Facebook page.
Where else do you?
And for anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, go to Dolly Vision's stream from yesterday afternoon. It would have probably been about 6 o'clock their time. It was like 3, 4 o'clock my time that took place. They're driving down the road in a vehicle. He's streaming. That's what it is. I can timestamp it afterwards for you.
Plan on searching
all the way to Jackson,
Tennessee.
Yeah.
I disagree, Brittany.
Like in parks, side of the roads.
Everywhere on the side of 40. I mean,
any route from
anywhere.
Hendersonville to Memphis. We're gonna keep searching.
You know, when I left Clarksville.
You notice how he said Hendersonville to Memphis? Hear what these people are saying. Understand the narrative that they are attempting to push in their statements.
So headed this way, I was searching all the way down here. Everywhere I go. You know, if you're on your way to work, look for it. You might see him. Call in.
Print out flyers. Put them to any restaurant, business, grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. Just need to keep his face out there.
Hand out a flyer to anybody that'll take it, everybody that'll take it. Keep handing them out until we find you.
We are supporting you. We appreciate everything and praying for a resolution. Thank you for volunteers. Thank you. And
I appreciate it for keeping his face out there.
We'll definitely do that on JLR Investigates. Appreciate it. I'm going to show the viewers the search, what you've been doing throughout the day. Hopefully people can come out and help and make a difference. Thanks.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. How many streams have we seen like this since this transpired? Of them walking through the woods searching. And I'm not saying Jaden, because Jaden's been out there all along, but this just irritates me even more because when that whole incident went down with the Repent Chris Proudfoot dude and Jaden, JLR knew who Jaden was. JLR knew that Jaden, and he sat there and just recorded all of it for content versus standing up for Jaden. I need to remind everybody by this point in time too, again, this was March 22nd. By this point in time, a 5-mile radius and over 2,000 miles total had been searched. Numerous search teams, upwards 15 to 18 dogs. I don't know the exact number because it's very depending. I don't know. There were so many people. There's been 10 to 12 searches of the home. The area around the vicinity has been extremely searched, heavily searched. EquiSearch was in there, cleared 43 ponds. They even brought an RSO, Brothers Underwater Recovery. That guy and the clown CJ over there were in there searching shit too, all for content. Remy, let me go look. Chasing, are you in here? Wasn't that one of your questions? Do you remember? Was it square miles? I think so. Let me go look.
Master!
Oh, you guys, I didn't even see. Stephanie, thank you for becoming a member. Janice, thank you for being here for 11 months. Chica, thank you for being a member. Phoenix, thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I agree with you. Everybody is different with medication or not medication. Julie A, thank you for the gifted memberships. And Chapped Task, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana, you guys. I got it, Seth.
Anything other than?
Okay, because I like to do this and Remy asked. So here is what I'm quoting. Timeline, the disappearance of Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers. This is from WKRN. The date of this was from 2 months ago. It says it's now been a month since 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared from his home in Hendersonville with still no signs of the missing teen. This case sparked a massive search in Sumner County that stretched thousands of miles. Multiple agencies assisted in the ground search for a little over a week before officials said they were scaling back to focus their efforts on the investigative side. His disappearance has also garnered national attention, with many local members continuing to push to keep Sebastian's face and name in the spotlight as the days he's been missing continue to compile. Only about a week after Sebastian went missing, another disappearance captured the nation's attention. Thousands of volunteers joined the search for 22-year-old Riley Strain, who went missing while on a fraternity trip to Nashville. Since the discovery of Strain's body in the Cumberland River on March 22nd, some of those resources have now been redirected to the search for Sebastian, including volunteer search groups organized by the United Cajun Navy. Below is a full timeline of everything that has happened in this case to date. The search for Sebastian begins on February 26th. It goes on to detail that. I'm not going to read it all. You can go look at this article yourself, but to the point of the 2,000 miles, let me show you where that's at. Give me 1 second. I'm skim reading and my eyes are going crossed. I could have read the whole thing. Sorry, give me 1 second. This is a long one. That's where it's at, though. I think it just says 2,000 miles. Search concluded. It talks about the landfill. $3,500 reward, $3,000 reward. Oh, and by the way, in this timeline too, just so everybody knows, officials continued looking for the missing teen amid rain and 40-degree temperatures on Wednesday, the 28th. So the temperature didn't start dropping until Wednesday too. That was also stated last night. Sorry, hold on. Give me 1 second. I know this is here in this, but I'm just like, I'll play this while I look for the exact quote because it's here. But I'm going to play this while I get the exact spot for you. But yes. Yeah. Okay. Here you go. Chasing got it before I did. Thank you, Chasing. Thank you guys. All of you that are, just so we're factually speaking, WKRN is the article too. Oh, yeah. Revival. We can talk about that too. Yes. Remind me in a little bit. And that's what I think they meant, square miles, but they didn't say either time. I assumed square miles, but I have no idea factually what they meant by that. Okay. Thank you guys. WKRN. There you go. Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Chasing.
Sebastian.
I find it really odd, though, that they had JLR come down and follow them around to record them. I mean, again, I guess.
Whatever. Try it. What? Door? Okay. You look in here, though, right? Locked. Yeah, I looked from the other side. I didn't see it. So, all right.
And yes, they're sped up. This is odd to me.
Sebastian!
Yes, if I'm being honest, it very much feels like PR, like B-roll footage. Like, we're going to walk around, scream his name. Not saying that he's not concerned about his missing son, but this just is all very intentional of how it's laid out.
So I don't think you'd be able to get in. Anyone in there?
Let's talk about that for a minute, because somebody said Chris and Katie doing nothing is Gucci. Do you know who called and talked to the United Cajun Navy when they were out and they were caught, you know, at a business and people were freaking out because they were out? Meanwhile, they had noticeable missing flyers with them. You want to talk about what Katie has said that she's been doing and working on? How about the fact that they donated $500 to the first billboards that went up? What about all the organizations that they've been reaching out to and contacting and trying to get his name out there in all sorts of other places? What about all that? They don't get credit for doing any of that? Oh, wait, because they're not having somebody go follow them around with a camera? I gotcha. And meanwhile, they were told by law enforcement not to search. And Seth even talks about that in the upcoming interview. But here we are. People think that they know so much. Why don't you just go ask them? If you don't think that they're doing anything, why don't you just go ask them? Because it's funny that people think that they all of a sudden just moved out of the area instantly. We've heard the rumors of their house is up for sale, which is not factual. That's not true. Not at all. We've heard all of the rumors. Shit, Nancy Drew is out there stalking the family at the RV park. Okay. I get it. Thank you, Air Force Vet. Yep, and Seth keeps saying that. You're right, Chasing. He does. We don't know. We don't know where we're searching. We're just watching them walk around.
We'll drive around. Does that look like somebody's house? And I'd rather pull up in front.
Who's the girl in the background? Anybody notice her? Cute little blonde in the background searching. Thank you, Bree. Thank you again, Air Force Vet. Thank you for the support.
How you doing? For my son.
I don't know if it is or not, honestly. Genuinely don't. That's why I'm asking. She's a cute blonde. Date of this video is March 22nd, the day after JLR was contacted by Seth to come down and help him with promotion and getting this all out there.
Nope. Can't open the door for something. Is that one open for me? It ain't gonna open.
Don't run with it. It's Michaela. We don't know who it is, you guys. I don't know. I factually don't know who it is. I'm asking. I genuinely do not know who it is. It could be anybody local that was helping search. I know Jaden's mom's been out there, but I don't know if she's blonde.
Sebastian.
Thank you, One Shot. One Shot says that that's the wife of his coworker. Thank you, One Shot. Magnolia's got red hair. She's pretty little blonde. So now we're just driving down the road. Okay. I mean, hell, they're out there searching. I'm not going to discredit that. Like, okay. All right. We're stopping at a little store. Okay.
We need to get to that one right there. Hey, this one's over here already.
I'm knocking the door.
Huh?
You knock the door. Because I don't know if any of these are residence buildings or whatnot. Beaton? Yeah. All them can't see. Mother Nature don't care.
Somebody else that's with them could have flyers on them. Seth doesn't have anything in his hands besides what looks like a flashlight. But somebody else could be posting flyers or handing them out that's with them too. I'm not sure. I see all of you in the chat saying, say his name. He did say his name a couple times in the beginning of this, if you rewind. But I've heard everybody continue to bash Chris and Katie that they never say his name. Meanwhile, I've heard them say his name a few different times when they've talked on interviews. It's not that they don't say his name. They refer to him as Bubba, his nickname. They also talk about him like parents talk about their kids.
Sebastian!
There you go. He said his name.
It's empty. Yeah. The door locked. I didn't see anything in there.
Me neither. Set up. For anybody coming in, they're sped up for a reason because basically we're just going to watch 30 minutes of them walking through around.
You what? Should probably be able to see all the way under. Normally it's an open door. There's enough spider webs on there.
Y'all get that I'm doing this intentionally, right? Y'all get where I'm headed with this, right? Some of you might be confused, but you get what's going on here. JLR was contacted the 21st of March to come in and film. Help get this out. This is the 22nd. Wow, things have changed. You've got TikTok Tony over there saying JLR is the biggest piece of crap. Why is that? Kind of interesting, huh?
So what they're doing is they're going from these old abandoned and old buildings. Some of them are locked. They're just checking the crawl space. They're just looking around for any where to find Sebastian. That's Sebastian's father, Seth, biological father. He's also talking to people in the area, flyer, sometimes handing out flyers to certain people. I've seen him do it up at the McDonald's near here, bringing awareness. This is what a father is doing to try to find answers for what happened to his son, 15-year-old son.
You want to see how fast he's really walking? Okay. Here's normal speed.
Let's drop them all.
You don't mind handing those out, or
There you go. Jaden walks up and hands flyers.
We're out running around all the time over here.
Whispers, I find that incredibly interesting that they've got background information on all of us YouTubers who are talking about this. I find that very intriguing to me. I pulled my own. If you want my background, just ask me. I'll also give you my clearance and everything else. Any day, Tony.
is it you? Oh, you? Okay.
Yeah, no, that's me.
I was like, I see somebody growing.
I just put it out.
Hey.
I know it's you. I don't feel too bad. I was just going.
I don't care, man.
Brittany, are you the same Brittany that was in JLR's chat this morning? Just wondering if that was you. I see what you're doing here. I saw what you were doing this morning. If you're the same person, it's probably not going to work very well over here. Just an FYI. There you go. Hanging up flyers. Steven's a good helper. Okay, Brittany, there was another JLR over there that was woo-hoo-hoo. Interesting.
Sebastian's more important than whatever the hell they're advertising.
No broken glass.
Looks like a really pretty area. That's one thing. I've never been to Tennessee, so it looks like a really pretty area. But Jaden is doing stuff. He absolutely is. Not going to bash him for that. Well, there we have it. So Seth's been out there searching. Jaden's been out there hanging up flyers. They've been doing stuff, right? So Chris and Katie, they just don't have an intentional film crew following them around. Let's fast forward it some here and look at what the rest of this has. Because they basically drive around looking some more outbuildings. Here you go. This is that exclusive interview. The title of it, Sebastian Rogers Search Tennessee, exclusive interview with Father Seth Rogers.
You see anything down there, Jaden? Wish that gate would open, I'd drive all the way down here.
Let's fast forward a little bit more. My question to you guys, if you were out there searching for your kid, would it be more important to you to have a film crew getting all of this B-roll footage for content to use over the next couple months? Or would it be more important to you to actually be searching? I mean, both things can happen too. I mean, they're having a film crew follow them around JLR, if that's what you want to call a film crew. Or would you just be more concerned of being boots on the ground instead of making sure that the YouTuber got it on film? I guess both things could potentially be helpful to get the word out. And I don't know, this just seems so off to me, all of it, considering the United Cajun Navy shows up into town, I think the very next day, the 23rd. And magically, JLR has a big to-do with the United Cajun Navy, excuse me, and runs them out of town. But then we hear that all these people have been threatened and followed and all of the other things. Huh. Kind of interesting. Oh, wait, we're going to just continue to walk. Oh, wait, JLR is going to tell us some interesting information here, right? It's going to be
rolling hills, trees, forests. Again, old abandoned buildings and sheds and outhouses all in this area. And following volunteers, they are out. They're looking for Sebastian. JLR investigates. Just out here in the field, following along. We got our eyes open. Keep your eyes open.
JLR, I don't think you ever close your eyes.
Keep your eyes open for Sebastian. If you know anything out there that could help authorities, contact TBI, some kind of sheriff's office. Reach out to Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. Got some incredible information. You know something that can help find Sebastian.
Hurry, JLR, run.
Not a bit in county, but let me see if I can get you on somebody.
Fine, we can get you to take flags.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Hello? Hello?
So there's Jaden again. Jaden's got the flyers. You know what? Good kid. That's a good kid. I have to say, I don't know him personally, but This kid dedicated his time and energy and was all over it. Mona of his pew pew.
I'll sign off, but there's no cameras. Okay. Yeah, I've got I'll give this to the other guy. They work around. We'll get the whole board. So I appreciate it, sir. Is there a contact for you? You'll call at 911. If you can't find him, just call 911.
Oh, they definitely did. Yeah, they definitely did. 100% generally. Absolutely, they did. Not saying either one of them were in the right. Just interesting the timing of it all.
And then call 1-800 TBI fine. Oh, it's all good. Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye out. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, want to go back on for it?
We will.
All right. Now they search this place. Talks to a few more people passing by.
Sebastian!
Says his name again. Beautiful area. Very, very pretty.
How we doing today?
There you go. He's handing out flyers. Did he say about an hour and a half from here? Let me rewind that. I might have to listen to that with headphones in. I want to hear that again, though. Listen to when he walks up to him. About an hour and a half from there. Is this area about an hour and a half from Hendersonville?
Okay, we're gonna keep an eye. We are leaving here next week and going to cross.
Interesting, huh? So they're searching an hour and a half. I mean, granted, by that point in time, he could have been anywhere. So I'm not saying that that's not rational or anything, but it goes on. I wonder who that psychic was. Could that psychic have possibly been one that was linked to another one of Seth's buddies, Sweetie Pilo, that had an anonymous source and made some pretty hefty allegations against Chris Proudfoot from an anonymous source, but come to find out Seth and Sweetie Pilo have communication? Isn't that quite interesting? Oh, it feels like Donna, if my psychic abilities tell me anything. Put the connections together, people. And you don't have to take my word for it. Sweetie Pilo went on The Vault and talked about her conversation with Seth and the T-Rev situation. And then you go back and you think about, oh, wait, Sweetie Pilo had this anonymous information that she came out with a source and made horrific, life-altering allegations against Chris Proudfoot. Then she kind of weaseled her way back a little bit. Interesting how that all pans out. And that's that. So they finish out their little search. And that's where that goes. All right. Now, are we all ready for a headache? All right, moving on. We're going to talk about last night. So now we have JLR's 21st video done too, and we will be continuing on in our reviews over the older videos because I think people really need to see and hear what was said, even though there's like 50 of them and it might take us 3 months to get through them, but hey, we're going to go for it. So here we are. This is somebody I do not like to review. This is somebody that drives me absolutely bonkers. But I'm not here to talk about her today. I'm not here to talk about the opportunistic YouTubers who are taking every chance they can get to get their claws into this. I also don't find it ironic that Chris and Katie showed up on Queen Bee's the other night. So not only did they show up on Queen Bee's, but there's a lawsuit currently between Betty and Queen, which everybody is aware of. But then, not only that, and I'm not saying Chris and Katie showing up on Queens was part of anything. That's just where they showed up. But then Betty is having problems with JLR, been pissing and moaning and taking everything opposite of JLR. If he says one thing, she says the opposite because she's got personal issues with JLR there too. So who becomes the next member of the team for Tony and Seth? Betty, lo and behold. So none of this is shocking to me. All of the weird movements around everything, none of it is. But let's attempt this. Okay, again, this is all under fair use. This is based on my opinion and my opinion only. I will be stopping and commentating per usual. Betty, you got my phone number. If you have a problem, just call me. You can go to voicemail again.
My first time that I had an opportunity to say hi to you. I'm Bullhorn Betty. It's nice to meet you. And, you know, just to kind of go over a few things with you before we get started, you know, thank you for being here, obviously. So I want to focus this interview on Sebastian, how you're coping with all of this. And just to let you know, I'm going to pry just a little bit.
She's even got her sequins on for this. She's all ready to go.
But if for any reason I go a little too far, just let me know. If you can't answer something, just let me know. Some of my go-tos, or, you know, I can't address that. You know, I'm not at liberty to say, you know, something along those lines. I don't want to push too hard, but I do want to find out some much wanted questions from, you know, myself as well as our audience. So thank you, Seth, for being here.
No problem.
I was really hopeful right then and there. I was real hopeful. I was ready to go. I was like, Betty got dolled up for this. She put her sequins on. We're going to go into this and we're going to get it back to focus about Sebastian, right, Betty? That's where we're headed, Betty, right? That's where we're headed. No, we're not. That's not where we're headed.
I know that this has been a very challenging time for you. And I really honestly can't.
Heavy trigger warning. If you have not seen this yet, heavy trigger warning.
Imagine what you are going through. Do you want to talk a little bit about, before we get started, about, you know, just how things have been progressing in the case, you know, just maybe some updates or anything like that, and then we'll just get started?
What updates?
Okay, well, that's it too, right? Gotcha. Yeah. Well, this is what I'd first like to do. I kind of want to explore your unique relationship with Sebastian. I heard that when he was born, you were kind of dad. You were home with him. Explain how you guys learned about his disabilities and ailments. Was it right away? Was it?
Read a lot of books before, you know, she was pregnant for 9 months. So read a lot of books. I've never been a parent before, you know, apprehensive, must devour information and knowledge.
By the way, to anybody in here that's young enough, if you're just having kids, they give you these books in Lamaze classes. Usually, a lot of times, I don't know if they still do it. There's this one book in particular. I can't think of the name of it. You can read it, but I'm telling you, there ain't no book that can prepare you for actual parenthood. Truthfully, truth be told, that's my opinion. No book can prepare you for parenthood. There's no book that details every child, period. Just my word of advice.
Try to, be prepared for what's going to happen. And first thing that I kind of realized is that my son was, he'd be awake for 16, 18 hours a day as an infant. And I'm like, well, that's not what the books say. The books say he should be sleeping this long.
So he had sleeping problems as a very young baby.
Yeah. And it's just like he was awake. He was active. So
and having a new baby and already being sleep deprived, that had to have been an interesting combination.
Well, I already have my own sleep issues as it is, especially back then. When Sebastian was born, I was working full time, going to school full time, and I was just okay. So I have a child, so I was trying to be a dad full time, and it was a lot.
But he wasn't a single parent. Him and Katie were married at this point in time, and he wasn't a single father. Truthfully, he wasn't. I mean, this is his take on it. Okay, this is what it is. But you'll see pretty early on that he tries to paint a narrative that I'm not saying that he wasn't involved either. That's not the point of this. But if you notice something consistent, oh, Liz, you just asked a question. It's the 12th. April 12th is the answer to your question about when Brooks was, or when Seth was on Brooks. I saw your comment. I just don't understand why. Anyways, I don't understand a lot.
What challenges, did you guys have learning his disabilities?
Well, we found out about the chromosomal deletion syndrome at a very young age. Took him in to Jacksonville, and they told me and Katie needed parenting classes, and it was like, it's not parenting classes. It's.
And for those in the back, Brittany, if you're still here, this is important for you. I know finally somebody in your chat. It's called 6q27 chromosome deletion. That's what it is.
There is no downtime. It's like, you don't understand, between work and my son, there's no time to sleep.
Enter channel name here. How do you know that Katie wasn't hands-on? Because she was in the military. So being in the military means that you're not a hands-on parent. Some of you guys come up with some interesting comments that you think she just wasn't around whatsoever. Not at all. She wasn't there. He definitely was. They were married at the time. Like, I don't understand why people can't just rationalize that they raised him together. They were married. She was in the military. He was working, according to him. It takes two people, sometimes more.
It's not, I'll take a nap when he goes down, because he doesn't go down. I mean, you're working 8-10 hours a day. You're taking care of your child that is active, functioning active, like crawling around. It took him a while to walk, but he was always active. He's always been active.
What kind of accommodations did you guys have to make when learning of his disability? Like, other than the classes and stuff like that, what did the doctors say? What did you guys have to do?
More reading. When he was born in 2008, like 8 people had it, 8 known cases. So there was really no information about it. Doctors were like, there's no money in researching this, so people haven't researched it. So every day was a day, you know, as
Right.
it comes, you figure it out and you do it.
How was it like when he was a baby, and how did you guys deal like with his sensory issues and other things? Like, did you just have to try stuff?
It was, well, I like it quiet to begin with, so it's not really much of an issue on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was young, it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. I mean, it was new to me, so it's not like I was comparing it to anybody.
So he was diagnosed early on. Everybody should know this by now if you've listened to this. He was diagnosed early on with the 6q27 chromosomal deletion. He was not diagnosed with autism until last year in October. So just so everybody knows, does not mean that autism just appeared in October of last year. It means that it's a lot of times, and this has been my own personal experience, so this is what I'm speaking to. When you have a child with medically complex issues, it takes longer at times to diagnose what is what, because they have to separate out what goes hand in hand, because a lot of these situations have overlapping things. So it's not rare to have a child that's diagnosed in their teens. None of it. It's not that he didn't have it all along. It just wasn't diagnosed until last year.
The other child,
Mm-hmm.
you know, to me, this was my first child. So had nothing but books to compare it to. And we all know children are different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember him sitting.
Oh, Squids, you're welcome.
Sitting on the threshold between the living room and the kitchen, and just sitting there, and you buy him all the toys he wanted, but he was going to go for that. You give him an empty 2-liter, and he would play with that more than all the other toys that you bought him.
That's typical.
All right, and it's like, okay, well, whatever makes him happy, you know. And at one point in time,
Betty, a word of advice: next time you do a professional interview, like, you know, you're such a professional journalist, can you clear up your background a little bit? Because it's hard to know where people are supposed to look. I do appreciate the Sebastian photo in the corner, but all the other stuff, like, it's just too much. And the bright pink, it's really distracting, and it's just not professional at all, in my opinion. My asshole opinion, non-professional.
It was about 45 minutes that he just sat there and laughed the whole time. And Katie was on one side, I was on the other, and we were just making funny faces at him. And he just kept laughing. It was, you know.
Yeah. Tony, thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to welcome you, but so sorry. I started a little early. I didn't want Seth sitting back there too long.
One thing I find extremely tacky in this whole thing is her Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is scrolling across the screen. Betty, have you donated towards billboards? Just asking, because I know you've profited heavily off this. I'm going to start calling you all out by name. You guys talk about, oh, you care so much. Put your money where your mouth is. Start taking some of this income that you're profiting off of and doing something for these families. Actually walk the walk. Don't just talk about it. And before anybody says, but she spends her money going boots up, bullshit. She spends her money, her subs money, going to harass families. Don't get it fucking twisted.
It's all right. Don't interrupt the boss.
So yeah, what is one of your, tell me a little bit about you know, like fondest stories. Like what did you guys like doing when he was a kid, when he was a baby?
Swimming. Boy loved to go swimming, and it was great activity. Putting sunscreen on him and then just going. And I've always liked to be a swimmer.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it didn't matter. Like, I swim it. When I grew up, swimming was, you swam in ponds. You didn't have a pool. You lived in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I swam in rivers.
This isn't about you. She was asking about Sebastian. That's one thing that drove me nuts right from jump. She's asking questions about Sebastian's interests. I have to give credit where credit is due. She did attempt to ask questions about Sebastian. He twisted into his likes, his dislikes, his experience, his this. She did attempt to ask questions specifically about Sebastian. That's just not what Seth answers.
Lakes, ponds, you know, if there's something there that'll eat you, you'll find out. Otherwise, you know,
Right.
it don't kill you, it makes you stronger.
There you go.
Sebastian, on the other hand, you know, he's swimming in a lot of different pools, saltwater pools, freshwater pools, chlorine pools, but it's always been pools. He never really liked the beach because he didn't like the sensation of the water around his feet.
Mhm.
So,
And he doesn't really, well, I've got it down further, but to go through some of the stuff, because he doesn't really like dirt and stuff between his toes. It seems like.
No, he doesn't. I mean, when he was younger, it didn't really matter but as he got older, I've got pictures. I've got plenty of pictures of him dirty. Like, but that was before he started talking and, you know, dressing himself. And, you know, then it was like, he didn't want food. He didn't want himself dirty.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you still got to take a shower, boy.
Gotcha. And it kind of dovetails right into kind of my next line of questioning is I want to kind of discuss his disabilities a little bit and want to explore like his likes and dislikes. What are like some of the major things that he absolutely loves?
Besides like video games or, you know, because
Cats.
What I've gathered over the last 3 months is that
what he's gathered over the last 3 months. Now, what he's about to say is pretty typical. So I don't want anybody making a big deal out of this either, because when you come from a family that is divorced, when your parents are divorced, it is typical for somebody to be more comfortable in one place or show a different side of themselves. That is, in my experience, again, come from a family of divorced parents. I was 6 when they divorced, all of that. So I'm not trying to, but some of this stuff is normal. As much as it sounds off, or we can pull apart, you can pull apart and pick apart anything here. What he's about to explain is pretty common. Ask your friends of divorced families. Ask your, you know, so let's not read into every little thing that he says, because I know people will.
He's different at my house than he is at his mom and stepfather's.
That's
So,
typical.
you know, I've heard some of the stories, and it's not one of those pleasant things that I like, because it just means I was inadequate in doing what I should have done.
You know, in a situation like this, it's always the coulda, woulda, shouldas. You know, you'll have plenty of time to beat yourself up later. You know,
It doesn't matter. It's an everyday process now. Until I find him. But he loved anime. He loved watching cartoons. Even though he's 15, I mean, one of his favorite ones, like, he loves ramen. Like, we have a Japanese restaurant here in Clarksville that I will take him just to eat ramen. But, like, we'll spend all day watching Naruto. So just so when we go to dinner, he's in the, he'll want to go have ramen. He likes a lot of anime and cartoons. Which,
gotcha. What does he absolutely dislike? Like, just without a doubt, like it's a no-go. Like, he just absolutely can't stand this.
boring movies would probably be his go-to. He doesn't like to watch like old, like, I like Stargate movies, old Star Trek movies. He doesn't even like the old Star Wars movies. If it's not new, he doesn't really like it. If it's not his like generational thing. When he was growing up, like, we made a big deal every Christmas when a new Star Wars movie came out. You know, me and him, that would be a me and him night. We would go have dinner, and then we would go to the movie theaters, and we would watch the first showing of the new Star Wars movies.
So what I found interesting in that whole statement, again, this is me being nitpicky right here, but he says he didn't really like those things. But you notice that he follows it up with, but that's what they did as one of their events every time a movie would drop. He didn't like those movies, but it was something that they ended up doing as the two of them.
And that was just one of the things that we did as a dad and son.
So you have that beautiful memory. I think I kind of glossed over some things, but like with Katie, how did that whole situation work out? You know, when he was younger, because I did watch you. I think it was Jennifer Coffindaffer, and you were talking about that you took care of your son. That she ended up after his medical diagnosis went off to the Navy. How was that? What prompted that decision?
I really don't want to say anything bad about his mom, but if you're not willing to do something along the
I don't want to say anything about his mom, bad about his mom. Okay? I want to point that out. So we're starting off. I don't want to say anything bad about his mom. I can respect that. However, that's not what happens here. And you've been doing it all along, Seth. At the end of the day, that is his mother. When you speak poorly about her, no matter what you think, you're speaking poorly about your son, because that's 50% of that child's DNA. No matter how much people dislike their baby mamas, their baby daddies, when you speak ill of those people, especially in front of children, they take that on because that's part of their identity, especially teenagers. And I'm speaking from experience.
lines of taking care of the child, then you have to do something else to help with the family. And I was going to school full time, I was working full time, and I was taking care of the child full time. And
Gotcha.
she sleeps like a rock. She slept like a rock when she was with me. And like he'd wake up and scream, and it wouldn't matter if I had just had 30 minutes of sleep or 2 hours of sleep. As soon as he would wake up, it's like, hey, are you going to go take care of him this time? And
so he doesn't want to speak badly about her, but he's talking about how she sleeps all the time, and he would wake her up and say, are you going to go take care of your kid? You rolled right into talking shit about her. I don't know how you missed this. You don't get to open it up and say, I don't want to talk about this or be mean about her. Yeah.
No answer. I get up and I just go back to doing what needs to be done because it's not his fault he's awake.
Right.
And it got to the point that I had to drop out of school. And it was just like, then I talked to her and I tried to have one of those life developing conversations where, you don't want to be in the career you're in 20 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Life developing conversations. Could that be because you were at a totally different stage in your life, being 10 years older than her? Truthfully, when she was 19, you were 29. Two different stages of life.
Still be doing it. So if you do 20 years in something else, then you can retire and have a nice little, then you can go take all that education and learning and go do something else with your life too. And here we are 15 years later.
Yeah. How is Sebastian at meeting new people?
If he got a bad impression about you the first time, he didn't want to talk to you.
How about, sorry, I didn't mean to go, did you want to finish that? Sorry.
If he liked you, then he would not put himself out there, but he would not hide. All right, because you had pretty much three different things. One, he would hide. Two, he would be shy, or three, he apprehensive. Like I've watched him, and it's like as he got older, it's like, do you think she was cute or something? Yeah. Is that why you went out and shook her head and told her, what your name was? Yeah. Okay. Well, it's fine, son. Just keep it like a gentleman,
Mm-hmm. Aw, he's starting to have crushes. I heard he had a big crush on Taylor Swift.
That's pretty much, he was a Swiftie. He liked her music and he liked to, I guess he liked to watch her videos and stuff.
Mm-hmm. How is Sebastian with changes in, like, say, his schedule?
You notice a lot of his answers are followed up with, I guess.
I know he was about to go to your house. I mean, how is all that? What is his behavior like?
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but.
Okay, I just have to say something here because this contradicts everything we've heard from Seth up to this point. This whole at his house, it's routine. Meanwhile, he has told us that he works late hours in the evening. He leaves Sebastian unattended while he's at work. Sebastian and him play video games and sit in their recliners. The routine has been problematic and things that they've pointed out at Chris and Katie's. But now it's switched to his house was filled with routine. But that's not what we've previously been told.
He was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to.
And then he follows it up by saying, I didn't have much of a schedule while he was here. Again, that can work. If that's their relationship and it works for them, I'm not shading that at all. I'm just saying, why are we talking out of both sides of our face? It doesn't need to happen. You don't need to fulfill everybody else's demands. It's okay to say, I was involved as much as I possibly could. I love my son.
Be here and he didn't have school. It's like, hey, you can't be up all night. I have to work. You definitely need to be going to bed by like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, check in on him. And he knew that he needed to make sure his phone stayed charged. And then he needed to answer that phone when it rang because it could either be me or his mom calling him.
How did he like trying new things?
Like food?
So Betty, next time you ask a question like that, when you're speaking of kids on the spectrum potentially, one way you can phrase that question is, how does he handle going from a preferred activity to a non-preferred activity? That might have made more sense because he doesn't quite I don't know if he doesn't understand what you're asking here or if it was intentional, but that's a better way of phrasing that.
I'm going to be asking you about food, but just new things, trying like maybe a new event, a new activity.
Well, I'm a creature of habit, so I don't really understand what you mean by,
So I guess like new, like.
And again, she was asking about Sebastian. She should have said, how does Sebastian handle transitioning from a preferred activity to a non-preferred activity?
Would he,
Simple.
like if there was a new game, like if there was a new tag game or a new running game, would he be wanting to try it or no?
Not really here. As for playing tag or anything, it's really not a new game. That's just, it's an old game with a new twist.
Gotcha.
And
Now,
like
now's the
going
question.
to the park and stuff like that, he always loved to run. I mean, he liked to always play tag. Anything that got his blood pumping and him running around. When we were in California, I was teaching him how to play soccer. I drew the line.
That shocked me actually that he said soccer, that he see, maybe it's just his perception, but he totally did not understand what she was asking him. Anyways, the soccer thing kind of threw me because with soccer, you use your head. And if he's got a pocket of fluid, that just threw me off for a minute because I was like, I can understand football, but soccer in the same sense can be very physical.
I at football. And I was just like, I can't have him have a head contact injury or something like that. And no. So.
Yeah, and I am going to dive into a little bit of his the stuff, but it's a little later in the show. So now I guess the question is, what about food? Trying new food.
Well, how do you know if you don't like it if you don't try it?
Right.
Now, if you try it and you like it, that's good. But if you try it and you don't like it, at least you tried it. And that was the whole point with him, is getting him to realize that you can't say you don't like something just because somebody else said they don't like it. You got to be your own individual.
So he is willing to try new food.
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, he loves tofu. I can't stand tofu. He's way ahead of me, but he loved tofu. Have you people not listened to anything that's been said about this child? This just drives me nuts. Oh.
Now this is going to be one. How about changes in the weather? I hear in sensory issues that weather could impact that. Do you?
Again, when he was here, if we had thunderstorms and stuff, like when we had the 2 tornadoes that hit Clarksville, the one on Fort Campbell Boulevard and the one on Tiny Town Road, he was by my side the whole time. Like, I went out front, smoked a cigarette, and I was like, well, that doesn't look good. And I was like, well, I'm going to walk back this way. At least I won't see it when it hits the front of the house. You know, Sebastian had already put on his boots and everything because he was ready. Because I'd already told him, listen, we're in a tornado watch, warning, bad thunderstorms, get everything ready. I had the bathroom already prepared, you know, towels and stuff in the bottom of the tub. And so he could go in there and I could throw the mattress on top of him if necessary. And went to the backyard, saw them from coming down from Tiny Town Road. So it was kind of like, well, they're coming from both sides. I don't know what to do, you know. And we went back to watching movies. Had the doors open so that we had a breeze coming through here. I mean, I grew up.
And he did well, huh?
Well, it's like, I'm not worried, so why would he be worried?
Right. Interesting.
Your children take a lot of their cues from you.
What?
Yes, they do. Kids take a lot of cues from their parents. They're like sponges. They absorb everything, including bitterness from past situations, hatred, revenge seeking. They absorb things like a sponge.
What would cause, you know, because I've been reading a lot of his chromosome deletion as well as autism, and you know there are things that trigger them that cause, you know, some mood swings or something like that. What would cause a mood swing or trigger an episode in Sebastian?
Sometimes it would be like literally nothing that you would observe because everything's coming from his perspective, but stress is one of them. I mean, I've seen him. In hindsight's 2020, but stress, probably feeling like you're not in control of yourself, like you have no control of your life.
What does he have a problem?
One thing I'm noticing is he's doing a lot of self-talk, almost like self-soothing talk, like that he's being asked the questions, and it's almost like he's projecting some of what he's feeling, you know, the stress, feeling out of control, and kind of answering some of these questions based on, and I can't imagine how he's feeling, and I don't want to. Wouldn't wish this situation on anybody, but it seems like he doesn't really, I don't want to say he doesn't understand, but the only thing he can reconcile it with is his own emotions, and that maybe is common. I don't know.
With overstimulation, like if he had an overexerting day, have you seen that trigger an episode in him at all?
I have seen him stay up for 2 days, 2.5 days straight from overstimulation. Yes.
So it causes them to get in almost a manic type state?
The brain gets like...
This is such a blanket statement here. I can't stand it. It makes me just cringe.
Instead of, it's like the old-fashioned tops, you know, give it a couple, 2 or 3, it spins, but when you break the gears on it, it doesn't stop. It takes forever for it to stop.
Every child on the spectrum has different sensory overloads. Let's be very clear. There is not something that fits every person with autism. I'm so sick and tired of autism being at the forefront of Sebastian. His name is Sebastian. He was diagnosed with autism. It's a piece of him, but his identity exists beyond autism. And kids with autism can handle days out, go-karting, VRs, out to dinner in the same day. Every child will process things differently. Sometimes you'll have a good day doing the same exact things. And I'm using my own as a reference. Last weekend, we went go-karting. We did VRs. We did an arcade. There's a bowling alley in there. There's people everywhere. She don't do well in stress environments. That day was great. She was able to go to dinner. She came home, went right to bed. She was wired for a little bit, went right to sleep afterwards. I could do that tomorrow and have a totally different outcome. That's kids in general. So a lot of Betty's questions here, these blanket, how does it, everybody looks so differently in these environments. It's totally different. And it totally depends on the day. It totally depends on where they're feeling, how they're feeling. Like it's just, you can't, I'm just sick of the autism. Like everything has to be about him having autism.
I have seen him stay awake for 2 days here. He's gotten overstimulated before on road trips, and he'll stay awake for the whole road trip, coast to coast.
Wow. Wow. Well, I could use a driver like that. Just saying. just saying.
I can't even. We're not even going to go there. Trying to get him to actually get behind the wheel of the steering wheel for a vehicle for me to even teach him. Mm-hmm. He's like, no, Dad, I don't want to do that. I'm like, you think I'm going to drive you around your whole life? He was like, I'm not going anywhere. So why do I need to drive?
Aw.
I'm like, you going somewhere? Here's the keys. Go to work. You're going to have to do something. You like playing Magic the Gathering. You like buying these cards. You're going to have some way of supporting your habits.
Yeah. This is going to kind of go to the, events of the day before your son disappeared. After hearing the events that unfolded the day before, do you believe, based on what you heard, that it was possible that your son was overstimulated?
We had a very, very packed day. There was a lot of goings back and forth to the store, then back to the house, things like that. When he was at my house, he had the option of either staying here or going with me to the store.
Okay, but that's not what she asked. Again, you took it right back to you. It's not what she asked. And truthfully, again, I bet if you asked Katie, I bet their weekends occasionally looked like that, where they had a jam-packed day of going to the store, going on outings, doing things. We've seen videos of him at the bowling alley. We've seen him at sports games and outings. This just drives me nuts.
And I preferred him to go with me to the store, but there was times he was just like, Dad, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave the house. And it's like, okay, well, understand that if you don't come with me, I'm only picking things up on my list. There'll be no extras, nothing that, normally I would get you or anything like that, because you're not going to be there. And he would think about it, and he would be like, okay, and either he would stay or he would go. If he stayed, then it was just literally run to the store, and I'm back in like 30 minutes. Mm-hmm. If he went, back in like 45 minutes, and we may end up going out to dinner afterwards. But I like to take him with me because, like, what do you want to have for dinner tonight? And have him help pick out things for dinner. Getting him to voice his opinion and have his own ideas.
Mm-hmm. What you brought up something that I didn't even think about on my list. So when you go to the store, what snacks? What kind of snacks did he like? Like, what was his favorite? Like, I don't know. Did he eat candy? What did he like?
Well, really kind of depended on his mood on that one. Sometimes it was ice cream.
You know what, to me, he's describing? Let's take autism off the board here. He's describing a teenager. With or without being on the spectrum. He's describing a teenager, truly.
A lot of times it would be like Debbie snacks. Like, he liked Nutty Bars. He loved zebra cakes and Swiss roll cakes.
Well, why aren't you being shredded to pieces about talking about his snacks when Katie was shredded over talking about snacks?
But it's like, I still have a box of his Fiber One granola bars up there in the cabinet. It's not open. He finished off one of his last ones when he was here. I've got his.
I'll slow it down when we need to.
Deep breath, buddy.
I'm so sorry you're going through this.
As Tony sits there smugly. Deep breath, buddy, as he's watching the chat like a hawk.
Take your time.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, hello, Mr. Mathis. How are you doing this evening?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I am doing, as good as expected in a situation like this.
I'm fantastic. My client's having a breakdown, but I'm fantastic. Look at me go. I've got every YouTuber's information and I'm going to dangle it over their heads like a fucking pony.
But it's great having you. I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for, speaking to me and, helping me with all of this. I really do appreciate it.
Sure.
I really do appreciate it. While he's taking a little, break, maybe I'll just talk to you about some things. How have things been going with everything?
As far as working with Seth, it's been fantastic. I mean, you're not going to find a better human. I think a lot of the challenge has just been understanding how people function in a situation like this. And I would think that when somebody's child was missing, that everybody would bond together.
Really? You think everybody would bond together, Mr. Mathis? Really? When you're intentionally out here putting misinformation out and directing misinformation at Chris and Katie, you think everybody would bond together, Mr. Mathis, when you've intentionally helped push a narrative against Chris and Katie, and you're about to do it some more. And you expect people to rally around you and your client, even though you've intentionally placed misinformation. Get the fuck out of here. TikTok Tony. By the way, my name's Becky, Rebecca, legally. You want my background? Ask Betty. She's got it. She just fucking fucks it up with all of her other shit. She's got my number. You got a problem? Fucking call me. Assholes. I can't stand this guy. And let me be clear. I think he's taking advantage of a vulnerable adult. That's all I got to say.
Regardless of their feelings about any of the parents involved, I mean, you would think everybody would be
Oh, wait. I think he's taking advantage of multiple adults.
Kind of like 9/11, right? Where it didn't matter what side of the aisle you were sitting on, and we were all Americans, and everybody kind of bonded together. And you think when a child was missing, that's what you'd see. But in the words of another creator, it's out there in the streets. That's not the way it works. So,
Brian, I'm sorry that you can tell I don't like this guy. I don't do really well at being fake. I really don't. Y'all know that. But, it is what it is. This guy just gives opportunist.
And that's been the biggest challenge. But, I'm laser focused on taking care of Seth and helping him find his son. So as far as that goes, it's been fantastic. I mean, he's got a very small circle, but there's some wonderful people inside of that circle. And I talk to each of them every day, sometimes 3 hours of the morning. And, that part's been fantastic. So one thing that a lot of people don't know, I've never even shared with you, is Seth and I didn't know this till we started working together, but we actually grew up 15 minutes apart.
Mm-hmm.
He grew up in a little town called Riverton, Kansas, and I grew up in Joplin, Missouri, and those places are 15 minutes apart. So, we ate at a lot of the same restaurants growing up. So, we have that now to go back and talk about, even though we have a history beyond a month or so.
Right.
And I
sorry, this guy makes me smoke, so I had to come back outside. But can we talk about why that would be important right now? None of that matters. You should have plenty to talk about. If this is your client and his son is missing and he's still actively missing, you have plenty to discuss. But oh well.
I did bring my latte this evening.
Oh, did you? I made one right before the show too. I made one right before the show. Sorry, I had to slow chat down just a little bit. Again, Seth, I'm sorry. I know that this is probably.
Don't be.
I'm sure you feel like going through me.
Yes, they did meet in person finally. Tony went down for the bike ride on, I think it was the 19th. Am I correct? 19th. My phone's upstairs.
Grinder.
It's when I say it's a never-ending nightmare, it is. I just want everything to be the way it was last time he was here, and when he comes back.
Betty, these kind of questions are tough on Seth, but quite frankly, Seth will be the first one to tell you that this is the type of stuff that he wants people to hear, and this is truly what he wants to talk about.
Okay, so Tony chimes in and says, this is truly what Seth wants to talk about. So I was still hopeful. Okay, yay, we're going to talk about Sebastian. We're going to learn more about Sebastian, right? I was still trying to give grace and have hope here. Well, that's going to quickly be deflated once more. But it's interesting that these were pre-screened questions. These questions were pre-screened. They knew where they were taking us. They knew exactly where this was headed.
There's so much stupid fucking drama. Yeah. And it's
Unfortunately, Seth, you invited that drama in by reaching out to JLR, by involving yourself with the most opportunistic YouTube creators. You might have been thinking or having the feeling that you were getting the word out about your son, but you intentionally aligned yourself with the people who do the most damage and harm in these cases. But I think you are aware of that, because no matter what, at the end of the day, you are very bitter over your divorce with Katie. And that's very apparent. And I'm really sorry that that has been such a struggle for you. But it's not fair to take this opportunity to do what you've been doing. And that's my personal opinion. You're welcome.
It's not helping me find my son.
Yeah. And we'll get into that a little bit further down. You know, it just, I can't even remotely imagine what you're going through dealing with a missing child, but all the other stuff going on that's just unnecessary. I mean, there's a time, I always talk, there's a time and a place for everything. This isn't the time, this isn't the place. And
it's never the time and never the place for a kid to go missing.
Yeah. But I'm talking about the other nonsense.
I try my best to ignore most of it.
Speaking of nonsense, Betty, that's all you are, is nonsense.
It's probably the best thing you can do. I mean, like even right now, I got my list of questions over the comments and just praying to God that everybody's being good over there. You know,
I'm not even after being on another particular podcast or show. I don't even see your comments.
Good,
I don't even have them up.
Yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A and I'll be kind of vetting the comments before we go over them. And we've got so many questions here, and I've got questions from my mods and a couple questions that were sent to me for some, and I don't want to keep you all night, you know, but I do want to get through a few.
Well, I'm pretty sure you could try to keep me all night. I sleep.
Yeah, well, I'm sure even when you do have an opportunity to get sleep, it's your brain probably doesn't shut off. So
it doesn't.
So this is going to be, I don't know, this is going to be a little bit different. You asked for a kind of, I don't know how, I'm just going to be blunt. You asked for basically a proof of life video from law enforcement because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. So you didn't speak to him Friday. He was out Saturday with his mom, Sunday, and then Monday he wasn't there. And so law enforcement did bring you, brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you tell me, what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
He's alive. It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say? I
Chris said that they used his clothes from the night before for the scent dogs.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
So it wasn't long enough for him to understand. He didn't pay attention.
Do I wish I had? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah. But I'm not law enforcement in this case.
Factually speaking, Seth, I respectfully understand that you at one point in time or are still employed by Davidson County Sheriff's Department. I get that because of how their wording works. But you're not law enforcement in any case, especially when it involves a missing child. You don't investigate cases of missing children. Your law enforcement duties are completely separate in a different capacity than any of this. And the intentional misleading of you and your law enforcement career is very fucking annoying. And it also has major red flags to me.
I'm a suspect.
And you have not been cleared?
No. Nobody.
And he calls himself a suspect.
He has.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious, but you know.
He thinks it's kind of hilarious. Why would being a suspect in your child's disappearance be hilarious? Or the fact that they won't clear you be hilarious? There's nothing to me that's hilarious about this situation. And I get he's saying it as a dig, but still.
Actually, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here. But just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
I actually appreciated Betty's questioning right there. I did appreciate Betty trying to clarify, but you notice how he kind of skirts around it a little bit.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
Yeah, I was in jail.
so you were in jail. And I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. Mm-hmm. And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning, exiting out of the garage.
Okay, so he is very secure with what he's communicating on his alibi.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
Favorite activities?
I think I already know the answer to that, but
well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
Interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually when they came in on Monday, mm-hmm. that he disappeared, they trashed his room, flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed.
This is important because I've heard so many times that they haven't searched the house. They haven't looked in the house, even though most of us that have been paying attention know that they've thoroughly, extensively, numerous times searched the house. But Seth himself is confirming that they totally searched his bedroom.
Went through his stuff. And I told them when they came in, I said, listen, his room is probably a mess. Just bear with it. And when they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me a minute just to go in and clean up my room. Put everything back where he had it.
He's referencing when he was at Katie's house when law enforcement arrived on Monday and they searched his bedroom. He's talking about Katie's house and that.
But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely does it. You just get him to understand that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And, when he was awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little Nintendo Switch thing.
What are some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some.
And one more thing, he referenced his Switch, his Nintendo Switch that he liked to play on, which we know he loved to play on.
He's allergic to grass. That's about it.
Gotcha. Well, I guess that would be kind of.
He's talking about both situations in one. He's talking about when they searched Monday, the Monday he went missing, when they searched his, but then he's talking about his home too, like what his experience is at both houses. He's mixing them in together at once. He's talking about when law enforcement came in to search, probably happened in his home too. You want me to rewind that? He's talking about both houses at once, you guys. I'll rewind it if you guys want to hear it again. That's what I take from it, that he's talking about both of them at the same time. They searched both houses. I'm sure they did both in both rooms. You guys want me to rewind it? I'll rewind it.
Back where he had it. But He doesn't like cleaning his room.
Let me go back a little bit further.
They trashed his room. Flipped mattresses over.
Hold on. Let me go back.
And
There you
then
go.
I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning. Exiting out of the garage.
Fair.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
Favorite activities?
I think I already know the answer to that, but
Well, again, it really kind of depends on his mood, because here I'd say his least favorite activity is going to bed, but his favorite activity is sleeping.
Okay.
Interesting. I was rolling the dice on video games and cleaning his room.
His room is actually when they came in on Monday that he disappeared, they trashed his room.
When they came in on Monday, the day he disappeared, Seth was in Hendersonville. He's also spoke on this before too. Okay, but listen, because he switches, he's talking about both situations at once here.
Flipped mattresses over, took sheets and blankets and stuff off of his bed, went through his stuff. And I told them when they came in, I said, listen, his room is probably a mess.
Now he's the hits.
Bear with it. And when they walked in, they were like, his room is cleaner than my kid's room. Well, needless to say, when they left my son's room, it was like he had been in there a week and never left. And it took me.
He's talking about both situations at once. Yeah. Oh, yeah. One shot they did. But he's talking about that morning. He's talked about this previously, too. He's talked about how when he was there and they came in and they were searching through all of Sebastian's stuff, he talked about how a week later they found the money situation. I think so, too, Am. I do, too. He mixes them in together. And I could be wrong, but this is what I perceived. And listening to him talk about it before in these interviews, he said the same thing about his house and her house all in one. Like it's a jumble. So you're like, what? Where is, yes. Yeah. Typical teenager, typical law enforcement search. He mixes them together. So he talks about one and then the two at the same time.
It took me a minute just to go in and clean up this room. Put everything back where he had it.
Now he's talking about his.
But he doesn't like cleaning his room. Very rarely does it. You just get him to understand that if you pick it up and you put it away, when you're done playing with it, you know where it's at when you want to play with it again. And, when he's awake, he loves playing with his Legos. He'd be underneath the bed playing on his little Nintendo Switch thing.
Talking about his house.
What
are that before.
Some of Sebastian's allergies? We hear a lot about he's got some allergies.
He's allergic to grass.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Gotcha. Well, I guess that would be kind of medical. I was going to say, because I don't know why I was thinking about like medication if he's.
Oh, HIPAA. We're not
I know. That's what I was about to say. Better be careful. Huh? I'm skating a little too close.
I mean, hold on. Wait a minute. I don't have a PhD and I don't have a doctorate in the medical field, so I can't violate HIPAA.
Yeah. Wow. When Sebastian.
I really wish people would understand what fucking HIPAA even is.
I'm allergic to grass myself, and they mowed the yard today.
Oh. Don't worry about it. We'll forgive you. Maybe I should mute. Maybe I should just mute.
And that was a very underhanded dig at Chris.
You just a little bit. Hold on. There we go. There you go. Are you cleaned out?
Yeah, currently. That means a different thing.
Oh, hey, Clue. Yeah, it was attempted.
In the medical field. And it also means something different in jail.
So when Sebastian stays with you, what does a normal weekend look like for you guys? What do you do for fun?
Well, I pick him up Friday. It's depending on traffic, an hour and a half drive to get back up here.
Okay.
Sometimes even longer, depending on what direction we go, depending on how his day went. Sometimes I'll let him pick the route. Do you want to take the interstate? Do you want to take the highway? Or do you want to take the back roads? I mean, after time change, with it not getting dark until after 8 o'clock, time change, we normally would take the back roads. There's been times that we've seen a lot of deer and turkey and stuff as we're driving back, which I don't understand that anyways, because he would be playing his video games and not paying attention to the road anyways. But I mean,
so he even gamed driving down the road. He was on his video games driving down the road. That's something that I noticed.
Come back up here. Get up here with enough time. If I'd already had everything planned, I'd already have stuff in the back of my truck, tackle boxes, chairs, fishing poles. We'd just go straight on through and head over, go fishing at the high school, or go up to Yellow River, go fishing up there. I always enjoyed that. Pick up some food on the way up, or I'd already have like bread, sliced meat, and cheese to go ahead and make sandwiches. Pick up graham crackers, marshmallows, and chocolate. Making s'mores is always fun.
This is probably going to be a little more difficult, but what has been the most difficult part of you dealing with your son's disappearance?
You hear that? TV's not on. He's not playing video games. Nobody goes in his room. His light's not on. He's not coming to ask me what I'm doing. He's not asking me to play card games. He's not here. He's just not here. I don't know where he's at.
And this is where my empathy comes in. I can't imagine the silence of not having those noises. Although it wasn't an everyday thing, he still loved his son, loves his son. In my opinion, take it for what it is. Love can mean many different things, people. So don't get twisted on what I'm saying here. But I'm sure the silence is deafening. I would never want to be in any of their shoes with a child missing.
Where my son is.
It's gotta be. I can't even imagine. It's so hard for me to try, and I'm trying to stay away from the drama during.
And yes, I'm 100% giving grace, because again, I go back to law enforcement has given us nothing to indicate that he's involved in the disappearance of his son at this point in time. I will continue to hold the space that I can feel sad for him, ultimately for Sebastian. And I still can see the intentional manipulation tactics, the smear campaigns, and the horrifying behavior that, in the end of things, only impacts Sebastian further.
In this interview, but some days it's just so hard for me to understand how people can be mean to this man. I don't get it. I don't know if I really don't know if I will quite, ever get that. I'm just.
Why we lose our minds once in a while.
Agree.
Okay. So this is.
My house is not a home. He should be here. School's already out. He should be here enjoying summer break.
He was going to be moving into your house this time. Like, he was supposed to be coming to you and living with you full time, like right about now.
Several days ago, 2 weeks ago, he'd have been here. He'd been out of that situation and he'd never have to go back.
He'd have been out of that situation and never had to go back. Let me clarify on that, because that wasn't the deal, that he was never going back. That wasn't the situation. He would have still gone and seen his mom. So this whole, See, this is where I lose my empathy.
Now, this is kind of another dovetail. You had received reports. I know you can't discuss the reports. Maybe you can answer this.
We're going to slow this down because this is important and this is problematic.
Were you shocked about what you read in the reports? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I was.
Hello, Moto. Okay. And I know that
Shocked more when my name's not on any of the reports because they didn't bother to call me.
yeah, and that's been a because you had, I mean, I want the audience to understand. Hello, Moto.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Betty, I think it was just as big of a shock as to the fact that they didn't notify him as to what was inside those reports.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. I don't know, a father that has joint custody, I don't understand why he wouldn't be immediately notified unless that information was withheld from the Department of Children and Family Services. Sometimes they don't have those details.
I mean, if he had no custody.
There's multiple things that could be the reason for them not notifying him. Truthfully, we don't know. And to even assume off of what they're saying is off base.
Whatsoever, no custodial rights is the only way it makes sense to me.
Right. And he had to hire an attorney to go get those records, didn't he?
He did. He did.
Yeah.
When he hired the attorney is one question that I have because I've heard two different stories.
I did have to hire an attorney to get those records pushed through to get to me. The only thing I can state of those records is that there is a statement stating that the only place he felt safe was here.
I don't want you getting yourself into a legal quagmire. So I'll let you speak about what you're comfortable speaking about, but just.
I can't really mention anything about him. Lord help me if.
For us to even assume what the contents of these CPS reports are, if there's a report, anything, we're taking huge leaps here with any assumptions of what did or did not happen based on their words. Truthfully, it's not something that I will do because having interaction with CPS myself, shocker, huh? I've told you guys that a million times. There's just so many things that could play into a CPS report. And there's reasons why he might not have been. If they called we just don't know. There's just not enough detail, factual information around that to even make assumptions.
If DCS contacts my attorney one more time, I'd already told her what to do if they contact her one more time. I'm not speaking about them. I'm not giving them out to anybody.
Right.
Sir, you're speaking about him right now.
So.
Yeah, and you're not doing anything to violate the confidentiality. You're happy to have those reports. At the end of the day, you now know what happened or what is alleged to have happened, at least for whatever incidences those cover.
It's more insight. It's more insight in figuring out what was going on. Because
fuck, for all we know, they could be blank sheets of paper. Like, truthfully, we have no idea here what is factual. If it's not coming from law enforcement and we're not seeing the documents, again, it's a minor. We should not be privy to this information. And that's why there's laws of not releasing this stuff. But again, ugh. Oh, thank you so much, Air Force Vet. Thank you for the support again.
It's obvious that the communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
We don't know that.
Have you ever been contacted by DCS at all?
Pay attention.
Ever in the past?
Not here. Not here. I'd had it at CPS in California.
Okay.
And can you share what that was related to? Or is that?
My son went to school and told his teacher that I beat his ass.
All right. Trigger warning upcoming because this bothers me. And I have some strong feelings on what we're about to hear.
And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room or I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room.
Mm-hmm.
there was the threat of a butt whooping.
So threatening him with what has been turned into corporal punishment when Chris admitted to a pop on the butt with a belt is okay. That Seth threatens a butt whooping. Okay.
Right.
You know,
I got it.
and he was like, "Well, he said that you were gonna beat him," and I'm like, "Wow, okay." So when he came home, I literally turned on Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on, and I showed him what a beatdown was through video games.
So your response to this whole situation after being contacted by CPS, DCS, is to take the child home and to show him a video of a beat down on Mortal Kombat. Okay. All right.
I was like, "You see all that blood and everything, son?"
You see all that blood and stuff, son? Reminder, he was 5, 6 years old at the time that they were in California. 7.
That's a beatdown. I was gonna bust your butt. Come on. Really?
So he shows a graphic video on a video game to show him the difference between a butt whooping and a beatdown.
It was like, "I'm sorry, Dad." And I'm like, "There's no reason to be sorry. It's educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use."
You want a 5 or 6-year-old to educate themselves on the verbiage that you're using to threaten him with.
Because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So
Do you think that that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion, do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California, how old was he? Like 7, 8?
most of those were, no, he wasn't.
Most of those implying multiple. Do I need to back that up? I'm going to.
Come on. Really?
There we go.
It was like, "I'm sorry, Dad." And I'm like, "There's no reason to be sorry. It's educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use. Because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing." So
Do you think that that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion, do you think that, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California, how old was he? Like 7, 8?
most of those were, no, he wasn't. It was, I want to say,
There he said it again. Most of those implying multiple, more than one.
5 or 6.
Gotcha.
Confirms the age.
Gotcha.
So he was only going to school for a half a day.
Gotcha.
Which was only a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm. I want to ask you about this because I didn't quite hear this, but my audience and my mods had brought it up to me that you had indicated that your son had some type of brain ailment that you guys learned of, either
It's called hydrocephalus, Betty.
fluid on the brain or...
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. It's been there since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
You have to watch him, make sure he doesn't suffer any head injuries or anything like that. It was too big for them to put a
stent.
A stent. It was not big enough to put a stent in, but still big enough to actually cause damage if he had. That's why I didn't want him in football.
Right.
I didn't want him putting on a helmet and going, head first into something, because anything that might cause damage to his head is not something like I want my buddy to be safe.
When you heard Katie indicate that there was a potential thud coming from his room with the knowledge of his head injury, how does that make you feel?
If I had heard it in my house, I'd have been in my son's room to find out what was going on.
But sir, you worked 12-hour shifts overnight and Sebastian was home alone.
If I hear any kind of strange noise coming out of his room, wherever room he happened to be in, any room, period, I'm going to go find out what that noise is, verify, see what's going on. The fact that she would say that there was that type of noise and not go check on him.
You know how common it is? Can all my teenager moms and dads in here, or when your kids were teenagers, you know how often you hear thuds from their rooms? It obviously wasn't a concerning thud to where she felt appropriate. I mean, she's raised the kid for 15 years. You think she would kind of decipher the difference of thuds. Meanwhile, he leaves him home for 12 hours. Come on, people. Like, if you want to pick apart all of the little things, there's so many things that you could pick apart, but we're getting caught up in the weeds.
To me, it's not proper parenting.
Yeah, she called out to him.
Based on your knowledge.
And she did. You're right. She did. She hollered upstairs and said, "Hey, everything okay?" Basically. Yeah, Mom.
Of your son's behaviors. Do you believe he would have left the house in the middle of the night?
Different scenarios go through my head. For him to leave and not have his shoes, coat, take his switch or his phone, stuff that I know that he want with him if he was going to run away. No. But for him to leave without shoes or anything else on there, the situation would have to be severe enough for him not to be able to grab that stuff.
So he's implying that it was a severe situation, something severe enough. Again, pushing narratives.
So, based on the information that I know about my son and the story that is being told by his mom, for him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning is straight bullshit. And she knows that's how I feel about it.
Have you been involved or heard of any other incident where he disappeared or got lost in the past?
Never.
By the way, just another thing to clear up. So all of that dispatch audio, right? A neighbor, none of that was confirmed ever. In fact, Duchess confirmed that the other day as we were reviewing this. There is nothing in that was confirmation that was Sebastian under the car of the neighbor's house. So that is not vetted information.
Betty, I will tell you that I had a private conversation initially with CP and KP, and I asked them very directly, and I know there's been some contradictions, but I asked them if it was normal for him to just walk out of the house regardless of the time of day, and they both in unison said absolutely not.
Okay. And
that's pretty interesting.
Obviously, it's not interesting. It's sad because he wasn't typically somebody that eloped. This is not behavior that they knew was going on, and he's still missing. It's not interesting. It's sad.
Is there a special spot that Sebastian loved to go that you're aware of?
Up here?
Anywhere there, near their house, near your house?
Down there, I don't know. Up here, the park that I've done 2 or 3 interviews at, he loves to play there. He likes to go to the pond over by the high school, which is a 45-minute trip in my truck, and Yellow River, which is clear out in Palmyra. So, but would he know how to get out to those areas?
Right.
And I've been out there. I've been out there along the rivers looking.
I'm really sorry. I don't.
Just want to find my son. Just want to bring him home. Just want to bring him home.
When you learned of Sebastian's, many medical issues and disabilities, what did the doctors instruct you guys to do as parents to properly care for your son?
They didn't instruct us to do anything.
That's actually a really good question that she asked. Because I'm assuming that with his medically complex diagnosis, with the chromosomal deletion, the fluid on the brain, all of that, there would have been, the chest plate, for instance, the contact sports. I'm sure somebody educated them somewhere.
So there wasn't like any special classes or anything that you guys had that they recommended or anything like that?
Well, Sebastian went to a lot of classes. We didn't. He had speech therapy. He had
Let's take it back a moment. You remember in the first initial interviews that he did, and he was saying that she wasn't getting him the proper help in regards to California, but there was also, can't remember which interview, we haven't gotten there yet, but there's one interview that he talks about how he wasn't in the proper classes. Well, right here, the kid was getting a lot of extra assistance. And that's amazing. Absolutely incredible.
He had speech therapy. He had fine motor control classes. He had gross motor control classes. You name it, whatever it was I could get him into, I got him into.
And he instantly goes back to whatever he could get him into is what he got him into. I don't think, sir, that you're the only one that got him into these things. I have a feeling that his mom was very proactive in getting him into these classes too. I don't like how he does that.
I mean, going to California was the worst mistake in the world because their education system sucks.
It's always somebody else. People not paying attention. The education system sucks. The CPS worker, everybody else. That's a factor throughout. And that's where my empathy starts to dwindle again, because everybody else is a problem but Seth. Seth's behavior. And there's people that are just like this in general. Like, this, again, does not mean that he's responsible for the disappearance of his son. Doesn't mean he was even a shitty parent. It just is what it is, truthfully.
Unbelief. First year that he was there, they literally taught him the letter S. Like, my son knows the whole alphabet and he can count 1 to 10. Why are you just having him do S?
Right.
Because y'all suck.
Yeah, that's California. I didn't know their education was, I don't know why I didn't consider their education.
Off topic, No Child Left Behind was handled the wrong fucking way. All right.
Oh, Lord bless us all.
Instead of just passing kids to get them through class so their numbers look good, they should have hired more teachers. So you had a higher teacher to student ratio.
Do you want to know that it's hard to get teachers to even work in schools right now because, oh my God. Okay, this is where it becomes really hard for me to not overrun my mouth.
Way the children would learn. Then No Child's Left Behind, and everybody gets a decent education. Sorry.
That's okay. But you had a lot of problems, like even with the type of classes your son needed in California. I think I heard you say that Georgia was the best, or was it just the opposite? You hated Georgia.
Oh, Georgia was extremely horrible.
Okay, gotcha.
Georgia's where they sat there and told me, "Won't your son just grow the chromosome back like he's a fuck?" Yeah. So,
and this is where I about lost my shit, because He almost just slipped up and called his own son a slur.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm one of the lizard people, you know, and don't worry, my eyes blink regular, but he'll grow back his chromosome like a lost fucking limb. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
Best place ever was Kansas.
Nice. That's kind of, actually, to be honest with you, Kansas is not really, wouldn't have thought of that, to be honest with you.
They have a facility in the town where he was from, Betty, and it's really good.
Gotcha.
In Riverton.
Yeah. I feel so bad for Seth. I'm really sorry. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're here, you know, keeping him, you know, at least nothing more. He sees a friendly face when he looks up, you know. It's got to be probably pretty hard on him and terrifying all the same. I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, like I said, these are.
I'm having a real hard time here because I could pull out IEPs and show you guys. I wouldn't do that to my little ones, but they have IEPs. IEP meetings, having an IEP is extensive. It's an extensive process. The parents have to be involved. There's a lot to it. He probably, I would assume they might have done a combo situation, but there's potential he had a 501 too, or not 501. A 501 also is what I should have said. But there's a lot more to this. Medically complex usually has a 501. Is that what it is? What? 504? Why am I?
Is this dude really?
501c3 is what I'm talking about.
Is this dude really like?
But I mean a 504.
Talk politics.
He's attempting. I know. I know. And he's got a missing child. I know.
You know what really grinds my gears is that.
Shush. Love you.
It's the goddamn liberals and Joe Biden. He must have did it.
This is what he wants to be talking about. It's not easy, but he would much rather be talking about this stuff than some of the other BS.
Yeah.
Yes, Jamal, 504. I kept saying 501 because I've had the 501c3 thing on my head ever since T-Rev brought it up the other day. It's a 504. Yeah. Yes, he does, y'all. He does. Yes. Trevor Lee, thank you. Yeah. You guys know what I'm talking about. 504. The 501, 504, 502. I don't fucking know anymore. Welcome home, Kyle. Kyle's like, why are we taking these hits?
Was your son, was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Thank you, Revival.
Good chance and possibility.
Gotcha. And prior to this whole disappearance, what was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things. And when the divorce initially happened, I had an attorney. And pretty much he told me that he just wanted to play dirty and take everything from her.
Wait, what? Wait, why didn't I catch this last night? I didn't catch this last night. He had an attorney originally, and the attorney only wanted to play dirty and take everything from her. So I mean, if you have seen the divorce documents, they're really nasty. Divorces are not pretty. They're not. I mean, they're just not. Yeah, Trevor, it did. All of this bothers me. All of this. I know, y'all. Sorry. I got y'all saying 501. No, it's a 504. The plan is a 5, and I should know that because I have one sitting in the drawer right here. And that's not a lie. But the 501c3 with the freaking nonprofits, we've been talking about that. Yeah. Anyways, our 50 numbers are totally backwards today. Sorry about that, y'all. But I think that just lends to me. I mean, if the attorney represents the clients, that's just how this goes. Bye, New Zealand.
And I was like, that doesn't help our son. I just want a divorce so I can start again. And that was before she accused me of some of the things that she did. But when she did that, he was like, you're the one that chose to play it nice. And I looked at him and I was like, I chose to be a human and not accuse her of everything that she's done. Child still deserves a mother.
Oh, why do we have to go here? What? Oh. I don't know if I can do this one. This is going to get worse.
Child still deserves to have his father.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, this is what you get for playing noise. And I looked at it and I was like, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of that retainer because you're not getting any more from me. I'll represent myself. So I did. And so much happened. I wish I had more money. I wish I had a different thought process because I just wanted to be in my son's life. And I didn't think that my son deserved not to have his mother in his life.
You talk about, you know, obviously it was, and of course it's been plastered all over social media. So, you know, even I know about the divorce proceedings and how.
Actually, I'd like to say something about that. It's funny how every one of her declarations that she wrote.
Well, maybe you should leak them. Maybe you should leak your declarations like you did other shit. Maybe you should leak them.
Did he just say, I wish I had more money?
I don't know.
Yes, he did. Dumbass.
Kyle, I don't even know where this man is coming from over here. He just comes rolling in the door, hot as hell, and just spews something out. Okay. That's what I live with. Anyways, what is happening here? Oh,
Is out there. None of my declarations are out there. So everybody's only getting her written side of the divorce, but nobody sees any of mine out there. I really think it's funny that that's out there on Reddit, but my stuff isn't out there on Reddit.
well, you know, people probably FOIA'd the documents and got those documents, but I'm sure you have a team you could have leaked your stuff to. I'm surprised you haven't by now. Yeah.
The stuff that I
Chasing, I'll get canceled if that happens.
Yeah, that's an interesting
You're
perspective.
hot.
It seems like it's a one-sided narrative.
Kyle listened to me as I was watching you last night, and I was like detailing everything to him, and he was like sitting there like, what is yeah.
For sure.
And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine because all of my declarations aren't written by me. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors? What she put me through? The hell that she put me through?
Trevor.
I didn't have a single, I mean, we're talking about, I went 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, you know,
What does that have to do with anything? That caught me off guard right there too. I thought he was doing push-ups. I've never seen Kyle do a push-up in my life. What does that have to do with anything? Him having a girlfriend. That this lends to me thinking that, you know, again, like it's sad because you can just tell, like for him, in ways, his life pretty much kind of stopped. It's like he ceased to exist a little bit after that. And it's part of the whole story, the victimhood, but him having a girlfriend has nothing to do with this.
Wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse. And I was good living in my sanctuary, my house. The only person that came into my house.
And then he has to throw that in there about the abuse.
Was my son. This is the safest place he knew because he felt safe here. Of course, he's going to feel safe in my sanctuary because he had his own little sanctuary here too. You want to know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house. And I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son. Because
okay, I just have to take us back a step here on this part right here. Again, a lot of people feel differently about pharmaceutical medications. When you have a chemical imbalance with a child, every family has to make the decision what's best for them and their child. I don't shame anybody. I was anti-medication for the longest time, and I had to come around to the purposes and the needs and the benefits of it. What I will say is that Sebastian was not diagnosed with autism at the time that he's discussing. So he's talking about potentially medications. We don't know again, but when he was really young, during the medical diagnosis stuff, more so than anything. Kyle Shirt says death row records. Somebody asked that in the comments too.
Because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4.
Well, again, he's talking about how he disagreed with everybody else. Again, everybody else is the problem. So the people at the school were the problem. Everybody else is the problem. Okay.
Give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out, and he goes and takes a leak. Instead of building stuff up in the system, and you're giving him Ritalin, you're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids?
That's the cue ball, Tony.
Jesus
he's the PR manager.
Is that a carnauba wax up there?
That's TikTok Tony. Kyle don't know who Tony is, so this could be interesting.
You want some, Tony? You can have some of mine.
But
yeah, dude.
If that's what your son needed, like if that's what he needed, this is so hard because I don't want to overspeak here because everybody has a different parenting style. Everybody has different likes and dislikes. It's not right, wrong, and different. But when you're purposely doing everything to kind of sabotage what others are trying to accomplish for the best benefit of the child, there becomes conflict.
He does look like Billy Bob Thornton.
You wanted good, wholesome remedies to help you.
He, as a child, needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me, and all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore, and then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else, and he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication.
Then if he... Okay, so again, here's the double speak. So if he wasn't on medication until he was 8 years old, then he's talking about the divorce being because of... You get where I'm saying here? You guys catching what I'm saying? Cheech, yes, for some, but that's never been my experience ever. And I have been through 1,000,001 doctors with my little ones. That's never been the experience I've had, but I know some people have. And again, your personal opinion on that is totally fine. There's a benefit for some people and not for others. So there's that. And it just varies. But do you understand what I'm saying here? Like everything is.
I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that.
But he says he has structure and routine, but then he works 12-hour shifts. Sebastian's left home alone without it. Then he says he doesn't have any structure and routine. They don't really have a schedule. They do whatever they want whenever they... This is the shit I can't handle from Seth. Like going back to the divorce. He says that there was a problem with the pharmaceuticals, that was contentious in the divorce. But then he says that he wasn't on medication until he was 8. Like this back and forth here is unnecessary and doing nobody any good.
So you kind of hit on something, and I was going to be getting into your relationship with Katie a little further down in this, but you said some things that kind of perked my curiosity. Was Katie abusive to you?
She had a drinking problem. And when you say abusive, she was active duty Navy.
All right. Fuck you for this. You heard me. Fuck you for this. I come from a long line of Navy sailors. Not one of them had a drinking problem. And that's factual.
And, their slogan nowadays is, I'm a sailor with a drinking problem instead of being a drinker with a sailing problem. You want to know about emotional, physical, all that? We can check all those. I mean, I dealt with a lot. Being a stay-at-home dad, and I'm not doing a man's job and getting told this all the time.
Why didn't you enlist in the military, Seth? Why don't you tell people that? Why don't you tell people why Katie entered the military and you didn't?
She does a man's job. No, you're not doing a man's job, honey. You're literally an electrician. It's a profession. All right. That profession is not limited by your gender. I'm very, there's 2 jobs in the world, maybe 3, but a man's job is to protect his family, and a man can impregnate a female. A female is supposed to take care of their children.
I know.
All right. Very Pacific.
Did you all see Kyle's face on that one?
What?
Yeah.
Specific gender roles in my life. The way I was raised. Everything else is a profession. All right.
So at the very least, you could say that he has some pretty extremist beliefs and views. Again, that has nothing to do with his son and the disappearance of his son, but his personality, the way he speaks. It's.
What's a man's job? I'm supposed to tell everybody what a man job is.
Oh,
I got tired of it.
A man job is
a man's job.
Yeah, is anything that you want it to be. It doesn't. There's no man's job. I mean,
it's whatever you want to do.
If you want to be the stereotypical like logger or railroader or military, I mean, whatever. But there's also men that stay at home and raise kids, and that's a noble profession as well. So, I don't know. I don't get this guy. I've tried to put myself in his shoes multiple times, and this is not the way I would go about it if my child was missing. So that's how I feel.
When she asked for the divorce, I was good. I was like, please. I just want to be in my son's life.
May I ask you something? And
Cynthia, if that works for your family, that's what you chose to do. Everybody's belief system. You're allowed to do what you want in your home.
I just want to ask you this kind of, because this has kind of unfolded itself like over the last 24 hours. Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Okay, right there. I find that hard to believe. I find that extremely hard to believe that he doesn't know the date of his divorce, considering everybody else on the internet does. I find that to be completely bullshit. I'm going to call it what it is. I don't believe at all. And the quick avoiding of that makes me really uncomfortable. For those of you that don't know, February 26th, 2016.
Well, somebody is actually saying
Sebastian went missing on February 26th, 2024. Could it be a coincidence? Absolutely. Could it not be? Absolutely.
that it was February 26, 2019, exactly 8 years from the day your son disappeared.
2016.
Or 2016. Sorry, yes.
And Tony confirms that they 100% know.
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go literally through either through the records, the paper records, or I'd have to go through my emails.
If you found out that it was on the date that your son disappeared, what does that mean to you?
Oh, you missed
it. Just another day that she fucked my life up. Another day that what? First one was a divorce, way to destroy the nuclear family. And
what?
This is so hard for me. For those of you that know me, know why this is hard for me. So this is another day she destroyed my life. This is why I say his bitterness, his resentment, he absolutely knew the date. It obviously plays a role somewhere in here. And Aurora, you would not want to right now, truthfully. And I wouldn't even be comfortable telling you guys what I think right now, because I hope to God I'm way the fuck far off. I just can't overlook this shit, though. Like the destruction of a nuclear family. For those of you that don't know, that just means a close, smaller family unit, to traditional roles. It's what it is. And again, we're very old school in our values, extremely old school in certain things, but not others. But his bitterness, the revenge seeking comes out excessively with this.
Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's two things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer.
Ugh.
That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody. He was going to be a builder.
He was going to be a builder. Speaking in past tense. And the reason I point that out is because Chris and Katie have been railed over the coals for how they speak of Sebastian. So again, I'm not shaming any of them for that. I have slipped up myself and used past tense. So
at some point after the divorce, the animosity had to have calmed down. It sounded like you guys kind of got into a rhythm, a system, if you will. You know, Sebastian was, you know, going to your house. On the other, you know, the weekends, it seemed like you guys weren't having custody disputes.
You just found something Kyle and Seth have in
blowing
common.
your nose on the camera. You're goddamn professional.
We just found the one thing Kyle and Seth have in common. The nose blowing.
My bad, dog.
The baby elephants.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
He's been removed from basically everything. He's been removed from the command center, from the school, from the military base. The guy obviously has some aggression, anger issues, you could potentially say. I don't know him personally, but just from what he tells us about himself, there's the pattern here.
I know this is difficult. I hate it really sucks. But what I was asking is, you know, after the divorce, you know, obviously it was pretty contentious, and you tried to keep the higher ground.
I didn't try.
Ma'am, the higher ground. I hate how she's Betty, I get what you're doing here. You're posturing yourself. You're trying to be team one because your exes are your ex, and I get it. But I bet you even sat back and went, oh shit, he said a lot that he shouldn't have.
I did.
Yeah. You guys were clearly at some point started working together, you know, making sure that your son, you know, went back between the houses, that it was calm. It seems like you guys were becoming a well-oiled machine, if you will. Is that an accurate assessment?
Looking at these DCS records?
No, take those out. Just your knowledge of the situation, just the way you're.
My knowledge of the situation?
Yeah, just at the time, you know, before your son disappeared, you know, you guys appeared to have the animosity worked out where you guys, would that be an accurate statement?
Animosity was probably still there.
Okay. So he admits that the animosity was still there. That's very apparent.
Raise its ugly head every once in a while.
Gotcha.
Me, I just tried my best to ignore it. Simple things like, why don't you enforce the same rules that at my house? You know, so on and so forth. And it's like, you got in trouble at your house. You got in trouble in your watch. You tell me why he's in trouble, and I will determine if it's severe enough that he will be punished here. But if it's not, I'm not going to continue the punishment. This is a different household.
And I just got to point out, again, this goes across the board, but when you do that type of stuff, when you have a co-parenting existence and one person intentionally does everything to unravel what the other person is doing, that's not co-parenting, that's sabotaging the situation. And the only person that hurts is Sebastian again. So if there's common ground. You stick to the common ground and you try to be a cohesive unit for the best interest of the child. That, again, my opinion, but you can tell that even by what he's saying, like he was against everything that was attempting to be done. If it wasn't Seth's idea or Seth in charge of it or Seth's show, he intentionally kind of unraveled that. And it just is what it is.
You know, he didn't do his homework. Well, he's going to suffer on that end, but he's going to suffer at your house. He's not going to suffer at mine. Because when he was here doing homework during COVID, he did his homework.
But if he's suffering, Seth, he's suffering across the board, not just, oh, God.
I didn't have to worry about it.
I knew I shouldn't have done this one.
I just don't see the point of him getting to come stay at my house and be in trouble for something he did at your house and being punished at mine.
Right. You wanted to visit with him. You didn't want to punish him.
I got 2 days with him.
Right.
And literally, you know, I go pick him up on Friday when he gets out of school at 3 o'clock. I literally get Saturday all day with him and then have to take him back on Sunday. So I'm really getting only one solid day with him. You think I'm going to punish my son?
Right.
You're out your fucking mind. You know, Mr. Chris.
I can give him that. I can give him, with the limited amount of time that he had with him, that he didn't want to be punishing him, that he wanted to be a dad and enjoy his son. I get that. But he's still missing the bigger picture here. And it all revolves back to what he wants, not what's in the best interest of the child. And that's where it bothers me.
Chris, I don't like the fact that he's, you know, you got him wearing underwear at your house. Well, we don't have the accidents at my house that he seems to be having at your house. So why, again, am I going to have my son wearing a fucking diaper at my house when he can get up and go use the bathroom and not have an accident?
Okay. Again, I got to say something here because this bothers me so bad, because he's diminishing Sebastian by doing this. If the child, Sebastian, has incontinence issues, it's not on and off. And he's not saying that it didn't happen ever at his home. He's saying it didn't happen as often, basically, is what he's trying to get across. And again, if it was better for Sebastian's mental health to not have accidents on his clothing, be it in a school setting, in public, then incontinence briefs are absolutely needed. And what you're doing is shaming him for doing what is best for him. I don't know the situation. I'm just giving a broad, but that's humiliating to try and oh, this just drives me nuts, because there's a need for those, and there could, yeah, fuck.
Do you think Katie and Chris stressed him out? Do you think that's why he was having accidents?
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DVC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stress me the fuck out and work them.
But you moved to Tennessee after they did. They stressed you out so badly that they helped you land a job and get situated in Tennessee so you could be by your son. They stressed you out so bad that Chris and you drove around and he showed you the area because you don't know it when you were looking for your son together. They stressed you out so bad that you have done about 60 interviews probably at this point in time, trashing them at every turn.
Wow. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
Facing this is way harder than I expected it to be. I dreaded doing this, but I think it's important that people see the intentional unraveling that he's doing and targeting. Again, yes, he is a father going through the worst time. I wouldn't want to wish that on anybody. But this has so changed into something it should have never been. And Sebastian's still missing. And this is the only person at the end of the day that he's harming is Sebastian. Yeah, he's harming Chris and Katie and himself. But he's really hurting his child. And that I just can't overlook it. It drives me bonkers. And it's been all of these intentional things that he's placed and releasing and doing. And it just breaks my heart.
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of,
it might only be 56.
Be geared toward Chris. So, according to Chris, both of you guys spoke, what he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true? And how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number is still the same. And I know he probably watching, he probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off.
So Chris was communicating with Seth. They were communicating about Sebastian, and now he's taking the opportunity to do this. Okay.
Call me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's been my key phrase, I guess. Right. But that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to, play Houdini out of their house.
Way before my son went off. Again, go back to the first interview that he did. He said repeatedly that his son left. He left. That was the terms. Now he's saying before my son went off. Why would you be using verbiage like that if you assumed that she harmed him? If you go back to, I think he's playing video games. I just don't have the resources to get to him. Think about what he is saying here. In my opinion, again, this is heavy opinion, but Seth is still speaking about it like he did run off.
Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm just tired of the bullshit.
What is that?
No parent should be going through this.
Scotty, it's only a Chevy. Where does that come from?
Whoever has my son, just drop him off at a gas station, man. Show a little fucking humanity.
Drop him off at a gas station, man. Again, speaking to makes me believe that he thinks somebody has him.
My heart is missing.
Not once, Chris has.
Just drop him off. Tell him to go call 911.
Yeah.
What
he actually said was, beam me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. I don't know where that line comes from or what it is. I've heard beam me up, Scotty, but never it's only a Chevy. You?
I think that's just two dumb sayings that collided.
My son.
I think it'd be interesting to have a body language expert.
Well, what's interesting is there is a bunch of professionals that have done interviews, but only on the mother and the stepfather based off of misinformation interviews. And the behavior panel said that they didn't detect deception, basically. And then all these other lunatics, in my opinion, that claim to be ex-professionals have never analyzed him. They only analyze the other two.
Life ain't fair, but this is bullshit.
Give him just a second, Betty.
Yeah. And, I know you're a smoker. If you need to light one up, go ahead. It doesn't bother me one bit. I know this has got to be just awful. While he's taking.
By the way, Kyle's being facetious when he says the behavior readings. He calls it junk science too.
Taking a break. I just want to do a check in chat to make sure everybody is doing well in chat and everybody's being good as good as is expected with 2,800 people. So I do appreciate everybody being here. If you guys are getting something out of this, please consider hitting that like button. And again, Tony, I do appreciate all this. I know this has got to be crap.
We appreciate you. We appreciate the format. We appreciate you keeping this predominantly about Sebastian. I mean, like I said,
yeah.
Sir, did you just wake up?
Other than the 2.5 hours of bashing my ex.
And we're not talking like just in the courtroom setting, y'all. Like when it comes to actual, like we love watching that stuff, but it's just when it comes to actual trials and shit.
These questions aren't easy for a grieving father, but this is really what he wants the world to focus on is Sebastian. And he says that 20 times a day. And I think you would agree after seeing him tonight that he clearly means that.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, it's been hard. I mean, I'm thankful for these glasses. And one of the reasons why I'm not taking them off, because you'll see my eyes are like, they're tearing up. I'm having,
Jesus, Betty, shut up. That's probably the reflection from your sequins that are blinding you. It's not the fucking 80s anymore, ma'am.
I'm having, it's hard for me, to hear this because it's just a bad situation. Nobody wants to be here, and we are. So what can we do to help? At this point, I don't know. I really don't know, except keeping his name out there and letting people know who Sebastian is.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing. What you're doing is giving Seth the platform to drag Chris and Katie once again. And we're going to get into more of that. You want to take it downstairs? I need a cigarette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you said it 100 times on your show. What we would ask of everybody that has a heart.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, zooming through the sky.
Stop.
Little Einstein.
Stop.
We're gonna take you guys downstairs because both Kyle and I need a actual tobacco. This little water thing isn't doing anything for me, and this is stressing me out. Anyways, yeah. Ooh, the Aquanet. Yeah, that might be a good. Hey, I like aerosol hairspray, so I actually use a dry texture spray though. Okay, we're going on a break. Oh, hold on. Lift him up.
Whiskey.
Oh,
Whiskey.
hold on. That's way close up.
Oh wait, give me out of the
Kenzie.
crazy with my hair.
Say hi. You want to fight? You guys want to fight?
Square up. Get him.
Say let's fight, friends. All right. There's enough of that. Okay. Kenzie's like, oh, I just saw my reflection in the camera. She does look. She took the little swimming while I was on here, so she looks a little frazzled. All right, let's continue to go.
That doesn't want to go through this, that has some compassion, is that we focus on the child. We focus on Sebastian, and either do your part and pray, do your part and keep the word out there, or just move on to another missing child that needs a platform.
And there's always, you can always go and just, if you want to do something, go post a flyer.
Or just move on to another child. Tony, isn't that ironic coming from you? Isn't that ironic? Just move on. Just move on. If you don't do it our way, then just move on. Why do you guys think it is that every single person that was associated with Seth who really wanted to help was manipulated, used, and then thrown out and tossed to the side? You're going to hear more of that coming up.
Or on your pole right outside your home. That's probably the quickest and easiest way you can help.
I just got back from, as you know, North Dakota like 15 minutes before we got on.
How cold was it there? I hear it's cold all year round.
No, it's like 70 degrees. It wasn't bad.
Wow. Okay.
But I had the magnet on my truck.
Oh my God, Betty. I hear North Dakota is not cold all year round. It has a summer season. And it's incredibly hot certain times. The winters are fucking hell, but you can tell
on Reddit that it's winter every day.
Yeah, it's probably, according to Betty, probably snow.
And every gas station I stopped at, from Oklahoma to North Dakota, and every gas station in North Dakota, I went in and put flyers on the windows. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the messages we want to get out there is we don't know.
Oh, I can have that vetted. Every gas station that he stopped in. Now they'll probably say, well, no, that's not the route he took. I could have that vetted.
Where this child is at. Mm-hmm. And it might sound silly to be in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and be putting flyers out 40 minutes from the Canadian.
I was born and raised in Nodak.
Border, but
in Montana.
We've heard theories about him being in Alaska. We've heard theories about him, being across the border. I mean,
no, you've created theories about him being in Alaska. That was whole shit show that had nothing to it. That was a previously planned trip. Oh my God. Why does he do this? He intentionally throws in misinformation.
Tony, the truck stop guy.
Tony, the trucker.
You know, it's just
Truck stop, Tony.
we just don't know. And you know, people that truly want to help, that have compassion, that are part of, as I always say, part of the solution, not the problem. You know, anybody can print a flyer off. I mean, it doesn't have to be on 50-cent a sheet paper. I mean, they could be black and white flyers. It's still getting his image out there.
Yeah.
You know, you have to ask yourself when you're involved in cases like this, you know, are you an asset or a liability?
Are you, Tony? Are you? You kind of seem like a liability to me if you're protecting your client, who obviously is going through the worst time of his life and having conversations about pew-pews with random YouTubers who use it for content instead of concern. Are you a liability, Tony? That's what you kind of seem like to me.
And there's really no in between.
Right. Right. There's not really a middle of the road. It's all in or all out.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I've got a few questions, for you, but I'm kind of waiting to the end because it kind of all dovetails into my closing. So the only real thing I can really ask you is how has, and it's going to be kind of talking about behind Seth's back. But
I was being facetious about him being a trucker, you guys. He's not a truck driver. He's a crane salesman. He sells cranes. He likes truck stops is what Kyle is being a dork about. He actually sells cranes for a living.
How has Seth been to you, behind the scenes?
We talk multiple times a day. I mean, I have a routine. I usually check on him in the morning. I check on Randy Harris in the morning. Randy and I talk about work things, and Caleb, and Seth and I talk about whatever it is he wants to talk about.
Yeah. Actually, I was just going to say, on the next break, I would like to get an update on Caleb, but now that Seth is back, I would like to. Hey.
Well, I heard him talking behind my back, so I wanted to come see what he had to really say.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know me, I'm prying over here.
Buddy, I'll tell you what, you're going to be putting time out after this show. I can promise you.
Yeah. Well, this is just an unfortunate thing, but it's kind of hard.
Here we go into the unnecessary cringe fest.
Because I'm trying to find the perspective, and, the way I'm seeing this kind of unfolding is it seems like Chris is like the domineering one. And how
what's by every truck stop in Montana? Side note here. Anybody know what you can find? Anaconda by the truck stop, in Butte, Montana by the truck stop, and Laurel, Montana by the truck stop, and Missoula, Montana by the truck stop. Anybody know?
How often did you speak with Katie before all of this? Was your primary contact Chris, or did you ever speak to Katie?
I spoke to Katie, but see, the animosity that's there between me and Katie wasn't really there when it was me and Chris.
So you just find it easier to work with Chris than you do to work with Katie?
Yeah.
John, ding, ding, ding. Absolutely. Fred's is in Missoula. All of them. That's across the interstate. Don't ask me how I know.
Prior to this, right? Gotcha.
Correct.
How did Chris approach when he asked you? How did he approach you when he asked you to take Sebastian full time? What was that conversation like?
Many discussions had been had before it was approached, but both Chris and Katie and everybody was like, he is a different child when he comes back from living with you. And because he's a different child, it's like I kept trying to tell him if they're having a problem with him, let me talk to him. Let me know what you'd like me to address so that I can speak to him.
But you just said that you didn't want this is the double speak. He didn't want to have to be the disciplinarian. He didn't understand why he had to punish him. And then now he's saying that
And Sebastian could.
Shut up, Becky.
From an early age, me and Sebastian communicated. Like, before he could even speak, he would do grunts and sounds and stuff like that. Point. And I know exactly what.
That's typical child development.
Woman. And it upset some people in life. But it's like, it's not my fault. I know what my son was. Our wavelengths were more in tune. I connected to my son. I mean, you kind of do that when you're, deadbeat tired to the world, and you're sitting there feeding him a bottle, going, "I'm still awake. I'm still awake. There's still milk in the bottle." You know, trying. I've got pictures of where, you know, he literally crawling everywhere, and then he would just hit his limit, and he'd be out on the floor. And it's like, do I pick him up, wake him up, or do
I sped it up.
I just slide a pillow up underneath him and then put a blanket on him, and try to get 20 or 30 minutes worth of sleep while he's passed out? And it's just one of those things. It's like,
anybody else notice that one thing that is consistent with Seth in every interview that he does? When he speaks about Sebastian, he speaks about the early years, most predominantly the California, the ages from infancy to about 5, 6. That seems like when they had the most significant time together. That's what I notice, at least.
I believe children are supposed to have a solid foundation to lean on as they grow up. And I believe I was that solid foundation with the structure that I had in the house, everything routine, the court system literally.
But it wasn't, Seth. It wasn't. This is where I get hung up with him. What he's about to say about the court system, I about fell over.
At one point in time during the divorce, told me that I was borderline abusive because I had, shower time at 7 and bedtime at 8. It's like, how is that borderline abusive? It's routine.
I would love to see the transcripts of that, because I just don't buy that. I'm sorry. I don't buy that a judge said that showering by 7 and in bed by 8. I can't get behind that, because that is structure and stability. And I would bet there's something else in there that was borderline abusive, but routine was probably not it.
It's school. You need to lay down. You need to have your hot shower, be clean, lay down clean in your bed. And whether you're asleep or not, but you need to be laying there so that you will go to sleep.
I don't know how, because that's what I did with my grandchildren. I put them down at 8 o'clock because then they can rest their bodies, and they're usually off by 9:30 after horse playing for an hour or so. And
But I was told that I was borderline abusive by a judge in California for having a set routine for my son. He was in school.
And that's what they tell you to do, is have a very, that's one thing that throughout this whole process that has been instilled in me from all the parents, is that a strict schedule is the best way for autistic children to survive.
That's just, again, she's got to go back to the autism. No, structure and stability and routine is good for anybody, everybody. And it depends on what works for you. Not everybody has to have such a routine. Some people can be more fly by the seat of their pants. It just depends, but it's good for all people, even adults. Sleep is one of the biggest things, especially with chronic illness, mental health conditions. Sleep deprivation causes a lot of problems. Structure and stability is good for everybody. I will continue to go back to that. So is therapy. It does, Terry. It does.
Right.
And they didn't even have him diagnosed as autistic, but with the chromosomal deletion, it was simple to understand that it's not even for autistic children. It should be all children. All children need to have a routine, and it's a foundation, because then it's stability. They already know what's going to happen as the night progresses. No surprises. You got to go, you got to take a shower, you got to get to bed, so that you can get plenty of sleep, so you can wake up in the morning, eat breakfast, get ready for school. You need the sleep for your mind to recover and your body to recover, so that you can absorb the information that's being taught to you at school.
How was your relationship with Katie when you two met?
What do you mean when we met?
Were you aware of her abuse as a child?
I was aware of that.
How did that affect your marriage?
All right.
Seth, stop for a second.
I prefer not to speak about her personal stuff.
Okay.
I still consider myself a gentleman, whether other people do or don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that is her personal life. And that is something that, for me to say anything of it, would be disrespectful for anybody to speak on how somebody else has been, I say.
Gotcha. Well,
and he goes on to say too much as is. But I need to remind you, Seth's own words. She was 12. He was 10 years older when they met.
Then let me ask you this. Do you, and this is going to be a pointed question, and you may want to answer it, you may not want to. Do you believe Katie would abuse your son?
No. Talking about SA, my son.
No, abuse your son. Just abuse him.
Mental abuse.
Physical, mental, verbal.
I mean, for my son to sit there and have told me while we were living in California that why does mama hate you so much? I wouldn't know, son. She's never said that to me. Well, she said that on the phone to you. Well, no, she didn't.
Debbie, I think it's a combination. I think it's because, yes, because of that, Tony has said that he's followed her for a long time. I think it aligns with political beliefs if you're wanting the truth of what I think. I also think that, yes, she is known for chaos and confusion and not solving things. I mean, truthfully, YouTubers aren't going to solve this as is. Law enforcement is. But because she brings chaos and confusion to situations instead of clarity and concern, I think she's the perfect distraction to use, because you have the person that she's in an active lawsuit against, being Queen Bee. I think that also is a good posturing thing because Chris and Katie went on Queen Bees. So I think that is a factor. And I also think JLR and his recent more come into light, I guess, after intentionally helping spread a lot of the misinformation and do a lot of the weird shit that he did in the beginning. I think because of his now questioning Seth more, it's the perfect posturing. Genuinely, I think there's multiple factors at play here, but they see it as beneficial for them in a way, if that makes sense. There's multiple things here going on. It could be any of them, and it might just be because she's careless. But I think most of it is because she is known for chaos and confusion, and that's what she will bring to this. And I think it's very calculated. I genuinely think it's very calculated. And if you watch the movements all along, they've been extremely calculated. You can go back and look at almost every week when something crazy kicks off, whether it be a fake neighbor, a fake phone call, a fake cousin, some drama with a YouTuber, a new story coming out. There's something here always brewing.
She'd already hung up before she said that. Things like that are mental abuse to a child that was called my Betty. And whether she realizes it or not, every time she said something that was negative about me, I'm pretty sure my son took it to heart because he's my son.
Well, I have to, how, when you hear Katie talk about your son, this is one thing that's really kind of rubbing me a little bit raw. You know, she talks about some, in my viewpoints, the way she talks is disparaging. Are you getting that same?
You're talking about her interviews and stuff since this has gone on? Yes. I can't sit through any of her interviews. I cannot listen to her. She won't even say my son's name.
No, she won't.
And there's a reason why I say my son, because my son has a name. His name is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Okay, and I just need to also remind people that he's told numerous stories on how Sebastian has been named. One being on the lab, he explained to Trevor, Lee, and Josh about the name on the lab and how he named him. He's also said some things to people behind the scenes, from my understanding, about why he named Sebastian these names. But another big thing that I need to correct here is she does say Sebastian's name. She does. That's not true. And it just seems ridiculous to even say that. But any opportunity, I guess, to take a shot at Katie.
He's my son. I'm looking for him. I'm asking everybody to help find my son.
But are you really?
I don't hear her doing that. I don't see it. I don't hear her saying his name.
But if you're not watching the interviews, then how would you know if she is or isn't? Again, because she is. So
I don't see her saying his name. I don't see that. Nothing would have been better for me than being able to put our differences aside and work together to find our son.
Okay, I have to say something here. This is my opinion, so take it for what it is. But there was an interview that he was asked, has he been able to communicate with Katie, or has he been communicating? And he said he's had conversations, but not the conversation he would like to have. Now he's saying that he wishes they could have put their differences aside. Meanwhile, intentionally taking every opportunity. It's definitely scorn behavior, bitterness. But it makes me go back to thinking, like, you know, the rumors that they started about Chris and Katie having problems and those came out so fast out of nowhere with JLR, and JLR being involved with Seth directly makes me feel like some of that might have been intentional, like to cause upset. Again, this is my opinion, but there's been no validity to any of that about Katie having affairs, about them having problems, none of that. That was all stuff that Seth said. And then if you listen to his words here, you know, he wasn't having the conversation he wanted to have with her, and he wanted to, I don't know, like it just, I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say.
But I'm not going to let some dirtbag run the show when it comes to finding my son.
That dirtbag has done everything but trash you. He's talked about Sebastian. I've learned more about Sebastian from Chris. That dirtbag has had every opportunity he could have to trash you and still has not done it. Not once, in my opinion. He doesn't sit on panels even after some of the most horrendous shit.
The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not.
Right there. We run the show. That leads more to what I was saying before too. Sir, this isn't a show. You have a missing child. This isn't a show that anybody's running. Unfortunately, otherwise Sebastian would be home. Unfortunate as it is. Yeah. Walk away.
A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't see that.
But you're not paying attention, right? You don't know what's going on over there, right? But now you're telling Chris how to be a supportive husband. Again, it goes back to the overall bitterness of losing Katie to me. And he's very, very apparent with what he says.
And it's not my job to support her. It stopped being my job to support her when she filed for a divorce. You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends.
She's being supported by her loved ones, including her husband. Thankfully, that is not your job. You are not married to her. You have a son together, but you have also disregarded that and taken every opportunity to degrade her.
You know, I have close family, but they're in other states. You know, the support that I get from them is a phone call. You know, see how I'm doing. I've got friends in other states. They call me, see how I'm doing. But
there was a vigil you had, and there was photos of Chris kind of being in your personal space, in my opinion. There were rumors at that time that he was screaming at you or raising his voice, or, you know, something about the whole GoFundMe situation. Do you have any comment on that?
You're speaking about I think that would have been less. He did like the path. He did.
It was right before they were seen at a motorcycle shop.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Hey, he didn't raise his voice at me. He was asking to literally to work together. This was before I spoke to Tony, and before I spoke to a dog person who was completely ghosted me, by the way. I don't care what her opinion is. She can't be looking for my son if she doesn't have his shoes and his clothes. They're at my house. Chris has already said that he's not giving her anything of Sebastian's. So I'd like to know how she's got a scent to find my son. And you know my phone number. Give me a call. He wanted to work together. I believe that was the one where another creator turned around and showed what I said at the very end first, instead of actually showing how everything went in order. And people took offense to me telling the people, if you don't like it, to F off or kick rocks or however I'm supposed to be PC. I've never been.
Don't worry. They would have gotten a lot worse for me if it would have.
All right. I need to address a few issues in that. First off, he is making digs at Julia, the dog handler, who was pro Team Seth in the beginning. She refused to even see the reality of what a messy situation this has been. And she did take the opportunity the other night to go back on Brittany's and say that, you know, she had a conversation and she was stepping back out of the situation as far as parents go. But he mentions her not corresponding with him. He also mentions that, well, Betty gets the situations combined. So Betty is talking about when Chris approached Seth and Justin on TikTok was told to catch it on camera, I'm sure. Come in here. Come on, little ones. That was not in regards to the GoFundMe. That happened within the first couple days, the GoFundMe stuff did. But he says that Justin on TikTok showed it backwards. You notice that Justin on TikTok's been pretty silent about this now too. So again, why is every person that was so pro Team Seth gone? Yeah, it was Justin on TikTok and intentionally showed certain angled photos to make it look like there was this big altercation. Filmed that and then posted it. And then had to come back and tell, you know, well, Seth was actually saying this, that, and the other thing. I have my own issues with Julia too. However, she is a professional as far as dog handler. Like she is legit in that capacity. I have issues with her behavior, but I find it funny that he now has problems. Again, just going to every single person. He has been a common factor in every blow up that there's been, and you can't overlook that.
I mean, people don't seem to understand, but if somebody walks over to my neighbor's house and sits there and be like, hey, I'd like to search your property for Sebastian Rogers.
Oh, I forgot about that.
His father has told me to come over and ask you. Now, if I have not given this person permission, and that gentleman that is my neighbor sits there and goes, well, sure, I know Seth, if he's asked you to care for his son, go ahead. That person goes in there, looks, I don't know that they're doing. I don't know what they're doing at all because they're not communicating with me. And they kind of stopped communicating with me, which is why they're no longer on my team.
Okay, so another mention of his team and why people are no longer on his team. Now, what he's about to say is complete and utter bullshit, but we'll let him go.
Because you're not going to do stuff without letting me know, because that's my name. If that person gets hurt on that property, then it's a liability for the property owner, and then it's a liability for me. And in the name of Sebastian Rogers, they got injured and hurt because they were doing what the father asked them to do.
No, that's not how any of that would work. That's not how that would work. No, volunteer searchers go out all the time. This is not how this works, Seth.
No, it's a liability thing. People don't seem to understand that. So when I sit there and I know that people are doing that right now, I get phone calls, police departments. Hey, sure, PI hiring this person for a dog person, and they said they work for you. I get calls like that, and I'm like, let me reach out, text them, call them, find out that they haven't. Reach out to my attorney to make sure my attorney hasn't, because
my opinion on Julia has not changed, y'all. Y'all know how I feel about that, but it's another one of those things of why is everybody that has some sort of granted, I use the term professional extremely loosely because we're talking about YouTubers, but there is something here behind every single person that is actually out searching, attempting to do something that gets ran off. You can't, I can't overlook that. You guys might be able to. I just can't. I can't overlook that every single person that has some sort of capacity to do something and help has been ran off. The first thing was they wanted access to the home. That was the big kicker. They couldn't get access because it had been searched numerous times by animals, by dogs. I shouldn't say animals. There's something very weird here. And I don't like the optics of any of it, if I'm being honest. I don't like it.
Communicate with me. And then I'm calling back the police department. No, don't have anybody out there doing that. Well, there's people out there saying that they are.
I don't trust any of them.
So when I do go to ask somebody if I can go search on their property, and they turn around and they're like, well, you've already had searchers here. Why are you coming back? No, there's people here that are stating that they're searching and that they're.
And if you are new here and wonder about my dog, my feelings on the dog handler situation, I exposed Stephanie. You're welcome. Julia exposed herself. I mean, she is less than, she got herself way wrapped up into this whole team-sided thing in the beginning and made some very, very hefty missteps and, you know, was extremely biased in her movements. But I think it also leads to the strong narrative that these people are pushing behind the scenes and what they're telling people.
Part of my team. They're not part of my team. Mm-hmm. That becomes a real issue. People don't seem to understand. If people are going to do things on their own, do it on your own, but don't put me and my son's name into it. It's a liability issue. Because when I do go to that property and ask to go search that property, and the owner is telling me somebody has already been here and in my name has searched their property, and they were not law enforcement, they were not SAR trained, they did not have the, you know,
nude.
And they tell me no. Now I can't search this property for my son, so I don't know if that property has been properly searched or not.
No, this is so much bullshit. Like, that's not how any of this works as far as liability. This is so this is not how any of this works. And how she's allowing this to happen. Meanwhile, she goes out and claims she's boots on the ground to like, Betty, wake the fuck up. Correct this.
Right, because you don't know who did it.
I don't know who did it because I'm not having communication.
She says, right.
Who is on my team to find my son is my choice. I'm the one building the team. I'm the one that's responsible for him.
I'm the one building the team.
The gentleman here has already said, I'm the boss. I'm the one that asks things to get done. I asked Tony to do things for me. I asked him to put his feelers out to get things that I need. When I sit there and I ask people,
I'm the boss.
People, if you want to help and you can't come and help search, send me an address to send flyers to. Oh, that became a huge. Seth's asking for your address. Yeah, I got 1,000 flyers that I'm getting ready to pick up, so I can sit there and hand them out to people who want to hand out flyers.
Handing them out is one thing. I think that's good, but mailing them to people who could print them off is a waste of money. And you raised money, a GoFundMe and all this stuff for your bills to be paid. So it seems counterproductive and wasting money. Why wouldn't you be more interested in putting up a reward or billboards or something instead of wasting money on postage to send flyers to people? That makes no sense to me. Completely counterproductive in my brain.
Let's just be honest with you. The people that want to participate can give their address. The ones that don't want to participate, don't give your address. Go over to TBI and print off your own damn flyers. Let me just be very simple.
But some people can't do that. Some people don't have the monetary sources to go do that. And I'm
if you go to enough print shops and tell the print shop, hey, I need 10 flyers. This is a missing child. I guarantee sooner or later, you're going to find somebody that's willing to donate them if you don't have the monetary resources to do this.
Let me ask you something real quick. And it's kind of talking about your team. Now, this is kind of like a little sore subject because, you know, there's been a lot of criticism about Tony being on your team. You know,
Hannah's, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all.
Yeah. But, you know, a lot of people are just, you know, concerned that he's taking advantage of you somehow. Is there a way for Tony to take advantage? Does he have access to money, fundraiser, your credit card? I mean, how is he taking advantage of you?
I don't know. Tony, how are you taking advantage of me?
I think it's those secret late night calls, Seth.
Oh, you mean right after I go to sleep when you call me to tell me that somebody's running their mouth? Or the late night calls where I call you because I want to see how everything's going so I know what to prepare myself for the next day. There's nobody taking advantage of anything. He's a volunteer. If he wanted to.
He's a volunteer, but he refers to Seth as his client.
He could tell me, hey, I'm done with this shit. I can't do it no more. And I tell Tony, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. I know where you live.
Do you have a TikTok account?
No, I don't.
You don't have a TikTok account? Okay.
I don't have a Facebook. I have a YouTube account, which people have looked. I've had this since 2006.
Yeah.
But 2006 when I made my Gmail account. Mm-hmm. That was 2 years before my kid was born. Okay. And before this, I used YouTube to listen to music.
Right. Yeah. That's the way I was too before I became Bullhorn Betty.
Seth, let me ask you a question. When you're with me, forget you paying for anything for me or me taking any money. When you're with me, do you even pay for anything for yourself?
No.
Who cares?
Oh, thank you, Tony. God bless you.
Tony won't let me. Tony won't let me.
Mm-hmm.
I've with my team, we've gone out to dinner at times, And I get the third degree when I start reaching for my wallet to pay for shit. And it's like, I was raised
This is so fucking weird.
to be a gentleman.
Right.
You know, I had a particular female got mad that I bought her dinner. But everybody
A particular female got mad because you bought her dinner.
was splitting up the bill. And I was like, well, you know, I'll pay for these two people here, this one and this one.
Right.
And I got the third degree because I was told not to. Then I got yelled at because I left the lady a tip.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
You know, in this
is
world, you can't do anything right. But I tell you what, everybody's opinion is just that. It's their opinion.
Yeah.
I just want to find my son. And, you know, there's always going to be haters out there.
Mm-hmm. So I want to kind of bring us back.
There's always going to be haters out here. True. That's very true. But Seth, you've intentionally caused the hate you're getting. And it's unnecessary. And you've caused so much hate to Katie and Chris. You've all but dog whistled numerous times.
To
Sebastian.
The day. Yeah. And I want to kind of start now picking your brain on trying to remember, and it's going to suck for you, and I know, and if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris who was on the voicemail?
The text message.
Text message. And
I had a missed call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Don't be angry or mad. Sebastian's missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing. You know, distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now. With what I know, yeah. Mad and angry fits now.
Baby, yes.
But then again, what I know now is everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call that there was something seriously wrong? Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
Now, remember, in previous interviews, he has confirmed that Chris was in Memphis.
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Interesting. When you got there, what did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the door, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one.
Dogs and drones were already on scene. He was there shortly after 7 o'clock in the morning. The call was made six something ish. I'll have to look at my notes. That's how fast this all kicked off and was in speed. And I need people to understand that because I'm so fucking sick of people saying they haven't searched the house. Law enforcement dropped the ball, all of it.
Under this stupid fucked up party.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that
His own words, one shot in interviews where he gave his time.
were there?
When I walked in,
I know, but he's changed that. And I'll show you guys in upcoming interviews that we redo. But yeah, he says, yes, 6:33, Lori, for the initial call. Yeah. What he says is completely, anyways, we'll get into it. I know one shot. I know. It's just what he said.
Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on. Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just
It was probably just misspeak. I'll when we get to that interview, I'll point it out and show you guys the difference of what he says. But yeah, he is. And in the beginning of it, none of it mattered to me. He's also told us that he was sleeping in his truck when Chris arrived. He was, he had been up all night working. That none of that stuff bothered me when I first listened to all this stuff. None of it bothered me in the beginning. But he has said some interesting things. And then some of you were here the other day when we watched the interview where he said he was sleeping in the truck when Chris arrived. He can't remember. I can't remember exactly how he said it. He couldn't remember certain details, but he could remember that he had his flashers on or his hazards on when he came in, but he was sleeping in his truck.
Started looking to see what I could see. Obviously, my son's not there.
How long were you there?
Yeah.
Turned around and I was there for a little bit.
Yes, Dad.
Just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said.
Yes, he wouldn't have. There's no way. Like his time frame off work and stuff, and it's probably just misspeaking, but it's just the things that he says. Like it's just the way things are said, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here, dude?
And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Immediately.
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my son's not there. And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking. Driving up and down the roads, screaming for my son.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
Crazy.
I didn't stay the night. If that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going to ask you about something.
No, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not to search. All right, they told us not to be getting out and walking through the forest and shit like.
Wait, did everybody hear that? They told us not to search.
Like that, looking for Sebastian. That they didn't want one of us to go missing while we're looking for our son. Understand that. That's why I did my searching out of the vehicle. Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see, screaming for his name. Almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got a couple around here. I can send you one. You might have to buy batteries. I wear them out, but I got an extra.
I think it's a little too late. I don't think it's,
Kitty, I don't understand all the different things he says. Yes, he specifically stated, yes, that's coming up in an interview too, where he specifically states that Chris drove, he was the passenger, and they drove around looking for him too. Yeah, you guys aren't wrong. There's been a lot of different things.
Yeah.
In the area.
What was Katie's demeanor like that morning when you got there?
Yep. You guys are right.
It's really kind of hard to explain. Like,
was she acting normal?
Her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, trying to prove something to me. That's not how you.
Statement.
It's not how you prove something to me.
Okay, but God damn, Seth. Again, it's so important for you guys to go back. PD just got here and is at the 5-0. PD, when you catch up to this part, you'll see how much of an idiot I was being in that. Me and my 501 meeting a 504. PD just got here and is at that part. There's been so many different things that's been said in different interviews. And does any of it matter? Possibly not. No, misspeaking, tired, stressed out. I'll give him grace on a lot of that stuff, but there's certain things that he has completely switched up. And it's hard to overlook this shit.
On top of that, that picture wasn't taken BJ's, it was taken at Costco, and it's like you're already throwing false information in my face.
Do you think they actually went to BJ's or no?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. I was just asking. That wasn't on my list, but you were saying that, and that does sound like a really odd statement.
But Tony talked about the BJ's footage the other night on TikTok. I can't remember exactly what was said, but he talked about camera footage. There was a guy that got up there. Oh, I'm going to have to remember which TikTok it was. And Tony talked about camera footage being gathered. You guys remember what I'm talking about? Why are we doing this? Why are we taking it back all these ways?
Convincing language, so to speak.
Doesn't work on me.
Yeah, yeah.
I get plenty of liars at work. You know.
Oh, I bet you're almost like a human lie detector.
Well, I look at them and I call inmates on their bullshit. You know, it's like, don't try to bullshit me. It's not going to get you anywhere. You know, be as honest as you can with me. I'll be as honest as I can with you. You know, it's a respect factor. Mutual respect.
Diving in. Do you think she was bullshitting you?
Yeah.
That morning. What?
Yeah.
Oh, Seth, why are we doing this, dude? Why? He's intentionally tried to undermine law enforcement the entire time and Katie the entire time. Yes, Katie was the last person to see Sebastian. Nobody's denying that, including Katie.
That's why she doesn't like my opinion. That's why when I told Chris I needed to speak to Katie, well, you can't
The proof of life video that he was shown was leaving Texas Roadhouse.
do that unless I'm there. I don't care. You can be there
That was spoke on Pascal's.
too, buddy.
Wow.
So-
What was she wearing?
I don't remember. She was dressed. I mean,
She was
obviously
dressed?
there was people in the house, so
Right. But I just didn't know if she was in her pajamas or she was dressed.
So Betty, if the sale is that you were told not to look and you were told to stay home in case your child came home, then we could buy that if they actually stayed home, correct?
Right.
But they did. They did. They listened to law enforcement. They didn't leave their home right away. Like, this is where this pisses me off too. The time frame of when they actually left their home wasn't right off jump. Yeah. And if you listen to the dispatch says like, all of this is so intentional. One shot, this does not set well. Lippy, 100% clouding.
Right. What was the weather like there? Was it raining or snowing that day? Was it cold? Like, can you?
first day was pretty decent. I mean, I think that low the first night was 50. The next night it got colder.
Did you hear him? For all you people in the back, the low that night was in the 50s, is what he said. Go check it yourselves.
And then I think on the third night, on Wednesday, I think it was 20 degrees. And then we had rain for the next 3 or 4 days and pretty crappy fucking weather.
But it wasn't crappy weather the day he disappeared.
No.
Did the neighbors speak to you?
Briefly, one of the neighbors spoke to me, lovely lady that lives next door. She introduced herself. I'm horrible with names.
Is that the one you said that could call you daddy?
But most of the time, the people that came over, I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie and Kathy and whoever else was there. There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people you just introduce. I was watching their band.
I'm not one of those people you just introduce. You're the father of the missing child. They were probably introducing you to include you in what was going.
Behavior.
Did the neighbor?
You were too busy watching their behavior. But in the Terry Lynn interview, you said that you went and fell asleep in your truck because you were exhausted after working all night, which absolutely would be. Which is it?
Say anything odd? Was their behavior odd, or were they just appeared to be concerned?
Some of them appeared to be concerned. Some of them brought their video footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
I bet if you would have asked to, they would have probably shown you too.
Hmm.
And of course, they're going to come to Chris. That's their neighbor. That's the people that live in those homes. That's who they know is Chris and Katie. You don't live there. You've talked about that yourself. Lippy, good question, because he reached out to him intentionally on the 21st. Then on the 22nd, the video and the exclusive of him having all this camera footage of everything. Yeah, something's off here. I'm sorry, guys. The optics are looking like shit.
That's quite.
Still in the dark.
That's quite interesting. Was Chris friendly?
After Chris lost his cool, I couldn't stay there after Wednesday.
Lost his cool. How? I never heard this.
The GoFundMe my sister set up to help me pay my bills while I look for my son.
That's because you got this whole situations put together as one. You thought the GoFundMe was why the confrontation at the truck was, when that wasn't even it. Chris had already talked to him earlier and pulled in to check on him because the hood of his truck was up. My God, can you guys do anything to like figure out what is actually being said and going on here? Anyways, Betty, oh, you just drive me nuts on some shit. This has been spoke about too. They had agreed no GoFundMe. The GoFundMe was set up 3 days, people, 3 days after Sebastian went missing. How did they know that he was going to need money for bills? How did they know he wasn't going to be found in that first week? How did they know that he was going to need to be off work? And why has he not been transparent with everybody that he was donated PTO time by his fellow coworkers?
What was that all over? Why did he want you to stop? Why did he threaten you?
Hold on. It was a GoFundMe that my sister set up for me to pay my bills while I look for my son. It wasn't set up as a reward. It wasn't set up as anything else. People want to know what happened to it. It was donated. I used it to pay my bills. I used it to put gas in my truck so I could drive an hour and a half down there, an hour and a half back. It
was donated? Donated where? And if you used the GoFundMe to pay your bills, then what did you use the PTO money for?
You don't have to convince me because I know how expensive.
No, it's just a little annoying. If there were GoFundMe had been put up for a reward, yes, it would have been used as a reward. And I still have some of it. And I still won't touch a portion of it because I'm wanting to put it into the reward.
What about all the money on Cash App? Because I have a feeling that the Cash App exceeded the GoFundMe in my personal beliefs. That's usually how it goes.
But it has to be set up properly, and law enforcement has to literally approve of it.
Right. Gotcha.
You know, just because.
But law enforcement has to.
People want something done. Doesn't mean it happens. I'd like my son to be found, and I'm looking for him.
When you were there and you saw Chris and Katie, did you see any injuries on their persons?
I was not paying attention to them.
You say you didn't see any scratches on Chris's arms?
I've seen pictures of the scratches and stuff afterwards.
Did that concern you at all?
Nothing I can do about it now.
So what I gather out of that is that they weren't obviously noticeable when he was there. He said he was watching their behaviors. He was watching things when he got there. He said that right out of his mouth, just a few minutes back, he said that he was watching their behavior. You would think that if Chris's arms were all scratched up, that would be something he would have noticed at that point in time. He's admitting that he didn't even see them until he's seen the photos of it. Nothing he can do about it now. By the way, again, the scratches in the video were 8 days after Sebastian went missing. 8 days.
Did you find any behaviors when Chris and Katie got together as and the reason why they were the last person to see your son? You know, I'm not trying to, I don't want to put you in a
Their
position.
conversations are inappropriate for what was going on.
How do you mean?
Talking about the next vacation, the jewelry that, I'm going to buy for that is.
His conversations are inappropriate, sir. Sir, get the fuck out of here with that. I'm losing my patience with your ass now. His conversations are inappropriate. What about your pizza conversation on the lab? You telling women that are out there searching, they can call you daddy? That's not inappropriate?
Kathy wants jewelry and wants Christopher to buy it for her. I mean, the conversations were enough to make me sick, so I left to go try to find my son.
They were having these conversations in the house. Kathy was these people. What was your opinion of Kathy?
My opinion of her?
Yeah.
Really going to piss off Chris if I sit there and tell you my opinion of her.
Have you met her before?
Yes, she was actually supposed to be helping me find a place to live.
Oh.
She's a realtor. Has plenty of access to plenty of places.
She knows law enforcement. They have connections. Do you know if Chris has family that works for Sumner County Sheriff?
I've heard that he does.
And do you know that his mom has a friend by the name of Ginger, which is, I guess, a Henderson chief or some kind of lieutenant or something, Henderson Police Department?
I have no idea.
So back to pushing the narrative that obviously Chris has paid off law enforcement and they're all just turning a blind eye over a missing 15-year-old because somehow he's paid them off. Come on. Come the fuck on, people. Like, stop the bullshit here.
I just know Chris grew up in this area. They've been here for a long time. And unfortunately, I'm classified as an outsider. But my son lived there. He went missing in Sumner County. People may not like me as an outsider. He's my son.
It wouldn't matter if Chris did. Truthfully, it wouldn't matter if Chris knew somebody that worked for the police department. It's not that big of an area. He's familiar with people. None of that would even matter. For law enforcement to completely turn a blind eye and not do their job because they know somebody, that's just so fucking out in left field. I'm sorry. Yes, there is corruption that happens in police departments, but you've got the FBI, the TBI, Sumner County, Secret Service, who knows, involved at this point.
People are going to have to get over certain things because I'm not willing to be over my son just poof, as Chris says, or Houdiniing himself out.
What was Kathy's demeanor like that morning? Did anybody in the house, when you saw them, appear nervous or out of place or odd, or just maybe they weren't doing anything, but there was just something in you that made you feel out of place or made you feel odd?
God,
Katie seemed to be the only one that was upset, grieving, and maybe would be the word.
What was she doing? How was she acting? What emotions was she displaying?
Just sitting on the couch crying.
Have you seen
After
her?
the initial me coming in and her shoving her phone in my face and all that sort of stuff, then, you know.
Do you feel her behavior was genuine?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay, fair enough.
Notice the hand movements, what Tony just did there.
Were you there when Chris approached the law enforcement to get the camper, to get permission to go get the camper?
I was not.
But you heard about it.
Oh, I heard about it.
What day did he leave the very next day, or was it a day or two after?
I do not know. I mean, it wasn't Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday while I was there.
Gotcha. And what did Ellie say at the time you left the Proudfoot home about the status of the case at that time?
When he left?
No,
when
he probably went to go get the camper and you probably went on your way. Did law enforcement give you an update? That was really early on in the case, obviously much different than where we
After
are now.
Wednesday, my parents showed up from Texas and they were staying over in Goodlettsville at the RV park.
Gotcha.
I told them where I was at, and they knew where I was at, and except for me calling them to find out what was going on, really didn't have much communication with them. I was kicked out of the command center.
What was that about?
I shouldn't be here looking at the computers. I was looking at.
I would like to. I don't see them kick. I could be wrong, but God, I don't like this. I don't see. Is that possible? Yes. Is that likely? I don't believe it's likely, because if he was in the command center trying to see, I think that would be normal for parents, and they would just ask you to disperse unless he was doing something else. I feel like that's a half story again, potentially there. But it kind of goes in a pattern of behavior that he gets kicked out of everywhere he goes into. By the way, Gavel, if you're still in here, I just saw you.
I too.
I hope you're having a good Friday.
You know, and my son's missing. I want to see where you're searching. Why? So I can go search. I gotta stay in my vehicle. I can't get out and go running around.
One shot. I am fucking trying. Okay. No, I'm just tripping. This is really hard, y'all. Like it really is hard because I have empathy for the fact that Sebastian's missing. I don't want this to happen to anybody. But if you look at the optics and you sit back and look at all of the different things that have been intentionally done, placed, the painting of the narratives, there's some of this stuff. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I say that all the time. That's been something I say to you guys for almost 2 years now. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Does it mean that he has anything to do with the disappearance of his son? No. Not necessarily at all. We don't have evidence from law enforcement to say that, but something here is not okay. And I can't tell you what it is. It could be just shitty, revenge-seeking, vindictive, nasty fucking holding on to a divorce with anger issues. Yeah, that could be it. But the intentional reaching out to certain creators, the spin of things, the exclusion of all of the professionals who actually have contact or are professionals in some capacity, and very loosely again, but you just can't overlook it.
But I can sure drive around. I can look. I was told that I'm not supposed to be doing that.
But you did it anyways.
I've never been one, you know, when it comes down to something important, you're going to do what you're going to do.
You're going to do what you got to do.
And there's nothing more important to me than my son.
Right. There was a video that was released by Nick Barris about some light movement.
Running Bear, when did she do that? It wasn't a live with the Proudfoots. It was a pre-recorded video that she edited. I just watched it. Yes, Wednesday. Wednesday, we just reviewed it. It should be there in her video section. It's a pre-recorded video, not a live stream.
Movements on the outside of the home. Did you, and this was added after the fact because one of my mods wanted to ask this. What did Ellie say about that video? Was the time truly stuck? I guess I've never heard the time being stuck on one specific time. Off, maybe, but stuck.
I mean, when I saw the video that they showed me, it stayed there. It was just stationary at 311.
Do you believe that video was taken later, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
So could it be potential that what Seth was looking at was a still and it wasn't like they weren't playing the video? That's why it stayed at 311. Is that potential? He's so evasive on some of this stuff that it's hard to get a read on exactly what he is attempting to communicate here. But if it was a still and the video wasn't, I mean, I give up.
Okay. I've got just a few more questions. Tony, obviously, I've got some questions for you, which I've asked a lot of the questions in our downtime. So, but it's been really good. This has been really good. I really do appreciate this. I hope I've been very respectful of you both throughout this process. I wanted to be, I pry, but I understand this.
Betty and her, I pried. No, you didn't. No. This was all pre-screened, pre-set up. The narrative that you intentionally are helping, like, I'm not shocked by it. You did ask a few good questions. I can't stand you. It is what it is, but you are completely overlooking. I mean, you just let this man sit here and say so much shit. And if that would have been Chris, you would have had an absolute shit fit. It is what it is.
The situation as well. And it's kind of hard because you're the only person I've had an opportunity to speak with. So I really do apologize that I have to ask you all these questions. But what do you think the most challenging thing for you has been since the disappearance of your son? And I know you're talking about the loneliness, but has there been any other hindrances, resources? There was a time and a place that you actually said that you believe you may know where your son is, but you just don't have the resources to get him. What did you mean by that?
Good question.
I don't remember stating that. But he's somewhere.
I don't remember stating that. Well, sir, we're going to review that this coming week. I think that's coming up. It's in one of them coming up. But you did say that. You said that you didn't have the resources.
Mm-hmm. When it comes down to resources, it's like I would like to follow every lead possible. I'd like to go down every rabbit hole. Mm-hmm. And I know I can't do it. Everybody wants to complain about this, complain about that, and to add stress. And stress is another killer in life. It's not that I'm alone in my house. It's the fact that my son could possibly be somewhere. He's possibly alone. If he was here in my house, he may not be stuck to me. He may be in the living room in the recliner, in his recliner. His recliner. That's his recliner. He chose his recliner. Playing on a Switch, watching, and I could be in my room. I could be in the kitchen, watching my own. It's not about it's about not knowing where he is. Supposed to keep your children safe. Never said I was a perfect parent. I only have one child. It's a learning experience for me every day. But it's been an unending fucking nightmare since I got off of work on a fucking Monday morning to find out that my son is just gone. And knowing that there's 2 other people that are responsible for him, it seems that they're having the fucking grandest time of their goddamn fucking life. Well, I hope they fucking enjoy it. Because I believe in fucking karma. When it comes around, I hope it smacks them in the fucking face.
Oh.
All 3 of us haven't been cleared yet. And I'll tell you right now, had nothing to do with my son's disappearance. Sumner County should understand that I didn't. I've got
this. hit play. Just hit play.
Records where I've, literally, I've had him enrolled for school. He should be living with me right now.
Okay, I can't just hit play here. One thing that bothers me is I have not heard Chris or Katie come out here and do this. They should know we're innocent. They should know. I have not heard them, and we've heard that from him so often. And he's super upset about the fact that they won't come out and clear him. He's made that known quite often.
Could it be possible that your son is a victim of an online predator at all, or they've eliminated that possibility?
I don't know. Talk to Sumner County. Maybe they'll tell you.
Well, supposedly, according to your PR guy, you spoke to them for 2 hours last Friday. That's what your PR guy said on TikTok this week.
Yeah. Now I'm going to ask you
do
this.
With the case and stuff,
Mhm.
If it's imperative to the case, they're not going to tell me. And it's not because I might come tell you all. It's because they keep things close to the chest, which I have learned since this has started. I don't tell anybody shit anymore because there's very few people that
Sir, rewind. You just told us about multiple CPS incidents in California. You just flip-flopped all over about things that happened within the first couple days compared to things that you'd previously.
that I can trust. I mean, literally, what just fucking happened in the last 3 or 4 days is evidence of why I don't trust fucking people.
I can get with you there. You shouldn't have trusted any of these fools. You shouldn't have. 100% with you on that. 100% with you on that. You went right into the belly of the beast and aligned yourself with people intentionally who cause chaos and confusion in cases like this. Everybody tried to warn you.
Fucking snakes. Where I come from, we kill snakes.
No, there's no.
Cut their heads off.
Cut the head off the snake.
Skin that bitch, throw it in a skillet, and watch it fucking squirm.
All right.
And you eat it. A little salt and pepper and hot sauce.
There you go. I'm going to ask you point blank. Did you have anything to do with your son? The disappearance of your son?
No.
And you?
Do you think he's going to tell you if he did, Betty? Come the fuck on. Like, what was that, Betty? Why are you goddamn YouTubers thinking you're freaking Ellie interrogating these family? What the fuck? How did I miss that? I was probably blacked out by this time watching this last night. I was so enraged and I was a mess. Like, I was just a mess watching this. But what? Y'all are YouTubers. You're not law enforcement. Stop trying to act like you know how to question people. Like, what?
You have passed a polygraph.
Yep.
If another parent is going through this situation, what would be your best piece of advice for that parent?
Oh. Stay away from YouTube.
Find hope and hold on to it.
That's a good one.
When you make a team, don't have a lot of people because there's a lot of trauma vultures out there in this world.
Trauma vultures. We tried to warn you. We tried to warn you, dude. And you're still aligned with some of them. Seth, if you ever hear this, which I doubt you will, because you don't seem to listen to anybody that's logical. If you really want to repair your work with law enforcement, get an actual victim's advocate through law enforcement, the TBI. Please, for the love of God, stop this. You have that control. You and you alone have that control, but you have to stop the bullshit. You're giving them content to exploit. You're doing that willingly. You're an active participant in this. Go work with an actual victim's advocate that's local who can plug you into support groups.
a lot of fucking pieces of shit in this world. And you'll find out who your friends are. There's not a playbook for this shit. And each one is different. Sooner or later, even if you're a good-natured person, you have to kick people to the fucking curb. Don't let them tell you what to fucking do. It's your child. And if you stop, are you worthy of being their parent?
What? What?
I won't stop.
What?
Well, I just got a few more questions, and it's going to be kind of directed toward Tony. So I've got a few more questions from some subs to you, but I'm just going to let you kind of take a break and get a cigarette and take a breath. You know. So Tony, you've been through quite a lot with Seth throughout this process, and it has very much been challenging. It's been challenging for all of us watching this from an outside looking in. You. Tell me a little bit about yourself and how you were drawn to this case or Caleb's case. But before you do that, well, and then after that, give us an update on Caleb, because there were some people in the chat that wanted to know what was going on in that case as well. So.
Well, I got involved in Caleb's case because I'm very close to his father, Randy. We work together. We're very close friends. I started out in that case kind of like I did with Seth, kind of helping from behind the scenes.
As a spiritual advisor is what he used to say.
Setting up some interviews, doing some things like that. And as he got further into that situation, he started requesting more and more. And
what up, Captain Kurt?
Started hinting that it would be good if he had somebody by his side in Corpus Christi. So I went down there to Corpus Christi, and I became kind of a project manager for him. I mean, I set up the places that the search and rescue team was searching. I worked with our Facebook administrator to build volunteers and kind of give them direction. I brought the PI in, again, with some recommendations from our Facebook group, and, pushed for him to engage the PI, and, just had a lot of different roles there, and, got his interview set up, coached him through those. Just kind of gave him a strategy, laid out a strategy for him. And then as we moved through that case, it got to the point where that investigation turned more digital, and there wasn't a need to keep doing interviews. Local searches became less necessary. And
I wish they would get answers for Caleb Harris's family too.
I met Seth through a common friend, and that common friend connected us together and told me that Seth really needed some help.
Gavel, yeah, that's what he used to call himself, was a spiritual advisor. He would call him and pray with them. That's what he used to say on, TikTok. Yep. I'm not even shitting you. That's what he used to say, he was a spiritual advisor. I'm good, Kurt. How you been? Yeah, this guy is just a clown.
Help that there were some areas that he felt like were deficient.
Oh, but this is a good time for me to put it into perspective again. Do you guys know how many different manufacturers of cranes there are? Babe, are you still in the chat? Do you guys understand how many different manufacturers of cranes there are? Just because Chris operates a crane, like he operates, like the video game. Some of you guys only play video games, so this is the best thing I can relate it to, but there's joysticks and stuff. Like he operates the cool shit, like hanging up there, doing all that stuff. These guys sell cranes. Chris isn't in buying cranes. He operates cranes. Just because the word crane is involved does not mean that they're all fucking connected, people. God.
In his son's case. And when I started out with Seth simply wanted a qualified search and rescue team. And we spent 2 or 3 weeks talking in private about that. And I counseled him a little bit on some different things, some different strategies. Some
Audacity, are you ready to give people a crane demonstration?
Different interview strategies after watching some of his things, and got to the point where he told me that he really needed me to be a spokesperson for him, that he didn't want to be on camera, didn't want to set up interviews, that type of thing. And, obviously, our plan initially was to try to just take one spokesperson and have him represent all three. And we waited for a week and a half, 2 weeks for that to happen. And it got to the point where Seth was just saying, I can't wait any longer. I need you to come help me, and with or without the other side. And, it was a Friday, actually 4 weeks ago tomorrow. And I was out fishing and I got a text from him that said, I really need your help. Are you going to help me?
Okay, I need to date that right quick. Hold on. So this was last night. Okay, hold on. We got to look at this for a second, factually speaking. Y'all know me as soon as I hear a date. So he says, so it would have been the 30th. So 4 weeks ago, May 3rd or 10th. What do you guys think? Where's my girls in the chat? May 3rd or May 10th? What do you guys think he's referring to as far as when he got involved? Oh, you know what? I bet it was around the 3rd because that's when he first made his first appearance. Hold on. I don't even have to go any further. Right here. TikTok Tony and Seth on Pascal right here, May 3rd. So he was involved May 3rd. So he said it was a Friday, but they did an interview that Friday on May 3rd. Okay. Yep. Interesting. Okay. I know that doesn't mean anything to you guys, but here's me in my calendars.
And I just agreed to come on board and help him. So, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing since then.
Are you robbing Seth blind?
Oh, Jamal, Kyle's in the chat under Contonio. Kyle's the mod that has Contonio. I don't know if it's the good Contonio anymore or just Contonio, but that's Kyle.
I got to tell you, I've been very, very blessed in life, and I'd give Seth the shirt off my back. I have not taken even a nickel from Seth or Randy Harris. Quite frankly, I set up a GoFundMe for Randy through our employees at work, our coworkers. Even that account, I never even had access to the funds. As you know, they're kept in a cloud. And then when Randy was ready for them, I sent him an email and he captured those funds. But I've never even had access to any of these guys' funds. Matter of fact, when I'm with them, I pay for everything for them out of my wife and I's pocket.
Why do you think you're under such heavy scrutiny?
I think a lot of it has to do with Seth was on a lot of these hate channels, and he was out there doing everything he could do to get his son's name out there. And when I started watching where he had been and started researching these people and looking at their history, I told him, I said, there's a lot.
Hold on. Seth reached out to these people though. Did you see her? She's just hanging out back here in the chair. She's just hanging out. He started researching these people. Wait, Seth intentionally aligned himself there though. What?
A lot of these people that, that don't have your best interest at heart. So we're not going to do interviews with these people anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with when I took that access away to him. And a lot of the content creators that never had access to him, they still liked him getting on camera and losing his cool and, whatever, because it was clicks and views. And
I couldn't stand it. It made me sick.
Yeah, it made me sick too. And I just tried to give him a plan, and people love to see Seth Rogers in the Raw, and he can be in the Raw like he was tonight. He can be himself.
Nothing has changed. Okay, wait a minute here though. Hold on. Pause. Because after Tony came around, he went on Justin on TikTok still. He went on Pascal still. Seth went on what's the fucking dude? Why is it just blinked from me? T-Rev 757s. Smiley. He's shown up on all these channels. Nobody really changed since Tony's been around. BHB.
But he can still be in an environment where people and platforms care about him. And there's a difference between being in the Raw where people are laughing at him behind his back and being in the Raw on a show where somebody has compassion, such as yourself. And I wanted to control his environment, not what he says, but I wanted to control the environment.
But you wanted to control the environment, but nobody has been different than the people.
Yeah. I think what you guys are doing, putting him on his own platform, I think that's going to be a benefit for you guys in the long road. And you don't have to depend on people like me. He can go pop up there if he's got a message or information. You guys can because at the end of the day, I did watch everything unfold. I do have intimate knowledge of all the people involved and how everything transpired. Well, we're not going to get into that here.
Right there is why I think there's multiple reasons why Betty was brought in. I have intimate knowledge of these people.
It was wrong. It was wrong.
It was just
yes,
Yeah,
Kirby.
yeah. And so, you know, I just really am very thankful that you guys took the
But then Pascal denied it, and then Tony came out with a statement that said that.
time to come here. And I would like, when Seth is, you know, ready, I would like to open it up just for a few questions. I'm going to go through my start accounts here real quick. I've got a few questions in here if he's up for it. I'm just going to read through them before, if you don't mind, just give me a few minutes to read through and make sure nothing's too crazy here.
Is there anything else important in this? Do we need to finish it? This has been a long life. It's been 5 hours.
And so if you want to get a drink or something, you go ahead and take a break, whatever you need to
I
do.
need a
And
drink,
just
and
give me
I
about
don't drink.
2 or 3 minutes to read through these. Guys, now would be the time. If you guys have any questions, now would be the time to get those in.
Now's the time to run for your life.
So at the end of this sheet here, one of my subscribers, I'm only going to ask a couple of these questions. What size? We were told that
Oh,
you
yeah,
got
the waterboard.
Sebastian new boots. Is that correct?
Yeah, I took him to Boot Barn and bought him a pair of hiking boots.
And those boots were at your house?
We'll get
They're
there.
at his mama's house.
And those boots were accounted for?
Yeah, they were at the front door when
I told y'all this was going to be a long one. We all might need hangover medication tomorrow after this, but we're getting there. We're doing it. Thank you guys for keeping me company. I can't, you know what's crazy? Okay, little segue here because I'm going to go downstairs again. What's crazy to me is I have a hard time watching this unravel. Like last night, I didn't want to watch this alone. Like it's the weirdest feeling, but I knew it was going to be bad. I was really trying to give Betty grace. Hey, go ask Alice. I was so trying, but I couldn't watch this alone. But then I also didn't want to be in a chat where I was going to get real riled up and say shit that I would regret either. I wanted to try and calm my, but man, I didn't want to watch it. I was just like, nope. And the entire time, what kept going through my head is, I can't imagine if Katie and Chris are watching this. And ultimately, if Sebastian was to ever see this, I can't imagine how this would make him feel. Oh, fuck, Revival. She sucked for a long time. Nothing changed. That bitch called me and Vale threatened me. Y'all know I don't like her, but I tried. I still try. Fuck, I let Brittany J on my panel today. But I still was hopeful that somebody would try to rein it back into awareness for Sebastian, and it's just not there. We're going to finish this out, though. We're almost there. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I hope this really helps people see some stuff. I really wanted you to see JLR being brought in. Again, members, you guys have access to these calendars. You can go in there. You can make comments below them and add in additional things. I'm continuing to keep them moving. I actually have the second piece of this project is every single thing that's listed on there. I'm linking with either a screenshot where it's saved at, a link, a timestamp, details. So it'll have corresponding, like this is where this was, this is where this goes. This is what this goes. Or if I don't have like some of its firsthand accounts when Clue and Cletus met some of these people, but they have correlating videos that I'm adding in to it. Gotcha, Terry. Thank you guys. And thank you all to my mods. Ooh, Gavel. I knew Gavel was going to go find this. Websuits, April 27th. Seth said he had been waiting on Chris to answer about Tony. Seth had sent the email on Monday. See, Gavel, and then in the Pascal interview, I swear he says, we're going to get to that. We'll see that coming up too. But I swear he says that he'd been involved in this from the beginning. Like he had been involved in the background. And that's where I think the whole spiritual advisor, when he was first initially talking about it, that's what he was saying. Brittany's in the very beginning of this. Oh, Sheila's Shrimp. Thank you for being here. That's just so weird to me. because there was something said on that interview in Pascal too. I can't remember exactly. Debbie, I have over like 13,000 screenshots. Okay, back to this. Sorry, guys. But I'm doing the other piece of it too. So when I get that done, but I'm not like pressuring myself to get that done. It's just more for my own, like, okay, if this is on here, then this is where you go to get that kind of thing. So
I walked in.
Okay, and what size is his shoe?
10.5.
Okay, so that answered that question. Were they there after? Yes, that answered that question. Katie said she bought him 3 pairs of shoes, and she only bought him 3 pairs of shoes. Was that because he didn't like? He was very specific on his shoes, or was that a Katie thing?
Probably a Katie thing.
Gotcha. Okay. And did the
oh, see, there you go. Touch grass on Coffindoffer interview. Seth said he had been in contact with Tony for 3 months. See, he said it numerous times. Rainbow Mom, if you're looking for the calendars, they're in the members only section. I can post them publicly too. I'm not hiding anything. I just don't want these jackasses going in and taking all of our, because this took all of us. This was all of our brains, and they like to discredit all of the shit that we don't do. And it just drives me nuts. But I can post them publicly for you guys. I don't care at all. I'd rather have people knowing what was actually going on than not. Yeah, Sheila's, it's turned into such a mess for sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. The other date I need in there that I need to add, I'm making a note to myself right now, so just don't mind me. I don't care about that Brittany's cable bill, because honestly, if they get the facts out, that's better on it, truthfully, for me. I need to add the date when Chris and Katie actually left. I need to add that date in there. That's my own mental note, though. Just ignore me.
Can you tell us where the location is? Okay, so I think I got all of those questions. Here's one. Oh, here's one about Terry Lynn. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't. Allegedly, Terry Lynn's tires were slashed while searching. Other searchers have been threatened and pulled out. Do you have any idea who's behind these scare tactics?
I don't.
Okay. All right. So now for the moderation questions.
But that's his girl. Terry Lynn, the local, came in instantaneously, and isn't it ironic that she was connected to Seth's mom and to Nina almost from jump, and she's been out there every day roaming around in random areas, finding random pairs of pants, turning them in, trying to discredit law enforcement, all of that. Like,
Squids, are you still here?
What?
Look at right after his name.
Oh, Red Dragon.
Yeah.
Shit. Squids, if you're still here.
Squids, report.
Hopefully you're still in here. Kyle just noted something on your profile, and he's got a tattoo on his
Well, I noticed it
arm.
a while back, but I was too lazy to walk all the way up there. So.
All right. I'm going to go until Squids comes back.
I went through them. They look like they were good. I won't take too much. There's just a few more questions here. So I'll try to gloss through them as quickly as I can. What was Sebastian's favorite song?
Well, he didn't really have a favorite song. I mean,
And before anybody gets it twisted, it's a scooter, kind of a scooter gang thing. Like, it's nothing like intense or anything. Like, there's no.
Are you a wolf knife, Squids?
Sorry, Kyle might have found a friend.
Yeah, no way. If you're in my gang, that's the coolest shit ever.
there's if you guys know what yes
Sure, turn the thing on.
Yeah, huge. Hold on. I'm just joking. He's got shorts on, people. It's just pineapples. You're not seeing anything.
And then I got the.
It's a scooter game. It's not intense like people are thinking. Yeah, so settle down.
Oh yeah.
we listen to everything. I mean,
Squints.
Probably Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down. Gotcha.
I like that song.
How was Sebastian with transitioning from activity to activity, from home to outside?
At my house, I mean, we go from the house to the truck. So the transitioning was the drive.
Pineapples.
Normally that meant, jump in the truck, get our seatbelts on, or whatever we're loading in the truck to go do, and then we listen to music.
Hey, Wooddrake.
Misty
That's
says,
always been one of the things that helps
what is
transition.
it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Said that's always been one of the things that helps transition him is music. Even when he
The deflectionist. It's all. I'll let Kyle explain it to you one time. It's not. Do you know who Jason Ellis is?
was in a bad mood, like he didn't want to go to the store, but you don't have a choice today.
Shock
Go to the store because got to put groceries in here. You're going to be here for a week. You need to come with me so that you can pick out whatever snacks you want. You know, do you want sliced ham? Do you want sliced turkey? Do you want Swiss cheese today? You know, do you want provolone? Whatever.
I
you
heard he was the
want.
only one that likes Swiss.
Oh,
yeah,
he got that from me. There's not a cheese that me and him haven't tried that we haven't liked.
I'm a cheesehead too. I got to be honest with you. I love cheese, Gouda, goat cheese. I like if it's cheese, I like it.
His favorite cheese, his go-to for favorite cheese was always baby Swiss.
Baby Bell.
It's like that big, comes with the little holes and everything else in it. Yeah, that's always been his go-to, is Swiss, and that's what he's always gotten here. And there's nothing like a fried.
I love the Baby Bell cheese.
It's Virginia brand baked ham is his favorite lunch meat to go with his Swiss, and grilled ham and cheese sandwiches were one of his favorite.
Making me hungry. You're making me hungry. We are foodies over here. We are foodies.
Oh, I didn't get this from nothing. All right, and I don't have a woman cooking for me, so I've always been the one that cooks anyways. And it's like I was teaching him how to cook. His favorite thing to
I don't understand the need to mention like he does. It's okay if you do have a partner too, Seth. Like that's okay.
It's like he likes the grilled cheese sandwich, but
doesn't matter.
We take cheddar brats.
Oh, Gavel,
pack of 5.
Jason too.
Throw them in the skillet. Cook them for about 45 minutes so that they're pretty much look like they just came off the grill.
Mm-hmm.
And then cut them up into pieces, and that's the meat. Then we sit there and we make our spaghetti sauce. And boy loves mushrooms, raw, cooked, sauteed. It doesn't matter. He loves his mushrooms, and fresh mushrooms, vegetables, tomato paste, some stewed tomatoes. Put it all into the pot and just let it cook. And there's our sauce. And then when it comes down to the spaghetti, you know, he likes his fresh grated Parmesan.
Okay.
You know what? I gotta say, I like his style. What can I say?
You know.
So Missy
Betty,
says,
Betty, I want to.
That's exactly the Jason Ellis we're talking about, the deflectionist.
I want to make sure before we get out of here that that I make it very clear that we are having good communication with law enforcement now.
Good.
You know, I think it's important that we point out that Seth is in a good place with them. Mm-hmm. We support them and what they're doing. But I also would like Seth to tell you, because I listened to your show earlier and I listened to some of these theories and some of these ladies that you hooked horns with a little bit regarding their theories. For the longest time, really the only thing that that Seth got from law enforcement was one thing. And what was that one thing, Seth? What was it they told you that was the only communication you got for such a long time?
Talking about that you still don't know how he got out of the house.
Correct. How did they phrase that?
There's no evidence he ever left the house.
Yeah. That's what we kind of concluded with everything.
It's the same thing that they said at the last press conference.
Yeah.
Okay. And what? Obviously, I don't know what they're trying to do with this, but I mean, I do know what they're trying to do.
And I just like people to understand, being in law enforcement, they don't have to tell us it's a criminal investigation. What they have told us is that it's an investigation. And it's the same thing I've told people
We
close
know.
to me, that you'll know if it's a criminal investigation. When they slap them fucking bracelets on your wrist and you're off to fucking wear orange for the rest of your goddamn life, Bubba gonna like you.
Oh, and he's talking to Katie there because, well, not necessarily. He said Bubba gonna like.
I feel sorry for whoever did it. Best bet is just to let my son go. Drop him off at a gas station. Tell him to go in and tell him what your name is. Tell him to call 911. Doesn't matter where you are. It will get to me, and I will be driving to pick him up.
Well, that's not factual, though. I think law enforcement would be the ones to pick him up.
So Misty just wants to say, Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, your virtual aunties and uncles won't stop until you're found and back home safe with your daddy. Seth, I'm praying for Sebastian.
Gavel it is, but I don't know if he's referencing like when you go to prison, how some people say like Bubba's gonna get you in prison kind of thing, or if he is referencing Bubba in as in Sebastian. I'm not clear on that.
And you sending to you from Arizona.
Thank you, Miss Fisher.
Blame Erica says Seth is a great father. Never doubted that. Mass flyers can be distributed through U.S. Post Fast. We deliver 1,000 or 10,000 flyers in 1 week for $1,000. They should do it for free. You can do batches too. It's legit community help and effort. MK, send me that. Thank you for all you're doing, Team Sebastian.
It's the only team there should be.
Absolutely. You don't
Chasing, that's what I'm kind of thinking too. I don't think he meant Sebastian in that.
You don't want to see me come unglued over that. I already did. If you need to go back, you can go back.
I
actually have a
Not
video
team me. It's not team them.
If I'm being honest, sometimes it's hard to follow him because he says things just so off kilter.
It's team find Sebastian. It's Sebastian's army. It's Sebastian. His army needs Sebastian, and Sebastian needs the army to find him.
What about the chest plate is gone? Mom and Dad step house. Was he still wearing it before he went missing? The chest plate. Apparently, there was a picture where he had a chest plate on. Can you have anything to say about the chest plate?
He chose to not wear it. He tried it. It was like pulling teeth from an alligator. And he chose. He was given the choice, and he chose not to wear it. He had a cartilage buildup right here on his chest. That was, it was just, it's part of his CQ20 deletion.
Mm-hmm.
It leads to a lot of facial disfigurement and body disfigurement. And that's just one of the things. And when he chose not to wear it, then it's a choice you live with.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what we did, I tried to tell him, I was like, it's to help you in the long run. But if you choose not to wear it, it can't make you do something you don't want to do.
Yeah. My parents spent a shit ton of money on hearing aids for me because I'm deaf in my right ear. And this is back in the 80s and 90s. Like, this is expensive stuff. It's like $4,000 or $5,000 for these things, and I literally threw them in a locker and lost them. Oops. But was Katie fully on board with Sebastian coming to live with you full time?
It was something that she was being convinced to do by Chris.
So you think Chris was the driving force behind that? Do you know why?
I don't know. Animosity, pride, stupid shit.
Do you think he cared for your son? Or do you not? Well, I probably should answer that maybe. If you want to answer it, answer it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Julia said she is not communicating with the family, that she's just going to concentrate on searches. I believe she said she got sent from stuff from LE is what's being said.
Well, I wasn't informed of that. So tell her if she wants to pick up communication with me again. I have his shoes and I have his clothes here in the back. I've got pillows sitting on his bed. Got his blankets. And my son. But her not reaching out after being in communication and then her just sitting there saying that she's searching and she's not telling people where to search. You can come to my house and you can search my house first. Told her that. Told her come to my house. Search my house. Bring your dogs.
But why would that need to even... I don't understand that, Seth.
And I got stuff for you for the smell.
Was there, I think we asked this question, was there a place that Sebastian wanted to go that he may have found a way to get there?
I have no idea.
Do you know of any type of internal cameras ever being at the house of the Proudfoots? Ring doorbell cameras, anything that you've ever seen going there, dropping off, anything that wasn't there the morning that you got there?
Nope, never saw cameras.
What does this say? Can we ask Seth what he saw on the footage of the lights? I think he mentioned at one time that it was a garbage truck. Can he confirm that tonight?
That's what I was informed of by law enforcement. That's all.
But you didn't see the video?
The video they showed me was of lights. It's showing me where the floodlights were during the day and where they were at night.
Gotcha. What is the one thing you believe would what is the one thing you believe would absolutely bring Sebastian home now?
Can I answer that, Seth?
Sure. Because mine's going to be unethical.
Katie telling the truth.
Katie telling the truth. Wonderful PR man right here.
I mean, let's just face it. Okay, you can pick anything that you've got in your life that is a part of your daily routine. Your cell phone, your purse. If it's missing, and you don't know where it is, what do?
Right.
Look for it.
Right. You've never seen Katie out. Nobody in the just to clarify this, and I'm sorry I didn't think about this, but it's just kind of reared its ugly head. Nobody in Katie and Chris's family was out there to help you search for your son, right?
No.
Nobody, not the cousins, not the aunts, not Aunt Melissa, not Dara, not their children.
No. I mean, they could have showed up when we had the volunteers and just handed out flyers.
But what about that one time when you spoke about when you and Chris went out and searched? And what about that one time that Katie was out driving to the high school? You know, what about all those times? And then what about the time that they were out on the phone and people were snapping pictures of them when they had flyers and were on the phone with United Cajun? What about all those times?
To the volunteers that were going to go hand out flyers.
So nobody from that family did shit. Excuse my language.
Oh, Janice, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for being
And the
honest.
one thing
Janice in accounting says, behind it is so hard to listen to and continue to talk about Katie as an unattached mother. I also can't over when telling stories of the past, he tells them like she did not exist. This is really hard. Agreed. Thank you for that too.
thing I believe that would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work.
Shoe leather.
Maybe unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
A little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You know, you're not the first person that said that.
Wow. Talk about dog whistling to incite violence and harm to his ex-wife, the mother of his child that is missing. Couple that with what the fuck happened on Thursday. Yeah, I'm sorry. This situation is just unraveling in a very dangerous way, and I can't overlook it.
I'm telling you, people, I'm barbaric. I mean, I'm a barbaric woman when it comes to
We know that. We thank you for admitting it, but we know that.
the crime and punishments and stuff like that. I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of girl. There's no middle of the road.
I was raised Old Testament. In the end, we all are blind and justice is blind.
Mm-hmm. Criminal Gossiper says, what is the whole story behind Sebastian going to live with Seth? Praying for Sebastian would be found safe.
Oh.
From my point of view, he was a better child. He had more understanding here, which allowed him to relax. It allowed him to develop better.
Mm-hmm.
It allowed him to be more open for growth, for growing up. If you keep somebody, it's like having a snake in a cage, and you feed it the little bitty pinkies, which are, for some people that don't know, as baby mice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and that's all you're feeding it. It's only going to eat and grow to the size of the cage that it's in. But if you get a bigger cage and you allow it more freedom, it will get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore,
wait a minute here, Jamal. Wait a minute. Well, that could throw a whole other wrench in this shit. If that's reality, that could really throw. Okay, I'll wait to make sure that yeah, that could be.
where it's allowed to grow.
Somebody says
Here,
that.
he was allowed to grow.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that
When I'm done here, I'll vet that information, you guys, and we'll talk about it in the next stream.
Chris and Katie's parenting style was overly strict for your son and your son's disabilities?
Their parenting style was not mine.
You think he thrived better at your home with?
I think he did.
Something about that sounds like Sebastian was working on being vegetarian. Did he eat meat?
Man, his favorite thing was Virginia baked ham and bacon.
Yes, you did say that.
I mean, his best breakfast that he liked was sausage gravy and biscuits and eggs. I mean, he liked tofu too. But that's only we went out to, to the what is it, to the hibachi restaurants. But boy loves California roll. He likes fish. He likes the turkey. He loves salmon. He likes steak, medium rare. I mean, boy,
I like mine still kicking and mooing myself, but I'm from the country. That's how.
Yeah, I'm like sitting over here. If that's reality, what Jamal's saying, that's interesting as hell. Michaela is T-Rev's girlfriend, from my understanding. I haven't really dove into that whole situation because I could care less what T-Rev's doing. I am interested about this Michaela chick though, and how she got involved and what the angle is there, because it seems to me that Seth thinks they had a relationship. And if she was the midnight friend that was always, there's just some questions I have.
How we cook.
And I'd love to have the answers to them. So I'm interested in whatever Jamal's got.
And he liked the girl at the Waffle House. That's for sure.
Does she look like Taylor Swift? I'm just asking.
I don't know. I don't watch Taylor Swift, so
Yeah, Julia has said she's staying with her cousin Howie. She could have multiple cousins in the area, truthfully. I mean, crazier things.
That's the only thing that me and my son disagreed on. He was a Swiftie, and I'm a Merle Haggard person.
Brittany,
well, Merle Haggard, I'm sorry, just doesn't look. I'm a chick, and I'm not girl crushing, but I'm sorry, Merle and Taylor. I can kind of see why your boy's got a crush on Taylor.
Yeah, but
well, so far Jamal's been really spot on with things that he's talked about. So, but on a situation like this, of course, I am one of those ones that, and it's not anything against Jamal. I just vet shit myself or love receipts of that. So absolutely send away.
I like Merle Haggard's music better than I like.
Oh yeah. I was listening to that. I was in the backwoods of South Carolina and like backwoods, and I was turning that up. Lynetta Lynn. What else was I listening to? I was all old country. I shouldn't call it old country. It's the country that I was raised on.
Can you imagine listening
it's much
to her?
Different than
Yeah,
it
as
is.
soon as you call it old country, then you start to realize that you just made yourself sound ancient.
That's okay. I say I'm ancient all the time. I'm going blind. So there's that.
Well, I tell you what, I stopped counting at 26.
Maybe I should too. I'm just saying.
Hey, when my insurance rate for my vehicles went down at the age of 26, I stopped counting because the only other time you start counting is when you're 26.
Yeah.
What'd you ask, Tracy?
Well, we're gonna throw Tony in the antique barn yet, but
no, that's the Antique Roadshow. Thank you.
There you go. The classics. We're just talking about you in front of your face, Tony.
She did. She called Lynetta. Yeah.
Get used to it.
He's used to
it. Yeah, I'm used to it for sure.
Yeah, she did.
I know I have bent your ears, and I my heart goes out to you, Seth. It really does. When I saw everything happening the way it did, it's been very difficult for me as a creator trying to, balance this. But morally, I do have a platform and have a responsibility as well. And the bottom line is, I don't think what you're going through right now is fair or reasonable.
Oh, what happened on Thursday? It was all the T-Rev BS with the supposed conversation that him and Seth that got leaked on Thursday.
I think the focus needs to be on the last people that saw your son. And that needs to be our focus. There's a lot there. I know that we're tearing as much as we can tear apart. If I find something, I'm sending it over to Tony to send to you. It's just all of us are just trying to do our part to help find some answers. And when
you know what though, Jamal, I just thought of something. Would that be why she was connected to T-Rev? Because she said in the beginning of this that she knew T-Rev before. That bell just rang for me.
I saw everything happening the way it did. It's been very difficult for me as a creator trying to, balance this. But morally, I do have a platform and have a responsibility as well. And the bottom line is, I don't think what you're going through right now is fair or reasonable. I think the focus needs to be on the last people that saw your son. And that needs to be our focus. There's a lot there. I know that we're tearing as much as we can tear apart. If I find something, I'm sending it over to Tony to send to you. It's just all of us are just trying to do our part to help find some answers. And it just really kind of.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but the website for that was put on the Facebook page. I called the people that were doing the Facebook page and had them put that on there. And if people are intelligent enough to actually read what it says, it's for texting or the email. But it also has TBI's number on there and Sumner County's number on there. All right. And if you're calling the number for anonymous, if you read on the bottom, text this number for, anonymous. If you don't want to do an anonymous tip, then call TBI in Sumner County. I mean, that's why the number is there. I've already spoke with Sumner County. They already know about it, I mean, literally.
Please only call the TBI, the FBI, or Sumner County if you know anything. Please do not call these fake Google number hotlines. Please, please, people.
It was an idea that one of my PIs had. I told them to run with it. They ran with it.
So, I will, Jamal.
Well, there's every PI that I've ever worked with has always prepared a standalone standardized line for tips. Period. Every single one I'm not a internet PI type of chick at all. I don't like internet PIs. I think they bring too much drama. I like personal PIs, boots on the ground, where they're actually private.
We don't care about you, Betty. Is there anything else we needed to see in this? Is there anything else at the end of this that we need to see?
Not her talking.
I know, she's driving me nuts. There's only 9 minutes left.
Private investigators, not public
investigators.
I
got a headache.
And so that's kind of where I'm, just at. What was your?
Hey, Seth, can
Yes,
you,
sir.
I just got a text from somebody in our inner circle. Can you please correct what Sebastian was wearing? There seems to be misinformation about that.
From what I was informed of by his mother, he was wearing like leisure pants, Adidas leisure pants with a stripe down the right hand side on both sides of the out hand side, and he was wearing a long sleeve graphic print shirt. And
Not a sweatshirt, right?
Not a sweatshirt, not a hoodie. It's just it was a long sleeve black t-shirt. And I've looked. I have none of the shirts that were mentioned in his closet. Both the Star Wars one that I bought him, the Halloween one that glowed in the dark is gone, and so is his Minecraft one. So it could be any of those three.
Gotcha. So there were several things missing?
Well, they're not here. And when he would wear clothes here and take them.
I gotcha. Yeah, I know the reason.
You know how kids are?
Yeah,
I like this. I'm going to wear this to school. Yeah. And then I might be lucky to get it back.
So just to clarify, because Guidance had another question. So he doesn't wear the chest plate anymore. It's a choice he chose to make, and you weren't paying attention to scratch marks on Chris's arm when he came back. Okay. And then just for Anissa's question is for me, and it says, what was I wanting to accomplish with tonight? And it was bringing this back to Sebastian, talking about Sebastian, learning more questions, getting some answers on a lot of the questions I personally had that I thought maybe you might be able to bring light on. But that's really the purpose of this, was not to be accusatory or anything like that.
Well, that failed.
Or to be, come from
You just mentioned waterboarding people.
Place of a narrative. It was just basically to find out truly some information and to let people see Seth for who he is, a grieving father. That's really.
Yeah, you sure let people see Seth for who he is. I mean, he's been this dude all along. I don't know how people are just catching on, but unfortunately, you gave him a full platform to show his ass.
Searching for his son. The only fucking parent searching for this boy, his son, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And so that was really the purpose of this, was just to kind of bring it back to you and bring it back to your son.
I appreciate it.
Bring it back to you. No, ma'am. It should have been about Sebastian only, but okay.
Yeah.
He's all that matters.
Yeah, he is. He is. And I just want to thank you again from the bottom of my heart for taking your time. I know personally you did not have to be here, and you did not.
Revival, are you here? Probably not. She probably tapped out. If you hear this, Revival, anytime, or I'll just text it to you afterwards. But from the bottom of my heart, again, we've got another one.
I have to speak to me. I don't even want to know what kind of stories you heard about me, but God bless you for at least trusting me enough to, put this show on and try to bring it back to Sebastian. And one last thing, any proof of life video arriving at the home?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, again, I just want to thank you. You guys are more than welcome. You guys are relieved of duty, and thank you, and God bless you. And we're going to keep you and your son in our prayers. We are Team Sebastian. We are fighting for you. We are fighting for your son, and you will always.
I can't stand Trash Evangelists.
Have a place here. You have the full support, and I mean that, of my channels.
Appreciate you, Betty.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank
God bless
everybody
you.
that's helping.
Yep, absolutely. And if you want
Kyle just renamed Tony Truck Stop Tony.
to send me some of the flyers or give me email me a copy of the flyers, I'll put it on all my pages, all my Facebook pages, so people can get it and print it out if that'll be helpful.
Will do.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a great night, Betty.
You too. God bless.
If freaking Betty is undercover Ellie, I'm the fucking Pope. That's the best comparison I got to that. Meemaw. If Betty is undercover Ellie, then I'm the goddamn Pope, which would probably be more logical than Betty being Ellie even still. All right, y'all. We made it. We made it. Should we give ourselves a round of applause? Oh, wait, I don't have a fucking annoying soundboard to clap for myself. Here, I'll do it on my own. Oh my God. What is happening? Yes, revival. Well, we can get there too. I could just go play, but she has been making all sorts of phone calls, contacting organizations, different search places. She's helped design a t-shirt with Sebastian's information on it. She's contacted every local state. She's been, go listen to her. Don't take my word for it. If you want to see what Katie's been doing, go listen to it. She just talked about a bunch of stuff that they've been trying to do on Queen Bee's the other night. She has been working and trying to do everything she possibly can in peace, which has not been possible either because of all this chaos. No, revival, that drives me nuts too. Seth is now on Facebook. I thought he didn't have social media.
Why would you get on Facebook?
Betty Boop, I saw your comment there. I'm not really sure. Isn't it funny, Sparrow, that Justin on TikTok's gone? You notice how he threw shade at him too, talking about the creator who posted the last thing first and out of order or whatever. That was Justin on TikTok. Then he throws shade at Julia, the dog handler, who was pro his team. He got rid of Trevor Lee. He got rid of Chloe. He got rid of Heather, which Heather, by God, that woman, I don't know if her head's stuck up her ass half the time. She can't even fucking trace down who sent a goddamn email, let alone be a PI. They're like, what the hell's going on over here? Then you've got TikTok, or as Kyle calls him, Truck Stop Tony, coming in to save the day, who says nothing. Now you got BHB. So we're down to Truck Stop Tony and BHB. We're in great hands. Oh shit, not another Walter, Duchess. I can't handle another Walter. The last Walter was the most dangerous man in the world, didn't you know? He was a trained K-er and he went to West Point. Meanwhile, he's this little fucking geeky accountant that sits with glasses on. I mean, you know, it's not like in the Bourne movies where the accountant with the glasses is actually a trained, you know, one of those. I think that's the reality that she lives in as she plays in her head. But anyways. All right, we made it, and I am just mush now. My brain won't even think straight. Kyle, do you want to talk a little bit more about Jason Ellis? Because the rumors are going to start that you have pineapple shorts on and you're in a gang.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of confused people about the scooter gang as well.
Yeah, probably.
Long story short, Jason Ellis was a pro skateboarder back in the day. Australian. He's a radio host. He was on satellite radio for a lot of years. I started listening in like 2006 or something. He had a show. Him and Carrie Hart were doing an interview. They were talking about something about the Hells Angels, and they both had scooters at the time. So they were like, well, fuck it, let's just start our own. So they made their own and they called it the Wolf Knives. And then he got rid of his scooter along after that. But they were, you could buy a membership to become a Wolf Knife, and they give you a Wolf Knife name, and you get a bunch of merch and stuff like that. He used to have this thing called Ellis Mania every year. It was like a comedy boxing event type thing.
I've talked about it on here before.
So yeah, long story short, it's just
it's nothing nefarious or anything like.
No, It started out just people on social media called themselves Ellis fam.
Wait, Jason Ellis was the gumball, or not the gumball. Jason Ellis was the M&M on Howard Stern too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys know the lab. We're just evolving into a whole other fucking show now. So the lab and everything that got outed about him and the blue gumball.
No, I can't do a kickflip. I'm terrible.
I made Kyle, like I was telling Kyle about what I was learning, and I was in utter shock. Well, the first thing he came back with, was Jason Ellis went on Howard Stern and talked about shoving 30 M&Ms in the same area. So I think that's kind of anyways, that's where that came from. So anywho, it's not all this stuff. We actually listen to Ellis all the time in his group. What's the other guy that you've talked to?
Mike Tully.
Tully, yeah.
Yeah, he
no revival.
Ellis has a podcast now, the Ellis Show. He has his own podcast, and then he also does a podcast with Tony Hawk, called Hawk versus Wolf, I think.
Revival, I actually asked him to explain how the whole situation would work out there, and you should have seen the looks on his face when I was asking him to help me understand that. He was not very pleased with me, because I was like, how would that even? And he's like, babe, I don't, So, anywho, that's that. Gum boil, though. She said boil. Now blue gumballs have boils. I don't know. I don't even want to know. Let's head over to see somebody else, because I'm sick of talking. You guys, we have been here for almost 6 hours. That was intense. I appreciate every single freaking one of you, even those sitting in the bushes that just are spitting fucking nails saying, God damn, I hate that fucking bitch. She thinks she knows it all and is so intelligent. No, I don't. I just really am smart at times. And I have really smart friends that I really love. But
give your ears a break. I suggest Songbird by Kenny G.
Oh, Jesus, that's a shower song again.
You guys went through a lot, because I was in the pool listening to that as well. And just listening to that dude talk.
FUPA challenge, I'm down with.
Taxing on you.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging. I will do investigation into what Jamal talked about with the cousin situation, and we will talk about that next time I'm on. I appreciate every single one of you being here, hanging out for this. I know this was unbearable. We started off with Brittany J joining stream, Brittany J privating a video, JLR, and then BHB. I think we all deserve, if you drink, go get a drink. If you have edibles, do whatever you feel is necessary to disconnect.
Welcome in, Squids, Red Dragons, dude.
You just made Kyle's day with that, Squids.
Yes, that's really cool, because the Ellis fam is like a community, and
a lot of Canadians. A lot of Canadians.
And we're really,
I love my Canadian
we're
friends.
We're really like-minded, kind people that talk.
Why are you lying now?
No,
I'm just joking.
We're all kind, but we usually drink or smoke like sailors and cuss and everything.
They're just good.
Else,
they're just normal people. I've met doctors.
Yeah.
That are Ellis Mania, Red Dragon, actually a model. She's a model and a doctor.
Yeah.
Through it.
Yeah.
Yes, Jamal, please do. Yeah, you all have a wonderful weekend. I don't know if I'll see you guys this weekend or not. Tomorrow night we'll try to do our call-in show, but we have trampoline park adventures tomorrow on the agenda. So kids are off on summer break, so we're kind of all over the place. But
deflectionist, please.
Kyle and I have really been enjoying. Well, we didn't even do the call-ins. We just talked last time, but
we can do that tomorrow. Let's do that tomorrow.
Yeah, if Kyle's home and we have enough energy, we'll come on and do call-ins, and you guys can call us. Gavel, if you're here chasing or here, thank you guys for everything that you've helped with, you guys vetting things as they come in. Like, I appreciate everybody's help, not just them, everybody else that's been trying to help figure this out, go check things, timestamp things. Like, y'all, I know it might seem ridiculous, but that's the dignity these cases and stories really do deserve. We have a lot to get through, though, especially after listening to those. You go back and listen to some of these other interviews and the things that have changed and stories that have just, it's not fun. And Brittany J, if you still have a mod in here, screen recording or watching me, please get the memo back to Brittany that I'll be waiting, because she said she had multiple places where Chris had lied. So I would love to have her point that out to me. Genuinely would really love to see it.
Mike Lally is a maniac.
The deflectionist, of course he does. All right. Good night, you all. Thank you all to my mods. Thank you to everybody here. Thank you for all your support. Sending y'all big hugs. Have a great weekend.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.